Chapter 1. In an abandoned town, 5 men stood in front of a residential building in the distance. Their faces were solemn. It was noon, but the sky was gray and there was a thin layer of gray fog floating in the air. Combined with the surrounding ruins, the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. "We haven't been here before, there should be supplies inside." Among the 5 men, an ugly man with a face full of pimples looked at the residential building and ordered a young man beside him, "Su Qin, you go in and check out the situation." "Chendong, why me again?" Su Qin frowned, his face was not looking good. Su Qin was 17 years old this year. He was originally a high school student on Earth, but in a car accident he crossed into a post-apocalyptic world. There were zombies and mutant beasts everywhere, danger lurking everywhere. In the opposite residential building, there were likely to be zombies hidden. It was too dangerous for a person to go in alone. "Su Qin, whatever the captain tells you to do, just do it. What's with the nonsense?" A round-faced man beside Chendong scolded him. Su Qin held back his anger. "I have done this kind of thing several times before, this time it should be someone else, right?" Chendong once again gave him this dangerous task. It was obviously against him. Su Qin did not intend to hold back anymore. Chendong sneered, "Su Qin, you don't have to go in. But when we go back, I will definitely report this to the captain. If you don't follow the arrangement, don't think about staying in the colony in the future." Hearing this, Su Qin was silent. If one wanted to survive in the post-apocalyptic world without a safe place to live, it was absolutely impossible. The gathering place where Su Qin was located was called Tiannan Gathering Place. It was a small and sturdy city with tens of thousands of people and a very powerful armed force. Ordinary zombies and mutant beasts could not break into the colony. Chendong's father was the deputy leader of Tiannan Colony. His power was monstrous. If Su Qin did not listen to Chendong's command this time, he would inevitably be kicked out of Tiannan Colony. Once there was no safe place to stay, surviving alone in the post-apocalyptic world was tantamount to a dead end. Su Qin's heart was tossing and turning. Finally he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go." Chendong comforted him with a smile. "Su Qin, don't worry. If you encounter any danger we will definitely rush to your rescue." "Why would you be so kind?" Su Qin sneered in his heart, but he didn't say anything. He held a machete and carefully walked toward the residential building. When Su Qin entered the residential building and disappeared, Chendong's face darkened. He snorted coldly in his heart, "You dare to steal my woman? I'll play you to death." In the Tiannan colony there was a great beauty called Tan Lin. Chendong had been in love with Tan Lin for a long time. He had pursued her many times, but he had always been rejected. The reason Tan Lin gave was very simple. She liked Su Qin. Regarding this, Chendong was extremely annoyed and also extremely confused. Su Qin had no power or influence in the Tiannan colony. Even his martial strength was at the bottom. Other than being somewhat handsome, he had no other redeeming qualities. In order to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, could being handsome be eaten? In the end, it was still power and martial strength. Since he couldn't win Tan Lin's heart, Chendong vented his anger on Su Qin. Every time he went out to search for resources, Chendong would give the most dangerous job to Su Qin. His intention was to kill Su Qin. However, Su Qin's life was tough enough. He was able to escape death several times. Chendong didn't care. If he couldn't kill Su Qin once, then he would do it twice. If twice wasn't enough, then he would do it a few more times. As long as Su Qin was in the Tiannan colony, he would have a way to kill Su Qin. Chapter 2. The light in the residential building was dim, silent, and filled with a strange atmosphere. Su Qin tightly held the chopping knife because of nervousness. His palms were full of sweat. He glanced at the corridor of the first floor, did not find any zombies, took a deep breath and slowly walked to the second floor. When he was about to reach the second floor, suddenly a kacha sound was heard. Su Qin inadvertently stepped on a hard object and made a slight cracking sound. "Oh no!" Su Qin's heart tightened. Zombies' hearing is very sharp. If there is a zombie hiding here after hearing the sound, it will inevitably launch a crazy attack towards him. Woo woo! Sure enough, the roar of zombies soon came from the second floor. Zombies! Su Qin's scalp exploded and without thinking he turned around and ran. When he ran to the corridor of the first floor he glanced behind him. Why is there only one zombie? Su Qin slightly froze. The roar of zombies on the second floor was very dense. Estimated that there were at least 10 zombies but only one rushed down. Moreover, it was an injured female zombie with disheveled hair and a ferocious face. One of its legs was broken and it walked with a limp, moving very slowly. Facing a seriously injured female zombie, Suchin slightly narrowed his eyes. There is an energy stone in the heart of a zombie, and energy stones are a hard currency in this world. Not only can it be used to increase the body's strength, but it can also be used to buy food, weapons, and so on. The price of an energy stone is definitely not cheap. Suchin planned to kill the zombie and rob the energy stone. When the female zombie came close, Suchin dodged sideways at the same time avoiding the zombie's bite. The chopping knife in his hand chopped down. Kacha's sound, the chopping knife embedded into the back of the female zombie's head. If you want to quickly kill a zombie, the best place to attack is the head. However, the zombie's head was much harder than the other parts of her body. Suchin's slash didn't kill the zombie completely, but only caused her to be seriously injured. The female zombie was badly injured and roared crazily. Her two arms kept waving, but she couldn't touch Suchin at all. Suchin kicked the female zombie over, pulled out his machete and hacked at her head. Bang bang. Ka. After a few more hits, the female zombie's head was finally smashed. She lay on the ground and twitched a few times before she finally stopped moving. Suchin quickly dug out a peanut-sized crystal from her heart. When he was about to leave, he suddenly saw the female zombie's body lit up with a golden light. Fragments? Suchin was stunned. He could clearly see that the light came from a fragment that looked like a golden musical note. What is this? Suchin had killed zombies before, but he had never seen a fragment. He stared at it for a while, then reached out to touch the golden fragment. Just as his fingertips touched the fragment, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Picked up, level 1 all attributes, fragment *1, 1 1, the number of fragments is full, can be used. Suchin subconsciously replied, and suddenly a picture appeared in his mind. Host, Suchin Evolver level 1 Psychic, Spirit Reader level 1 Magic Reader level 1, All System Magic Reader. Chapter 3. Suchin had no time to be shocked as the image appeared in his mind. He felt a subtle change in his body. His body was much stronger than before, and there seemed to be a huge amount of energy flowing through his body. At the same time, some knowledge about the control and use of psychic energy and mana appeared in his mind. This is too awesome. Suchin murmured, his expression was blank. In this world there were two very powerful professions. One was an evolver and the other was a psychic. The former focused on tempering the body. The latter was further divided into spirit reader masters who mainly cultivated spiritual power, and magic reader masters who cultivated magical power. Suchin did not expect that the golden shard he picked up by accident would not only make him a level 1 evolver, but also a psychic with both psychic and mana psychic. Am I dreaming? Happiness came too suddenly, and Suchin even doubted if it was real. In order to verify it, he used the knowledge in his mind to control his psychic energy. Brother Dong, Suchin has been in there for quite some time, could he have been killed by the zombies? The chubby man walked to Qindong and whispered. Earlier there were dense roars of zombies coming from the residential building, but it quickly calmed down. The chubby man also suspected that Suchin had been killed by the zombies. No rush, we will go and take a look later. Qindong squinted at the residential building, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. If Suchin was killed by the zombies, that would be the best outcome. If Suchin wasn't dead, he wouldn't be in a hurry to go over. After all, he had to make Suchin suffer. Suchin released his psychic energy, and the image of the residential building appeared in his mind. It was much clearer than with his eyes. With the continuous release of his psychic energy, the range of his vision was increased to about 10 meters. I have really become a level 1 psychic. Suchin was shocked. A level 1 psychic did not have any attack power, but they could detect the situation around them. Through this, he was certain that he was indeed a level 1 divine psychic. With the help of his mental strength, Suchin became bolder and walked straight to the second floor. He had heard a lot of zombies roaring before, but when he used his spiritual power to investigate, he didn't find a single zombie in the corridor on the second floor. When he reached the second floor, he scanned his surroundings and found that there were 2 rooms with their doors tightly shut. Could it be that the zombies are all in the room? Suchin had some doubts, so he controlled his spiritual power to extend into the room. Soon he saw 7 or 8 zombies gathering in the room on his left, and 2 more in the room on his right. So they were all locked in the room. After figuring out what was going on, Suchin continued to walk up to the 3rd floor. This residential building originally had at least a dozen floors, but the upper floors had all collapsed, leaving only 3 floors. There was only one room on the 3rd floor, and the door was also tightly shut. Su Chen saw through his spiritual power that in addition to the 2 zombies in the room, there was also a pile of food, mostly canned food. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. In the post-apocalyptic world, food was very scarce. The food in the house was definitely a fortune. If he could get all of it, he wouldn't have to risk his life to search for resources for a long time. Su Chen took a few deep breaths and tried to stay calm. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. Chapter 4. Su Chen didn't stay here for long, quietly left the residential building. Brother Dong Su Chen came out. The chubby man's eyes never left the residential building. When he saw Su Chen, he hurriedly reported to Qin Dong. Seeing Su Chen come out of the residential building safe and sound, Qin Dong's face showed a trace of disappointment, but it was quickly replaced by a touch of ruthlessness. Su Chen, did you go in to check? Are you hiding in the corner trying to be perfunctory with us? When Su Chen came near, the chubby man went up to him and questioned him face to face. Just now we all heard the zombies' roars. Su Chen, tell us the truth, are you too scared to go in to check? The next guy with a wretched appearance echoed. Su Chen was the weakest of the 5 of them. If he met a zombie alone, he might not be able to beat it. And from the zombies' roars that came out of the residential building, there were at least a few zombies. How could Su Chen come out alive? Qin Dong's face immediately became gloomy and fiercely said to Su Chen, Su Chen, this is the thing that I have arranged for you. If you dare to be perfunctory, don't blame me for being impolite. Su Chen's eyes flashed a cold light, took a deep breath and said, I have checked the situation inside. There are a lot of zombies in the 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, but they are all locked in the room and can't come out. And in the room on the 3rd floor, in addition to 2 zombies, I also found a lot of food. What did you say? You found a lot of food? Qin Dong was a little uneasy. The other 3's eyes also brightened. In the post-apocalyptic world, the value of food is self-evident. If Su Chen's words were true, if they can get this batch of food, they will definitely make a great contribution, and their status in Tiannan will definitely skyrocket. Su Chen, is what you said true? Qin Dong stared intently at Su Chen, wanting to make sure that Su Chen was telling the truth. Su Chen nodded heavily and promised, what I said is absolutely true. Su Chen, you did very well this time. When we return to the settlement, I will definitely report this matter to the leader. Qin Dong was overjoyed and praised Su Chen. Of course he was only saying it verbally. He hated Su Chen to the bone, so how could he claim credit for Su Chen? As for the matter of killing Su Chen, seeing that Su Chen had performed well this time, he planned to let Su Chen live for a few more days. It wouldn't be too late to kill Su Chen when the next mission came. Thank you very much. Su Chen forced a smile. He clearly knew what kind of person Qin Dong was. Regarding Qin Dong's words, he directly treated it as a fart. Su Chen, you lead the way. Qin Dong was somewhat impatient. Su Chen didn't say much, turned around and ran towards the residential building. Qin Dong and the other 3 people followed closely behind. Entering the residential building, Su Chen made a silent gesture and signaled the 4 people to follow behind. When they reached the 3rd floor, Su Chen pointed at the door and whispered, It's here. Su Chen, are there really only 2 zombies inside? Qin Dong seemed a little nervous. If there were only 2 zombies, the 5 of them could easily kill them. But if there were too many zombies, they would be in danger. I saw it clearly, there were really only 2 zombies inside and I was the one who closed the door. Su Chen explained. Qin Dong nodded and ordered, We are all ready. Su Chen, you go open the door. Su Chen walked to the door and grabbed the door handle. Using his psychic detection, Su Chen saw that the door was locked, and it was impossible to open it easily. However, Su Chen was now a level 1 evolver, and his strength was incomparable. With a strong twist, the door opened with a kacha sound. After the 2 zombies in the room heard the noise, they roared and rushed towards the door. Su Chen opened the door completely and retreated to the side. Chapter 5. Do it. At the same time, Qin Dong and the other 3 attacked the zombies. Generally speaking, zombies were very aggressive, and non-evolutionaries were no match for zombies. However, Qin Dong and the other 3 had been dealing with zombies for a long time, and they were very experienced. They quickly suppressed the 2 zombies with their teamwork. Su Chen stood aside and looked and quietly went down to the 2nd floor. Puchi. Ka. With a few crisp sounds, the 2 zombies were easily killed. Brother Dong, Su Chen seems to have disappeared. The chubby man dug out the energy stones from the zombies and looked at the door, but he did not see Su Chen, so he quickly reported to Qin Dong. Don't worry about that coward, let's hurry up and carry as much as we can. Qin Dong's attention was focused on the room, and he did not care about Su Chen at all. The room was filled with food and most of them were canned meat. We are rich. The chubby man and the other two rushed toward the canned food excitedly. Damn it, why are we robbing? It's all ours, let's take the canned food first. Qin Dong shouted. Su Chen stood outside the room on the second floor, and heard the noise from the third floor, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Then he kicked the door with all his might. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The door of the room was kicked open with a single kick. The zombies inside were stunned for a moment, and then rushed toward Su Chen crazily. Su Chen did not stop and ran toward the third floor. On the third floor, the chubby man was carrying a lot of canned food and almost bumped into Su Chen. When he saw a few fierce zombies following behind Su Chen, the chubby man's face turned green, and the canned food in his arms fell to the ground. Su Chen *CK your sister. The chubby man cursed and ran into the room. The sudden appearance of so many zombies in the corridor was definitely caused by Su Chen. As for why Su Chen would do this, he had no time to think about it. When Su Chen saw that the fat man was about to run away, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A green ray of light shot out from his finger and shot to the feet of the fat man in the blink of an eye. It then turned into a green vine and wrapped around his ankle. Su Chen was using a small spell of the Dharma Psychic Master, the Wood Entanglement spell. The fat man couldn't move his feet and fell to the ground with a bang. Brother Dong, save me. The chubby man was lying on the ground. His face had turned green from fright as he screamed desperately. But his shouts were soon drowned out, and the zombies that rushed up directly pounced on him. One of the zombies opened its bloody mouth and bit at the fat man's thigh. Bright red blood spurted out, and the smell of blood instantly filled the corridor. Qin Dong and the other two heard the commotion and quickly rushed out of the room. When they saw the chubby man's miserable appearance and the numerous zombies in the corridor, their faces changed greatly. Kill? Qin Dong forced himself to calm down, pulled out the machete at his waist and slashed at a zombie. The other two also reacted, took out their weapons and attacked the zombies together. The zombies were not to be trifled with. When they saw Qin Dong and the other two, they fiercely rushed up. Even the zombies that were biting the chubby man also joined in the attack. Su Chen hid in the corner of the corridor, but he was not spared. One of the zombies found him and rushed towards him. Chapter 6. Go to hell. Su Chen swung his machete and infused his power into it. With just one swing, the zombie's head was split in half and it died on the spot. After killing the zombie, Su Chen did not continue to attack because the rest of the zombies were besieging Qin Dong and the other two. The wretched man beheaded a zombie but was pushed to the ground by another zombie. A bloody hole was bitten open on his neck, and bright red blood spurted out without any regard for his life. Without the perverted man, Qin Dong and the other two were under a lot of pressure. They were forced to retreat back into the room. Su Chen, what the hell are you doing? Come and help us. Qin Dong shouted angrily when he saw Su Chen standing outside and enjoying the show. Su Chen looked on coldly and did not move. Qin Dong had been targeting him and trying to kill him several times. He was not stupid and knew it clearly. He was weak and had no choice but to compromise. But now it was different. He was not only an evolved human but also a psychic. He had enough power to deal with Qin Dong. The purpose of attracting the zombies was to kill Qin Dong and the other three. Why would they help him? Help me. At this moment, another heart-wrenching roar was heard. The man beside Qin Dong was pushed to the ground by the zombies. His body was bitten by the zombies and blood was gushing out of his wounds. Go to hell. Qin Dong was terrified. He swung the machete in his hand and cut down 2 zombies. However, a total of 7 zombies rushed towards Qin Dong. The remaining 3 zombies crazily attacked Qin Dong. Although Qin Dong was not weak, he could not withstand the attacks of the 3 zombies and was pushed to the ground. Qin Dong was pushed to the ground and let out a desperate roar. The 3 zombies didn't care about that. They opened their bloody mouths and kept biting Qin Dong's body. In the blink of an eye, Qin Dong's body was drenched in blood, and his body was twitching non-stop. Su Chen didn't want Qin Dong to die so easily. He walked forward and flicked a fireball, directly blowing up the head of a zombie. The 2 zombies that were originally lying on Qin Dong's body roared and rushed towards Su Chen with bared fangs and claws. Su Chen flicked his finger and a gray wind blade shot out. The first zombie that rushed forward was swept by the wind blade. Its head split open from the middle and it fell to the ground powerlessly. The last zombie had just rushed in front of Su Chen when it was chopped to death. Qin Dong was still breathing. When he saw Su Chen easily kill the 3 zombies, his eyes widened and he said with a trembling voice, "Are you an evolver or a psychic master?" Su Chen acted as if he didn't hear anything. His attention was focused on the last zombie because another white shard appeared in front of him. A white shard. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. The golden shard he picked up earlier turned him into an evolver and a psychic master. He was very excited to see the shard again. Su Chen took a deep breath and grabbed the white shard. Picked up 10 cubic meter storage bag, shard *111. The number of shards is full, can be used. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm-sized gray bag appeared in Su Chen's hand. At the same time, some information about how to use the storage bag appeared in his mind. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He released a trace of his psychic power and extended it to the storage bag. Then he stuffed the chopper into the bag. His chopper was more than a meter long, and it should have been impossible to stuff it into the bag. However, the storage bag was like a bottomless pit, and it easily stuffed the chopper into it. Chapter 7. Seeing this, Su Chen's face showed a touch of joy. He could already confirm that the yellow cloth bag in his hand was indeed something similar to a storage space. Then he calmed himself down, carefully put away the storage pouch and walked up to Qin Dong. Su Chen, why didn't you save us? Qin Dong stared at Su Chen, gritting his teeth and asking. Su Chen was obviously strong, but he could only watch as he was bitten by zombies, which made him extremely angry. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. Didn't you deliberately want to harm me? Why should I save you? You, such a cruel heart. Qin Dong's eyes were full of hatred. At the same time, his heart was full of regret. If he knew that there would be a day like this, he would have killed Su Chen earlier. You should save your strength, you're about to become a zombie. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly. Once bitten by a zombie, if you don't die on the spot, you will be infected and become a zombie. And the more serious the injury, the faster you will be infected and become a zombie. Qin Dong's body was full of scars, and it won't be long before he becomes a zombie. Hearing this, Qin Dong's face changed dramatically. After turning into a zombie, they would lose their consciousness and become a walking corpse just like the living dead. Qin Dong didn't want to become a zombie even if he died, so he used all his strength to beg for mercy. Su Chen, since we're from the same colony, please kill me. Don't worry, I will kill you, but not now. Su Chen replied with certainty. What do you mean? Qin Dong immediately realized something. Su Chen was waiting for him to become a zombie and then kill him. His thoughts were too vicious. You're the one who harmed me first. You only have yourself to blame for ending up like this, Su Chen sneered. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Qin Dong roared, but his voice quickly stopped. His face was covered with black strands, and he looked like he was in great pain and looked very ferocious. Su Chen knew that Qin Dong was transforming into a zombie. Just in case, he took out a machete from his storage bag and was on guard. Woo-woo, Qin Dong trembled violently. When his eyes turned bloodshot, he jumped up from the ground and charged at Su Chen with a roar. Su Chen slashed out with his saber. With a raise of his hand, the saber fell and cleanly chopped off Qin Dong's head. Bang! Qin Dong's headless corpse fell to the ground, and another red light flashed from his body. Another fragment. Su Chen was extremely excited. Including this fragment, he had already obtained 3 fragments today. At first, he wanted to turn Qin Dong into a zombie and kill him. Other than revenge, he also wanted to get another energy stone. He didn't expect that a fragment would drop, which was a pleasant surprise. Su Chen grabbed the red fragment, and the strange voice immediately echoed in his mind. Picked up, antivirus potion, fragment *111. The number of fragments is full, can be used. In the blink of an eye, a small transparent glass bottle appeared in Su Chen's hand. It was filled with an unknown blue liquid. At the same time, more information appeared in his mind. The antivirus potion had the effect of resisting the zombie virus. Even if one was bitten by a zombie, as long as one drank the antivirus potion, in time, one would not turn into a zombie. Good stuff. Su Chen was shocked. Surviving in the apocalypse, the most worrying thing was to be bitten by a zombie. Having the antivirus potion in hand was equivalent to having an extra life. From this, it could be seen that the value of the antivirus potion was no less than the storage bag. After a while, Su Chen carefully put the antivirus potion into the storage bag and began to dig out energy stones from the zombies. With a total of 8 energy stones in hand, Su Chen was very happy. This was a considerable amount of income. With this wealth in hand, even if he didn't go on a mission for a month, he could still live peacefully in Tianan Colony. Chapter 8. After putting the energy stone into the storage bag, Suchin was about to collect food when he vaguely heard light footsteps coming from downstairs. Someone's coming? Suchin's expression froze as he instantly activated his spirit power and scanned downstairs. Through his spirit power, Suchin saw two men and a woman slowly walking up the stairs. These three people all had weapons in their hands. They should also be out to search for supplies. In the Tianan colony, there were a total of more than 10 teams searching for supplies. Suchin had seen them all before. But these three people looked unfamiliar. They were obviously not from the Tianan colony. Suchin clenched his saber and carefully waited for the three people to arrive. He was very clear that surviving in the apocalypse was a very cruel thing. Once there was a large amount of supplies, even people from the same colony would fight each other, let alone people from different colonies. Who are you? Did you kill all the zombies here? When the three people came up and saw the zombie corpses all over the floor, they were extremely shocked. I was the one who killed him. What's the matter? Suchin looked at the three of them and said indifferently, "You can kill so many zombies by yourself?" The woman among the three people opened her eyes wide and said in surprise. This woman looked like she was in her 20s, wearing a black vest, her body was voluptuous and she looked seductive. The two men beside the seductive woman were also shocked and looked at Suchin. There were a lot of zombies killed. Even an evolved person might not be able to kill so many zombies in such a small space, right? Moreover, Suchin looked very young, his body was average, he could even be said to be thin and weak, completely unlike an evolved person. Could it be that this guy had just arrived here? The zombies here were not killed by him? The two men guessed. My teammates and I killed them together, but they were unlucky and were all killed by zombies. Suchin replied. He did not reveal his identity as an evolved person. The three of them swept their eyes over the ground and saw the corpses of the round-faced man and the other two. Captain, the energy stones on the zombies have all been taken away. The seductive woman turned her head to look at the bearded man beside her and reminded him. Boy, did you take away all the energy stones? The bearded man's expression changed as he glared at Suchin. His gaze became somewhat unfriendly. He saw clearly that there were a total of 8 zombies here, which meant that there were 8 energy stones, which was already a considerable amount of wealth. He immediately became envious. I was the one who killed the zombies, so why can't I take the energy stone? Suchin said with a smile. So it's on you? The bearded man licked his lips and his face darkened. Captain, there are a lot of canned food in the room. They all seem to be meat. Another man with a gloomy face shouted excitedly when he saw the canned food scattered all over the room. The bearded man and the seductive woman's hearts skipped a beat. They quickly looked into the room. Canned food. It's all canned food, and there's a lot of food. The seductive woman was extremely excited as she walked straight into the room. Suchin frowned slightly and blocked the entrance of the room. The three of you, I was the one who found the things here first. In other words, everything here belongs to me. Without my permission you can't just take it. Haha. The bearded man sneered. Originally, Suchin had taken 8 energy stones, so he did not plan to let Suchin go. Now that he found so much food, he could not let Suchin leave this place alive. Boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over the energy stones and I'll leave your corpse intact. The bearded man stopped laughing and revealed a ferocious expression. So you don't plan to let me go? Suchin's voice was cold and his eyes were cold. Chapter 9. Suchin was very clear that the bearded man and the other two wanted to kill him for the supplies. How could he just sit there and wait for death? At this moment, the killing intent in his heart was so strong that it could not be suppressed. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I can only kill you. The bearded man sneered and raised the giant axe in his hand. He shouted, let's do it together. Although Suchin looked a little weak, but to be cautious, he still planned to kill Suchin with thunderous means. Kill? The shady man was the first to attack. He held an iron rod and aimed it at Suchin's head. You're courting death. Suchin snorted. At the moment when the shady man attacked, he also slashed with his sword. As a level 1 evolver, Suchin was not only stronger than his opponent, but his speed was also much faster than his opponent. Just when the shady man swung the iron rod in the air, Suchin slashed with his sword and accurately hit the neck of the shady man. With a kacha sound, a huge head rolled on the ground. Because Suchin's speed was too fast, the shady man did not even have time to scream before his head was separated from his body. The eyes on the head that rolled on the ground were wide open, full of fear and disbelief. You are an evolutionary. The bearded man's face changed dramatically and he shouted in shock. It happened so suddenly that he did not even have time to attack before his partner was killed. From this, it could be seen that Su Chen was an evolutionary without a doubt. The bearded man's heart turned cold at the thought of robbing an evolver's resources and threatening to kill him. You are too slow to realize. Su Chen sneered and slashed with his sword. After all, the bearded man was a person who licked the blood on the blade. Even if he was facing a powerful evolutionary, he would not wait for death. When Su Chen slashed with his sword, he slashed with his axe. He wanted to die together with Su Chen. How could Su Chen let him do as he wished? He quickly dodged to the side, and the downward slash of the saber turned into a horizontal sweep. Rumble. The bearded man's axe heavily struck the ground, and a long gash appeared on his chest from the blade. Blood instantly dyed his clothes red. The bearded man couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He hurriedly retreated a few steps, widening the distance between him and Su Chen. Stop, we'll leave now. Everything here is yours. The bearded man panted, his face full of fear. As soon as they exchanged blows, he was severely injured. At this moment, he deeply felt the terror of an evolved person. He could imagine that if he continued to fight with Su Chen, he would undoubtedly die within 3 moves. It's too late. Su Chen remained unmoved and charged forward with his saber in hand. If the bearded man knew how to judge the situation and left as soon as possible, he would not have made things difficult for them. However, the bearded man had already made it clear that he wanted to harm him. Su Chen would never let him go. I'll fight with him. Seeing that Su Chen did not intend to let him go, the bearded man gritted his teeth and roared at the seductive woman behind him. The seductive woman's face was cloudy, as if she did not hear the bearded man's words. She hesitated for a moment, turned around and ran downstairs. The bearded man did not expect that the seductive woman would not care about his life and run away alone. He was so angry that he opened his mouth to curse, but before he could say a word, his head was chopped off by Su Chen, who rushed up. Su Chen killed the bearded man and narrowed his eyes to look downstairs. He saw that the seductive woman had already run to the corridor on the 2nd floor. Do you think you can run away? Su Chen sneered. He flicked a green light from his finger, and in a flash, it shot to the woman's feet. Chapter 10. The seductive woman, who was originally running madly, tripped and fell straight to the ground. Spell? Entanglement spell. The seductive woman felt that her feet were entangled by something. She struggled for a while but couldn't break free. She looked at her feet anxiously. When she saw that it was a green vine that was entangled around her feet, her face changed completely. Although she wasn't a psychic master, she had seen a psychic master in action. Therefore, she recognized the vine that was entangled around her feet. It was a spell cast by a psychic master. Da-da-da. Su Chen walked down from the 3rd floor with light steps. Every step he took made the seductive woman's heart tremble. You're an evolver and a psychic master. The seductive woman was lying on the ground. Her eyes were wide open and her brain was buzzing. Whether it was an evolver or a psychic master, they were synonymous with the strong in the post-apocalyptic world. Countless people respected them. However, it was not easy to become an evolver or a psychic master. Other than having a certain amount of talent, it also required a lot of resources. The seductive woman lived in the Blue Ocean colony. There were more than 10,000 people there. However, among so many people, there were only 9 evolvers and 1 psychic master. It was obvious that evolvers and psychic masters were rare. And Su Chen was so young, but he had 2 major professions in one body. It was really too incredible. Thinking that she had provoked a monster, the seductive woman was so scared that her face turned pale and her whole body trembled. Su Chen smiled and didn't say anything. The knife in his hand was slowly raised in the air. Wait, don't kill me. I'm still useful. Feeling the approaching death, the seductive woman woke up. What are you useful for? Su Chen asked. The knife was still in the air. The seductive woman slowly got up and knelt in front of Su Chen. Her eyes were full of lust and her face was full of seduction. She smiled and said, I'm good at serving people. As long as you don't kill me, I'll make you a groom every night. The seductive woman said as she started to undress. Su Chen suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and a feeling of nausea welled up in his heart. Admittedly, the seductive woman was quite beautiful and had a good figure. But Su Chen could imagine that she must have had sex with countless men. Trash. Su Chen did not wait for the other party to take off his clothes. He was afraid of dirtying his eyes, so he mercilessly slashed down. The seductive woman didn't understand until she died. She was such a beautiful woman, so why would Su Chen still want to destroy her? Gotcha. The seductive woman's head was split into 2, and the red and white matter scattered all over the ground, thus ending her filthy life. Bah! Su Qin spat at the corpse of the seductive woman before turning around and returning to the third floor. He hadn't searched the bodies of the bearded man and the sinister man yet, and he had to take away the supplies upstairs as well. As for whether the seductive woman had any energy stones on her body, Su Qin didn't plan to search. It was too dirty. 10 minutes later, Su Qin returned to the second floor. He found 2 energy stones on the bearded man's body, which could be considered as an extra income. In addition, the food in the room was also swept clean by him, and all of it was put into the storage bag. There were 2 zombies in another room on the second floor. Since Su Qin picked up the fragments, he became more and more interested in killing zombies. Bang! Su Qin kicked open the door and rushed in with his blade. Puff puff 2 sounds. Su Qin wielded 2 knives in a row. His hands rose and the knife fell and the 2 zombies were killed cleanly. But unfortunately, there were no fragments this time. Su Qin dug out 2 energy stones and walked out of the residential building. Chapter 11. Su Qin looked at the sky and decided to return to the Tiannan colony. It would take at least 2 hours to reach the Tiannan colony. If he could not return before dark, it would be very dangerous for him to be alone outside. Zombies liked to move around at night, and when they appeared, they would gather in groups. Even an evolver would be in danger if he encountered a large group of zombies. After that, Su Qin rushed to the Tiannan colony without stopping. Along the way he would quickly kill the zombies he encountered. However, after killing a few zombies, there were still no fragments. Su Qin was not too disappointed about this. He had figured out that it depended on the probability of fragments being dropped. If he could not get a fragment this time, he might be able to get one next time. Moreover, he had already picked up 3 fragments today, which was more than what he had gained in a year after the apocalypse. He was already quite satisfied. 2 hours later, the sky was dark. Su Qin hurried and finally arrived at the gate of the Tiannan colony. The Tiannan colony was built on a flat plain. It was circular in shape, surrounded by huge green stones that were 7 or 8 meters high. It was difficult for ordinary zombies and mutant beasts to cross such a height. Moreover, there were guards on the wall 24 hours a day. Once they found something unusual, they would immediately warn. Therefore, it was very safe to live in the Tiannan colony. There was no need to worry about the attacks of zombies and mutant beasts. However, the management of the Tiannan colony was also very strict. Once it was night time, the gate of the Tiannan colony would be closed. Except for some special people, no one was allowed to open the gate. For insignificant people like Su Qin, no one would open the gate for him. It was easy to imagine what would happen to him. Su Qin walked to the gate and was stopped by a guard. The duty of the gate guard was to check the identity of the person who entered, and to check if the person was injured. Especially those who were bitten by zombies, they were absolutely not allowed to enter. Su Qin, why did you come back alone? Where is Captain Su Qin and the others? The guard checked Su Qin's body and asked. Su Qin had been out searching for resources all year round, so he was very familiar with the guards guarding the gate. They haven't returned yet? Su Qin asked with a solemn expression. On the way back he had already thought of a countermeasure. After all, Qin Dong's identity was rather special. His father was a deputy chief. If he did not handle it well, he would be doomed eternally. Captain Qin and the others haven't returned. What's going on? What happened? The guard realized the seriousness of the situation. Su Qin explained, we entered an abandoned city. Originally, we wanted to search for some supplies, but we didn't expect a large number of zombies to gather there. We were all scattered. Are Captain Qin and the others still alive? The guard asked nervously. Su Qin shook his head blankly. This is an important matter. Hurry up and report it. The guard hurriedly checked and let Su Qin pass. Then I'll go and report it, Su Qin replied and hurried into the settlement. In the post-apocalyptic world, a group like Su Qin's that was responsible for collecting resources was called a mercenary group. The headquarters of Tiannan Mercenary Group was set up not far from the entrance of the settlement. The head captain was called Wu Yang, a middle-aged man with a rough appearance. Of course, to be able to become the head captain, his strength must be extraordinary. Wu Yang was a level 1 evolver. When Su Qin entered the headquarters of the mercenary team and reported the situation, Wu Yang's expression changed. Su Qin, is what you said true? You didn't lie? Wu Yang stared at Su Qin. Chapter 12. Qin Dong was the son of Qin Haiyang, and if anything happened to him, even Wu Yang would not be able to explain himself. It's true. Su Chen nodded. Wu Yang observed that Su Chen did not look like he was lying. He sighed deeply and shouted to a guard, "Go and ask Deputy Leader Wu to come here." "Yes, sir." The guard replied and left in a hurry. Su Chen stood on the side with a calm expression. Soon Chen Haiyang arrived with a murderous aura. As soon as he entered, he shouted angrily at Wu Yang, "Wu Yang, what happened? Why didn't my son come back?" Wu Yang frowned slightly. He was quite dissatisfied with Chen Haiyang's attitude, but he endured it and explained, "Chen Dong and the others were attacked by a large number of zombies. They might have been trapped and could not escape." Wu Yang's words were still relatively soft. In fact, everyone understood that if they were surrounded by a large number of zombies, the only end result would be death. Chen Haiyang was obviously not satisfied with Wu Yang's explanation. The veins on his face bulged as he stared at Su Chen. "My son was trapped, how could he come back alive?" Su Chen and Chen Dong were in the same team. Chen Haiyang had seen him before, so he could recognize him at a glance. Su Chen thought for a moment and replied, "At that time, we were separated by a large number of zombies. Chen Dong and the others may not have been surrounded by zombies. Maybe they have escaped to a safe place, but they can't get away for the time being." "Is that so?" Chen Haiyang sneered and walked to Su Chen. His eyes were cold as he asked, "Chen Dong and the others are stronger than you. How could you come back alive? Why couldn't they come back? What are you hiding?" Chen Haiyang was furious. Even if Su Chen was telling the truth, he did not want to let Su Chen have an easy time. Su Chen's pupils shrank, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With his current strength, a mere Chen Haiyang was nothing in his eyes. However, Chen Haiyang was also a level 1 evolver and had a high position in Tiannan. If he was killed, he would become the enemy of the entire Tiannan colony. At that time, they would be besieged by a large number of experts. It would be very difficult for them to continue staying in Tiannan. "There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me." Su Chen put away his killing intent and shrugged, ignoring Chen Haiyang's threat. Looking at Su Chen's fearless look, Chen Haiyang was furious. He threatened fiercely, "It seems that you won't tell the truth if I don't teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to teach Su Chen a lesson. Wu Yang couldn't stand it anymore. It was one thing for Chen Haiyang to be so arrogant in his territory, but he even dared to teach his subordinate a lesson in front of him. If news of this got out, where would he put his face as the head captain? How was he going to lead his subordinates in the future? "Deputy Chief, please wait." Wu Yang stood in front of Su Chen. "Wu Yang, are you trying to cover for him?" Chen Wu Yang gritted his teeth, and his face became even more ferocious. Wu Yang was enraged. He had given Chen Wu Yang enough respect, but he didn't expect Chen Haiyang to be so arrogant. Even a person made of clay would have a temper, not to mention that Wu Yang's position in Tiannan colony was not lower than Chen Haiyang's. Wu Yang said coldly, "Deputy Chief, you can't touch Su Chen before we get to the bottom of this. This is the rule of Tiannan colony." Chen Wu Yang calmed down when he saw that Wu Yang was about to offend him. There was indeed such a rule in Tiannan colony. Without any evidence, no one was allowed to harm the people of Tiannan colony. It was a strict rule and it was put forward by the leader, Jin Jianshi. Even though Chen Haiyang was the deputy chief, he dared not go against the rule. Jin Jianshi was a level 2 evolver, and his anger was not something Chen Haiyang could bear. Chapter 13. Chen Haiyang suppressed his anger and said, "Wu Yang, I'll give you face today. However, Su Chen must be locked up. If we don't find out where my son is, we can't let Su Chen go." Wu Yang nodded in tacit agreement. As the deputy leader of Tiannan, it was reasonable for Chen Haiyang to make such a request. "Hee hee." Su Chen laughed contemptuously and said, "What right do you have to lock me up?" Without any evidence, how could Chen Haiyang control him so easily? Others might be afraid of Chen Haiyang's identity as the deputy leader, but Su Chen didn't care about him at all. Hearing this, Wu Yang was stunned. He didn't understand why Su Chen dared to speak to Chen Haiyang in such a tone. Was there something wrong with his brain? Chen Haiyang's mouth twitched and his face turned gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Because I'm the deputy leader of Tiannan." "So what if you're the deputy leader? You can ignore the rules just because you're the deputy leader? You can bully the weak because you're strong?" Su Chen curled his lips and sneered, "Listening to your tone, those who don't know would think that you're the leader. Do you think Tiannan is your home? What do you say? Why are you acting all high and mighty here?" Wu Yang was dumbfounded by what he heard. The Su Chen today was too different from before. It was as if he was a completely different person. Facing the powerful and special Chen Haiyang, not only was he fearless, he didn't even take him seriously. Was he really fearless? Or was he fearless because he didn't know? Wu Yang couldn't tell. Chen Haiyang's face turned pale. He clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. A murderous aura surrounded him. A mere ant dared to act arrogantly in front of him? If they weren't in the mercenary group's headquarters, he would have killed Su Chen long ago. Seeing that Su Chen was really angry, Wu Yang quickly came out to smooth things over. Deputy Chief, how about this? Let's just let Su Chen stay at home. Before we get to the bottom of this matter, we won't let him walk around. Chen Haiyang gritted his teeth. His sharp eyes revealed a hint of cruelty. He sized up Su Chen and sneered, "Kid, you have guts. Let's wait and see." With that, he swung his arm and walked out. It would not be easy to kill Su Chen in such a situation, but as long as Su Chen did not leave the Heavenly South Assembly Point, he had plenty of ways to deal with Su Chen. Moreover, he would not let Su Chen die so easily. He wanted to make Su Chen suffer a fate worse than death in order to appease the anger in his heart. Just as Haiyang Chen was about to walk out of the room, Su Chen raised his voice and said, "Chen, I'll be waiting for you." Since he had already fallen out with Chen Haiyang, he might as well provoke him again. If Chen Haiyang Chen dared to make a move, he would take the opportunity to kill him. At worst, he would just betray the Heavenly South Assembly Point. When Haiyang Chen heard Su Chen's words, he staggered and almost fell. However, he did not say anything and left without looking back. At this time, Wu Yang walked to Su Chen's side and smiled bitterly. "Su Chen, you're too impulsive." Previously, Su Chen did not give Haiyang Chen any face at all. He had completely offended Haiyang Chen. With Haiyang Chen's vengeful personality, he would definitely seek revenge on Su Chen. Su Chen might even lose his life because of this. "It's okay." Su Chen smiled faintly. "Captain Wu, I'll go back first." "Yes." Wu Yang nodded and whispered, "You must be careful." "Don't worry." Su Chen replied and turned to leave. Looking at Su Chen's back, Wu Yang sighed faintly. Sigh. He's still too young. Su Chen's house was a shabby one-story house. It looked a little shabby, but at least it had its own courtyard. When he got home, he opened his storage bag and took out a can of food and leisurely ate it. "Ah, zombies are attacking. There are too many zombies. Run." Su Chen had not eaten much when there was a sudden commotion outside. Chapter 14. What's going on? Did the zombies really invade? Su Chen's face changed as he thought quickly. Tianan Bay City's walls were high and thick. Normal zombies would not be able to break through. Could it be high-level zombies? Zombies were the same as humans. They had different levels. Powerful zombies were equivalent to evolvers. The higher the level of zombies, the more intelligent they were. If Tianan Bay City was really invaded, Su Chen suspected that there must be high-level zombies among them. Su Chen. But at this moment, a beautiful young woman with a graceful figure rushed in a panic. "Tanlin, why are you here?" Su Chen's eyes lit up. Tanlin was one of the most beautiful women in Tianan Bay City. She had countless pursuers, but she ignored them all. She only liked Su Chen. After a year of slowly getting to know each other, he and Tanlin got along very well, and their relationship grew warmer. Tanlin became the person Su Chen cared about the most in this post-apocalyptic world. "Su Chen, it's not good. The base has fallen. There are zombies everywhere. Let's run." Tanlin explained while panting. "Let's go." Su Chen did not have time to ask. He got up and ran outside with Tanlin. At this time there were sounds of fighting outside. It was very likely that a large number of zombies had appeared in the base. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. Unexpectedly, just as they ran to the entrance of the courtyard, they were forced to stop. "Su Chen, tell me where my son is or I will kill you." The person who came was none other than Chen Haiyang. He was staring at Su Chen fiercely with a giant axe in his hand. "Deputy leader, there are zombies everywhere. Let's get out of here first." Tanlin was anxious. She did not know why Chen Haiyang wanted to interrogate Su Chen, but the situation was critical. They just wanted to get out of here first. "If you don't want to die, then scram." Su Chen's face sank. He was too lazy to explain. Tianan Colony had already fallen into the enemy's hands. Chen Haiyang, as the deputy chief, didn't go and kill the zombies. Instead, he came looking for trouble. Su Chen was very unhappy. If Chen Haiyang insisted on stopping them, he wouldn't mind killing him. "How arrogant. Let me see what you're made of today." Chen Haiyang was enraged. He raised the giant axe in his hand and a cruel look appeared in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant axe in his hand chopped down at Su Chen. Tan Lin was so scared that her face turned pale as she screamed. Su Chen had long been on guard against Qin Haiyang. At this moment he moved his feet and pulled Tan Lin to retreat. Kacha! The huge axe fell from the sky and fiercely chopped at the place where Su Chen had been standing, and split open a huge hole in the ground. How is that possible? Qin Haiyang's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect Su Chen to be able to dodge his fatal attack. You're asking for it. Su Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his hand and a wind blade flew out. Psychic. Tan Lin's eyes were wide open, and her expression was a little sluggish. She clearly saw that the wind blade released by Su Chen was a psychic spell attack. However, she had been with Su Chen for a year and she had never seen Su Chen use a spell. She also didn't hear Su Chen mention that he was a psychic. Spell? Qin Haiyang was also shocked. He quickly pulled back the giant axe and blocked in front of his chest. With a bang, the wind blade hit the giant axe and a string of sparks flew. Qin Haiyang was also knocked back 2 or 3 steps. Although he wasn't hurt, he was terrified. Su Chen was also a Dharma psychic master. This was something he did not expect. At this time, Su Chen had already arrived in front of Qin Haiyang, and he swung his blade horizontally. What's going on? Qin Haiyang's heart skipped a beat. Su Chen's speed was too fast and he wasn't any slower than Qin Haiyang. Could it be that Su Chen was also an evolved person? Qin Haiyang's heart was filled with doubts, but he didn't have time to think about it. He raised the giant axe and blocked the incoming blade. Clang! The blade and the axe collided with each other and a loud sound was heard. Qin Haiyang felt a strong force penetrating his body, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. As he retreated, he shouted in shock, "Evolved person. You're also an evolved person." Once a human evolved, the most obvious change was that their speed and strength would increase tremendously. Su Chen had both, and it was obvious that he was an evolved person. Evolved person. Tan Lin's mind was buzzing. At the same time, Su Chen also took 2 steps back. Just as he steadied himself, he raised both of his hands. A fist-sized fireball flew towards Qin Haiyang, and a green light shot towards Qin Haiyang's feet. Fireball spell. Qin Haiyang's face changed completely. Normally, a psychic only knew how to use spells of one element to attack. A dual-element psychic like Su Chen was extremely rare. Thinking that Su Chen was also an evolved person, Qin Haiyang was extremely frightened. He threw away his axe and turned around to run. Chapter 15. The giant axe collided with the fireball, creating a loud explosion and sparks flying everywhere. Haiyang Chen wanted to escape, but he felt that his legs were bound by something. He could not move at all. What is this? Haiyang Chen subconsciously looked down at his feet. When he saw that it was a green vine that was wrapped around his feet, his face was filled with deep fear. Wood elemental entanglement. Just as this thought flashed through Haiyang Chen's mind, he saw Su Chen holding the saber with both hands and chopping down. No, Haiyang Chen wanted to escape, but it was too late. He could only watch as death approached and let out a desperate cry. Su Chen swung his sword and split Haiyang Chen's head in half. Plop. Haiyang Chen's body fell to the ground, blood splattered everywhere. He died just like that? Tan Lin murmured, her face full of shock. The fight between Su Chen and Haiyang Chen seemed to have lasted for a long time, but in reality, it only lasted for a few breaths. In such a short time, a level 1 evolver died under Su Chen's sword. Even though Tan Lin saw it with her own eyes, she still felt that it was unbelievable. Tan Lin, let's go. Seeing that Tan Lin was still in a daze, Su Chen quickly called out to her. Oh! Tan Lin came back to her senses and quickly ran towards Su Chen. When the 2 of them came out of the courtyard, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The entire gathering place was burning with fire, and even the sky was dyed a fiery red. A large number of zombies had divided the humans into countless groups. The battle cries and screams were mixed together, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Su Chen could clearly see that although the human side was fighting to the death, they were at an absolute disadvantage. With the continuous addition of zombies, their final fate was only a dead end. Su Chen, what should we do? Tan Lin had never seen such a bloody and terrifying scene. She was scared out of her wits. Follow me. Su Chen looked around and pulled Tan Lin out of the city. In the current situation, the only way to survive was to escape from the colony as soon as possible. However, he wasn't sure if he could escape, so he could only give it a try. Be careful. All of a sudden, 2 zombies rushed towards Tan Lin. Su Chen reacted quickly and pulled Tan Lin to the side. He swung his sword horizontally. Puff puff. The two zombies that rushed up were beheaded and died on the spot. When one of the zombies fell, its body lit up with a blue beam of light. Fragments. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Even in such a critical situation, he did not intend to give up. He rushed forward and grabbed the fragment. Picked up, level 1 pulse pistol, fragment *111. Fragments are full. Ready to use. In Su Chen's hand, a shiny silver pistol appeared. It was similar to the Desert Eagle he had seen in the game in his previous life. At the same time, there were more methods of using the pulse pistol in his mind. Su Chen glanced at it and threw the pulse pistol into his storage bag. Su Chen, what are you doing? Seeing Su Chen grab a handful of air and then a strange thing appeared in his hand, Tan Lin's head was full of question marks. You can't see the fragments? Su Chen was surprised. The beam of light from the blue fragments was very obvious. It was reasonable to say that Tan Lin, who was so close, should have seen it. What fragments? I can't see anything. Tan Lin was even more confused. Chapter 16. Su Chen was surprised. He guessed that he was the only one who could see the fragments. Let's go. Su Chen didn't have time to explain to Tan Lin. A group of zombies nearby had just killed a small group of humans and were rushing towards them. Su Chen pulled Tan Lin and ran towards the gate of the gathering place. At this moment, there were hundreds of humans gathered outside the gate. It was obvious that they also wanted to escape. However, there was also a large group of zombies outside the gate. The two sides were in a fierce stalemate. From time to time, there would be humans or zombies dying on the spot. It was very tragic. Su Chen knew that if he wanted to live, he had to rush out of the gate. The moment he rushed out, he raised his hand and shot out a fireball. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The fireball exploded in the group of zombies and blew up a few zombies. Su Chen was now a level 1 psychic. The power of the fireball was limited, but the effect it brought was extraordinary. Brothers, a psychic is attacking. Everyone, let's charge. Kill. When the humans saw that a psychic had joined the group, their spirits were suddenly lifted and they madly rushed towards the zombies. Relying on this suicidal momentum, he was able to open up a gap in the group of losers. Su Chen pulled Tan Lin and followed behind. From time to time he would shoot out fireballs or wind blades, providing the humans with powerful firepower. After rushing out of the gathering place, Su Chen and his group were still in danger. There were too many zombies nearby and they quickly surrounded them. Su Chen let Tan Lin follow behind him while he rushed to the front. He kept swinging his sword and every time he swung it, a zombie would die. When the surrounding people saw that Su Chen was so brave, they were greatly encouraged and displayed their super strong combat power. After an unknown amount of time, when Su Chen killed a zombie, there were no more zombies blocking the way. We finally made it out. At this time Su Chen was covered in blood and panting. There were only a dozen people around him, including Tan Lin, who were still alive. Su Chen, there are zombies chasing after us. Before Su Chen had time to take a few breaths, Tan Lin suddenly reminded him from behind. Su Chen turned around and saw a large group of zombies running towards them. There were more than 100 of them. Although they rushed out of the encirclement, the zombies obviously did not intend to let them go. The zombies are coming, run. The surrounding people did not dare to stay any longer. They were so scared that they scattered in all directions. Let's go. Su Chen clenched his teeth and pulled Tan Lin forward. Save me! Mournful screams echoed in the night from time to time, piercing deeply into Su Chen's ears, making him even more nervous. The speed of ordinary human beings was no match for that of zombies. The screams meant that the zombies had caught up with those people and killed them. Su Chen, don't worry about me. Run by yourself. Seeing that the zombies were getting closer and closer, Tan Lin decided to stay by herself. Because Su Chen was an evolved person, if he ran by himself, the zombies would not be able to catch up with him. On the contrary, if she continued to stay by Su Chen's side, it would seriously slow down Su Chen's speed. If this continued, both of them would not be able to survive. Shut up, even if I die, I will not leave you behind. Su Chen's attitude was firm. He held Tan Lin's hand tightly as if he was afraid that she would break free. Why are you doing this? Tan Lin's eyes were wet. She was touched, but more than that, she felt guilty. Because of her, Su Chen would most likely die with her. Chapter 17. Su Chen dragged Tan Lin and ran for more than 100 meters, but the zombies still caught up with them. Keeping Tan Lin by his side, Su Chen licked his dry lips and slowly raised the machete in his hand. Su Chen, are we going to die? Tan Lin snuggled up to Su Chen's body, feeling particularly warm. She was not afraid, but more than that, she was reluctant to part with him. A group of walking corpses. Su Chen laughed wildly, raising his hand and shooting out a fireball. The first zombie that rushed up was blown into 2 pieces. The rest of the zombies turned a blind eye and crazily rushed toward Su Chen. Those hideous and terrifying faces gave people a kind of suffocating fear. Tan Lin was already scared out of her wits, and her whole body was trembling. But Su Chen was not afraid. He released a wind blade and 2 zombies were beheaded on the spot. When the other zombies rushed closer, the machete in his hand swept out, and a violent force was transmitted from the blade. In the blink of an eye, another 5 zombies were killed on the spot. One of the zombies' body lit up with a black light beam. Black fragment. It was the first time Su Chen saw a black fragment. He wanted to pick it up, but there were too many zombies around and he simply could not free his hands. Once again the machete chopped out and a strong wind whistled. Kacha! In the sound of bones breaking, several zombies that tried to rush up died under the machete. But there were too many zombies and soon Su Chen and Tan Lin were surrounded in a narrow space. At this critical moment, a light came directly, followed by the roar of a car. Tiannan Colony's MCV. Su Chen, we are saved. Tan Lin was surprised. Su Chen's heart was also moved. Tiannan Colony's MCV was about the same size as a van in his previous life. It was covered with thick iron sheets, which could withstand the impact of a small number of zombies. Coupled with its relatively fast speed, it was a very safe means of transportation in the apocalypse. There were only 3 such vehicles in the Tiannan gathering place. The arrival of the MCV immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. Half of the zombies that were originally surrounding Su Chen rushed toward the MCV. Bang bang. Clang clang. The MCV rolled over and all the zombies that rushed to stop it were all knocked away. Squeak. With a sudden breaking sound, the MCV stopped in front of Su Chen in a beautiful and elegant manner. Louis, get in the car. The moment the car door opened, a burly man with a rough face rushed out. It was Wu Yang, the head captain of the mercenary team in Tiannan. Captain Wu. Su Chen's expression changed. He did not expect that not only did Wu Yang not die in the colony, he even came to help him. Hurry up and get in. Wu Yang roared, holding a thick broadsword with both hands and waving it fiercely. The zombies that dared to approach were all chopped into pieces and fell to the ground. Su Chen reacted and covered Tan Lin to get on the MCV while he stayed outside. He did not want to get in. Su Chen, get in the car quickly. Seeing Su Chen was reluctant to get in, Tan Lin anxiously urged him. Su Chen, it's too late. In addition to Tan Lin, there were 2 other men on the MCV, and at the moment they were also shouting at Su Chen. Close the door. Su Chen replied and turned to Wu Yang and said, Captain Wu, let's join hands and kill this group of zombies. What? Are you crazy? Wu Yang blurted out in shock, almost thinking that he had misheard. There were still 70 or 80 zombies surrounding them, and they wanted to kill them all with just the 2 of them? Wasn't that just courting death? At this moment, Wu Yang even suspected that Su Chen's brain was damaged. Chapter 18. Su Chen is crazy. Does he think he is an evolved human? Even if he is an evolved human, it is impossible for him to kill so many zombies. One of the 2 men in the car, a skinny man with a wretched appearance, sneered. When they arrived, they did not see Su Chen fight, so they did not know how strong Su Chen was. Su Chen insisted on killing this group of zombies. In addition to getting more than 100 energy stones, it was more for the fragments. Of course, it wasn't easy to kill so many zombies. Su Chen was a psychic and evolved human, and with Wu Yang's help, there was a high chance that he could kill the group of zombies. Even if he could not stop the attack of the zombies, he could just get in the car and run away. In order to reassure Wu Yang, Su Chen decided to show his strength. A fireball was shot out, and in the violent explosion, a zombie's head was blown to pieces. Su Chen rushed forward with his sword. Waves of sword light flashed, harvesting zombies like harvesting wheat. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen zombies died under his sword. My mother is here. Seeing this scene, Wu Yang's jaw almost dropped. In his impression, Su Chen's strength was at the bottom of the mercenary team. How could he become so strong in the blink of an eye? Su Chen was not only a psychic but also an evolved human. Wu Yang did not know much about psychics, so he did not know how strong Su Chen was. However, as a level 1 evolved human, he had a deep understanding of Su Chen's strength. Su Chen was killing zombies like cutting vegetables. His strength was much stronger than a veteran evolved human like him. At this moment he no longer doubted Su Chen's ability to kill the group of zombies. He raised his sword and joined the ranks of the zombies. How did he become so powerful? The wretched man in the car had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He was also a member of the mercenary team. Although he was not in the same team as Su Chen, they knew each other. In the past, he and Su Chen were recognized as the weakest group. However, who would have thought that Su Chen's strength was so strong that he could only look up to him? This huge difference made him deeply jealous, and a trace of unwillingness and resentment flashed in his eyes. Su Chen is too strong. He is a cultivation genius. Beside Tan Lin stood a short and sturdy man. He was not as dark as the wretched man. After seeing Su Chen's strength, he shouted excitedly. He had never seen or heard of anyone who could become a psychic and evolved human at the same time, but Su Chen did it. In his heart, he felt that using the word genius to describe Su Chen was not enough. It was more appropriate to use the word monster to describe him. Tan Lin bit her lips and her eyes were shining. She knew that Su Chen was strong, but at this moment, her heart was still surging with emotions. When she chose Su Chen, many people advised her that Su Chen was not worthy of her. However, she liked Su Chen's steadiness, intelligence, and responsibility. She decided to be with Su Chen. She always thought that Su Chen would be outstanding one day, and countless people would look up to him. She did not expect this day to come so soon. Tan Lin wanted to roar out loud. Look at how outstanding the man I chose is. Are you jealous? Are you jealous? Are you regretting it? But it's too late because Su Chen is my man. No one can take him away. Chapter 19. Outside the MCV, Su Chen and Wu Yang had joined hands to kill most of the zombies. The remaining zombies were no longer a threat to them. Captain Wu, let's work harder. Su Chen kept waving his machete, killing countless zombies. Good. Don't leave a single one alive. Wu Yang was very excited. Since he became the captain of the mercenary team, he rarely hunted zombies outside. His drive to kill zombies when he was young had gradually faded. Now that he was working together with Su Chen to kill zombies, he was reliving the hot-bloodedness of his youth. At this time he was like a lion that had been awakened. His strength was fully unleashed and he killed zombies even faster than Su Chen. In less than 5 minutes, the remaining zombies were all slaughtered by the two of them. Su Chen and Wu Yang stood proudly in the same place. Zombies were lying on the ground around them. None of them were alive. Oh my God! Su Chen and Captain Wu actually did it? The short man opened his mouth wide. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would never have thought that the two of them could kill so many zombies. This kind of battle record, no one would believe it. Su Chen squinted his eyes and looked around. He saw that there were 10 beams of light on the zombie corpses. 10 fragments. Su Chen was a little excited. He didn't expect that so many fragments would appear at once. Taking a deep breath and calming down, Su Chen said to Wu Yang, Captain Wu, let's hurry up and dig out the energy stones. More than 100 zombie corpses meant more than 100 energy stones. This was definitely a huge fortune. No one would not be tempted. Li Liang, Chao Ran, come down and help. Wu Yang shouted toward the MCV and took the lead to dig out the energy stones. The wretched man Li Liang and the simple and honest man Chao Ran happily rushed out of the MCV. Tan Lin also followed. Su Chen was not in a hurry to dig out the energy stones because there were still 10 fragments waiting to be picked up. He grabbed one of the black shards and a voice sounded in his mind. Picked up, Doomsday Mall Fragment, X1, 110. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. It was Su Chen's first time encountering a situation where the fragments were not full. He was slightly stunned and ran towards the other fragments. What is Su Chen doing? Seeing Su Chen running around and grabbing at the air from time to time, Chao Ran asked curiously. Forget it. Let's hurry up and dig for energy stones. Tan Lin suspected that Su Chen was picking up the fragments mentioned before, but this was Su Chen's secret, so she didn't expose it. On the other side, Su Chen kept picking up the fragments, and the strange voice in his mind kept echoing. Picked up, Intelligent Chariot, X1, 110. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. Picked up, Ungraded Gatling Gun, X1, 13. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. Picked up, Hard Fruit Seed, X1, 11. Fragments are not full, can be used. Picked up, Pet Potion, X1, 11. Fragments are not full, can be used. Picked up, Big Dipper Stone, X1, 110. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. Picked up, Level 1 Mechanical Soldier, X1, 110. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. Picked up, Super Electric Drill, X1, 11. Fragments are not full, can be used. Picked up, Doomsday Maul, X1, 210. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. Picked up, Antivirus Potion, X1, 11. Fragments are not full, can be used. There were a total of 10 fragments, 4 of which could be used directly, and 6 of which were not full, could not be used. Chapter 20. The fragments that could be used were the Hard Fruit Seed, Pet Potion, Super Electric Drill, and Antivirus Potion. The Hard Fruit Seed was a yellow seed that looked like a melon seed but was the size of a palm. After being planted, it would grow into a 2-meter high and 1-meter wide nut in a very short time. This nut was like a rock, hard and indestructible. Ordinary weapons would not be able to hurt it at all. Suchin thought that if he had a lot of hard fruit seeds, he could build a small shelter. But if there was only one, it would not be very useful. The Pet Potion was a small glass bottle filled with green liquid. Its main function was that as long as a mutant beast drank it, it would be 100% loyal to its master. This made Suchin quite interested. In the post-apocalyptic world, the number of mutant beasts was not small, and they were very strong. They were not inferior to evolvers. Suchin thought that with the Pet Potion, he could constantly tame mutant beasts, and even form an army of mutant beasts. And this army would be loyal to him. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the apocalypse. The Super Electric Drill was something similar to an impact drill, 1 meter long. Ordinary impact drills were powered by electricity, while the Super Electric Drill was powered by energy stones. As long as an energy stone was installed, it could be operated by pressing a switch. The drilling power was very strong and even some hard rocks could be easily broken. As for the Antivirus Potion, Suchin had obtained a bottle before. It was a good thing to save his life. As for the fragments that could not be used, there were 2, Doomsday Maul, 1, Ungraded Gatling Gun, 1, Celestial Star Fragment Stone, 1, Level 1 Mechanical Soldier, and 1, Intelligent Chariot. Although there were so many fragments that could not be used temporarily, Suchin was not too disappointed. As long as he kept hunting zombies, these things would be collected eventually. After picking up 10 fragments, Suchin also began to dig for energy stones. After 10 minutes, all the energy stones were dug out. Everyone got on the MCV and quickly left. Inside the MCV, under the leadership of Suchin, they began to distribute the energy stones. A total of 130 zombies were killed, and correspondingly 130 energy stones were dropped. Suchin killed the most zombies, and according to the principle of the more work, the more the reward, he got 60. Wuxiang had also killed quite a lot of them, so he got 40 of them. As for the remaining 30 energy stones, Tan Lin and the others each received 10. Chao Ran gripped the 10 energy stones and beamed with joy. In his previous mercenary career, he had never received so many energy stones at once. 10 energy stones was definitely a considerable amount of income to him. Tan Lin and Wuxiang were also very happy. Among the 5 of them, only Li Liang had a sullen look on his face. Even though 10 energy stones wasn't a small amount, every time he thought about how Suchin obtained 60 energy stones in one go, the jealousy in his heart would start to cause mischief. However, due to Suchin's powerful strength, he didn't dare to say anything. Suchin, when did you become a psychic mage and an evolver? After putting away the energy stones, Wuxiang turned to Suchin and asked. The others were also very interested in this point, and all of them pricked up their ears and listened carefully. A year ago, but I don't like to be in the limelight, so I have been hiding it. Suchin fooled around. He would not say that he improved his strength by picking up fragments. Moreover, this was a fantasy story, and even if he said it out loud, no one would believe it. You are really low-key. Wuxiang smiled. He didn't think that Suchin was telling the truth, but everyone had their secrets, so he didn't need to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 21. Tan Lin has a good eye. Chao Ran sighed with emotion. When Tan Lin had chosen to date Suchin, he had the same thought as everyone else. He did not understand why Tan Lin would choose Suchin. Suchin was too weak and had no background. He was too ordinary. Now that he thought about it, Tan Lin had good taste. Who would have thought that Suchin, who looked ordinary, had hidden his strength so well? Tan Lin smiled sweetly and looked at Su Qin affectionately. At the same time, she was glad that Su Qin had hidden his strength. Otherwise, there would be many beauties in Tianan Colony who would be attracted to Su Qin. She might not be able to be with Su Qin. Su Qin rubbed his nose and suddenly thought of something. He asked, Captain Wu, why are there so many zombies in the colony? Tianan Colony had high walls and tight defenses. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for zombies to break through. Even now, he still couldn't figure out how the Heavenly South Assembly area had fallen. Because Jean Jiashir had turned into a zombie, Wu Yang said seriously. What? Su Qin was shocked. Jean Jiashir was not only the leader of Tianan Colony, but he was also a level 2 evolver. How could he turn into a zombie? Wu Yang sighed and explained, Jean Jiashir seemed to have turned into a zombie on purpose. He was nearing the end of his lifespan. If he did not turn into a zombie, he would die. Turning into a zombie was not a bad thing. At least his lifespan was unlimited. As long as he was not killed, he could live forever. But turning into a zombie would make him a walking corpse. That would be worse than death. Why did he turn into a zombie? Su Qin could not understand. That might not be the case. Wu Yang took a deep breath and continued, in the process of turning into a zombie, there is a chance that he will retain his memories and thoughts. Of course, the probability is very small. Does that mean that Golden File has become an intelligent zombie? Su Qin's eyelids twitched. Once a zombie gained intelligence, it would have the potential to become a zombie king. Slowly, it would be able to lead a large number of zombies and become a great enemy of human beings. That is indeed the case. At that time, I also discovered this point. Therefore, I rushed out of the Tianan colony and luckily escaped with my life, Wu Yang said with lingering fear. So that's how it is. Su Qin suddenly understood. Jean Jianshir was originally a level 2 evolver. After becoming a level 2 evolver, he became even more powerful. Coupled with their intelligence, they could do whatever they wanted and stir up trouble in the Tianan gathering place. Captain Wu, what should we do next? After catching his breath, Su Qin asked. The Tianan colony was occupied by the Golden File and a large number of zombies. There was no way they could go back. Without the shelter of a gathering place, it would be very dangerous if they were to encounter a large group of zombies. Let's go to King Kong City. Wu Yang thought for a while and replied. King Kong City was a large gathering place. Its scale was 10 times larger than Qinnan's, and its population was as high as 200,000. Not only were there many strong people in the city, but the mayor, Huang Qin, was also a powerful level 3 evolver. It could be said that King Kong City was the safest gathering place in the area. Even if they were to face a zombie army led by a zombie king, they would not move. Why not go to Blue Ocean's gathering place? Chao Ran asked curiously. Although King Kong City was safe, it was further away from them. Blue Ocean's gathering place was much closer. Su Qin also knew about Blue Ocean's gathering place. The bearded man and the other two had come from there. Chapter 22. Blue Ocean Colony is the same as Tianan Colony. It's just a small colony. Golden File sure has gathered his zombie army, and his next step will be to attack Blue Ocean Colony, Blue Ocean said worriedly. How can you be so sure? Su Qin frowned. The others were also puzzled and looked at Wu Yang. Golden File sure is ambitious. He wanted to annex other colonies several times to strengthen himself, but due to his limited strength, he was unable to do so. Now that he has become a zombie, he still retains his wisdom. With his nature, Blue Ocean Colony will be his target. Wu Yang sighed and expressed his worries. Hearing this, Su Qin and the others' faces turned ugly. They did not doubt that Wu Yang was lying. As a senior in Tianan Colony, it was reasonable for Wu Yang to know this kind of information. And there was no need for him to lie. Humanity is about to face another catastrophe. Chao Ran let out a long sigh. He even pictured Jean Jiashir leading the army of zombies to destroy one settlement after another, slaughtering countless human beings. I agree to go to King Kong City. After listening to Wu Yang's explanation, Su Qin expressed his opinion. Tan Lin and the others also had no objection. Well, since everyone has no objection, let's go to King Kong City. At Wu Yang's command, Li Liang drove the MCV straight to King Kong City. Along the way, the MCV was attacked by several waves of zombies. However, the number of zombies was not large. At most, there were only a dozen zombies and they were all killed by Su Qin. On the premise of obtaining dozens of energy stones, 3 black fragments were dropped. One was a fragment of the ungraded Gatling gun, and the other 2 were fragments of the intelligent chariot. In this way, only one fragment of the ungraded Gatling gun would be needed. There were also 3 fragments of the intelligent chariot, but its usage standard was higher. It needed 10 fragments to be used. The MCV drove on the vast plain for more than 3 hours, and it was already late at night. Wu Yang proposed to rest and continue the journey the next day, and everyone agreed. Just as the engine of the MCV turned off, a black figure suddenly flashed in front of the car. Are they zombies? Su Chen caught sight of this figure and his eyelids suddenly twitched. Ordinary zombies definitely didn't have this kind of speed. Could it be a high-level zombie? Su Chen had doubts in his heart and released his spiritual force to observe outside. Unexpectedly, when his mental power extended more than 5 meters away from the car, his face suddenly changed. Surrounding the carriage was a group of ferocious-looking giant wolves with black fur. Each of them was about 2 meters long, and their eyes were glowing with a green light. There are zombie wolves outside, Su Chen exclaimed. Zombie wolves were also a type of zombie. They were mutated wolves that had been infected with zombie poison. Compared to ordinary zombies, the zombie wolves were many times stronger. They were almost as strong as a level 1 evolver. Their most obvious characteristics were that they were extremely fast, powerful, and had sharp claws and teeth that could even pierce through thick iron. Not good, hurry up and drive. Wu Yang's face changed and he shouted at Li Liang. He also saw the existence of zombie wolves, and roughly estimated that there were at least 20 of them. Facing more than 20 zombie wolves that were comparable to level 1 evolvers, the MCV's defense could not withstand it all. Chapter 23. Li Liang was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The MCV sped forward as fast as lightning. Bang! Bang! The 2 zombie wolves in front of the MCV were knocked away. However, the front of the MCV was also dented. It could be seen that the body of the zombie wolves was much stronger than that of ordinary zombies. Roar! The rest of the zombie wolves saw that the MCV was about to escape. They roared and madly chased after the MCV. Hurry up, get out of here! Wu Yang anxiously shouted at Li Liang. The speed of the zombie wolves was not much slower than the MCV. If they couldn't get out of the encirclement before the zombie wolves reacted, they would all be finished. Captain, this is the fastest we can go. Li Liang gritted his teeth. Because of nervousness, his hands holding the steering wheel were trembling. They are catching up. Chao Ran looked at the large group of zombie wolves behind the MCV. His face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. Tan Lin's beautiful face was also pale, but she didn't yell. Instead, she looked at Su Chen. In her heart, no matter what difficulties or crises they encountered, as long as Su Chen was by her side, she would get a little bit of comfort. Compared to the others who were extremely nervous, Su Chen was a lot calmer. He extended his spirit power to a distance of 10 meters and found that there were at least 50 zombie wolves chasing after them. This kind of number was not something that could be stopped by pure force. It seems that I can only rely on this. Su Chen gradually narrowed his eyes. As he withdrew his spirit power, he opened the storage bag and took out the level 1 pulse pistol. The level 1 pulse pistol was used in the same way as the pistols in his previous life. The only difference was that the ammunition was not bullets but energy stones. Moreover, its magazine was like a storage bag. There was space inside and it could be infinitely filled with energy stones. Each energy stone was equal to 1 bullet. In other words, as long as there were enough energy stones, the pulse pistol could be fired infinitely. Its power was enough to kill level 1 zombies, and it was more than enough to deal with the zombie wolves. Then Su Chen opened the magazine of the pulse pistol, and began to fill it with energy stones. Just in case, he filled it with 70 energy stones at once, which was enough to kill 70 zombie wolves. Su Chen, what are you holding in your hand? Chao Ran frowned and asked when he saw Su Chen holding something strange in his hand and filling it with energy stones. In this world, although there were advanced vehicles such as the MCV, there were no firearms and other firearms. Therefore, Chao Ran did not know what Su Chen was holding. Weapon, Su Chen replied faintly. His eyes fell on the pulse pistol, but he did not explain much. Bang. But at this time the MCV suffered a violent impact, and the front of the MCV suddenly emitted black smoke. Su Chen and the other 3 people in the MCV were almost thrown to the ground by the huge impact. Li Liang, how did you drive? Wu Yang stabilized his body and roared at Li Liang. Captain, I didn't mean it, Li Liang cried. Because he was too nervous, he drove the MCV in a panic and did not notice the big rock in front of him, which led to the MCV hitting it. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drive," Wu Yang urged. After such a delay, the zombie wolves had caught up and surrounded the MCV. "No, the MCV can't be ignited." Li Liang tried again and again to ignite the MCV, but he did not succeed. At this time, the zombie wolves had already launched an attack on the MCV. Bang bang. The MCV of the MCV swayed left and right, and holes appeared on the MCV. It would not last long before it was pierced. Chapter 24. It's over. We're dead. Chao Ran was still in shock and his eyes were filled with disappointment. It seemed that the MCV was about to be destroyed, and they were all going to die in the mouth of the zombie wolf. Su Chen. Tan Lin walked to Su Chen's side and looked at him. She knew that this time they were going to die, but as long as she could die with the person she loved, she would be very happy. "Don't worry, I'm here. No one will die." Su Chen comforted her with a smile, and then turned to look at Wu Yang. Wu Yang sighed, stroking the thick broadsword, and said firmly, "Get ready to fight." Su Chen nodded slightly. "Captain Wu, open the door. I'll deal with the zombie wolf." He couldn't wait until the MCV was destroyed, and then Tan Lin wouldn't have a place to hide. Even if he had the pulse pistol, he couldn't take care of Tan Lin's safety. Once the door was opened, the zombie wolf would definitely attack from the door, and the MCV would be saved. "Don't open the door." Li Liang was inexplicably frightened and shouted, "Su Chen, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill us?" "Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll throw you out." Su Chen coldly stared at Li Liang. Under Su Chen's gaze, Li Liang felt a bone-chilling cold. He trembled all over and didn't even dare to fart. "Su Chen, do you really want to open the door?" Wu Yang asked tentatively. "Trust me." Su Chen nodded heavily. Wu Yang gritted his teeth and without hesitation, he opened the door. Brr. The moment the door was opened, a zombie wolf excitedly rushed toward the door. Wu Yang clenched the thick broadsword, and when he was about to slash, suddenly there was a gunshot in the MCV. Su Chen held the pulse pistol with one hand and gently pulled the trigger. As the gunshot rang out, a tongue of flame shot out. As soon as the zombie wolf stuck its head into the car, its head exploded, and it turned into a headless corpse that fell outside the car. *CK. Wu Yang was horrified. He had never seen such a terrifying weapon before. With just a loud explosion, a zombie wolf with the strength of a level 1 evolver was killed. Captain Wu, step aside. After killing a zombie wolf with one shot, Su Chen felt reassured and walked straight to the car door. Wu Yang retreated to the side without hesitation. Since Su Chen had such a powerful weapon, killing the zombies would be a piece of cake. There was no need for him to do anything. When the zombie wolf outside the car saw that its companion had died, it became even angrier and charged towards the car door without any regard for its own life. This time, 2 of them rushed over at once. Su Chen fired 2 shots at the same time. One shot hit the neck of the zombie wolf, separating its head from its body. The other shot opened a bowl-sized bloody hole in the chest of the second zombie wolf, killing it on the spot. In a flash, 3 zombie wolves were killed. However, the zombie wolves were not afraid at all. The more of their companions died, the angrier they became. Woo woo, all the zombie wolves bared their teeth and charged towards the car door one after another. Bang bang, a series of gunshots reverberated in the darkness of the night. Every shot would reap the life of a zombie wolf. Su Chen did not know how many shots he had fired, but the bodies of the zombie wolves were piled up like a small hill outside the car door. At the same time, there were 7 or 8 beams of different colors emitting dazzling light. Too strong. Wu Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, shocked to the extreme. Su Chen was already strong enough as a telekinesis user and an evolver. He did not expect that he would have such a terrifying weapon. His overall strength was even higher than that of a level 2 evolver. Awesome. Su Chen is too awesome. Chao Ran was so excited that he danced with joy. He admired Su Chen from the bottom of his heart. He thought that he was going to die, but after Su Chen took out a strange weapon, the situation took a turn and the zombie wolves became the targets of the hunt. Chapter 25. Tan Lin gently bit her thin lips, her eyes never leaving Su Chen, and her heart was also very excited. Li Liang, who was hiding in the corner, had a gloomy face. Although the crisis was over, he couldn't be happy. The reason was simple. Su Chen was too good, so good that people looked up to him, which made his jealousy deepen. At this time, Li Liang kept shouting in his heart. Why is Suchin so strong? Why is he accompanied by beautiful women? Why am I useless? It's not fair. On the other side, Suchin released his spiritual power and swept outside, and found that there were 7 zombie wolves outside. Because the door was blocked, the 7 zombie wolves couldn't attack from the door, so they went to other places and tore at the MCV. Of course, Suchin wouldn't let the zombie wolves destroy the MCV wantonly. He kicked the zombie wolf outside the door and quickly rushed out. Seeing this, Wu Yang followed with his big knife. Suchin fired 5 shots, killing 5 zombie wolves, and put away the pulse pistol. Pulse pistol consumed energy stones, and he didn't want to waste it anymore. There were only 2 zombie wolves left, and he and Wu Yang could take 1 each. It was too easy. When all the zombie wolves were killed, Chao Ran also rushed out of the MCV and shouted, "I'll help dig out the energy stones." He had done this kind of thing once before, so he was familiar with it. More importantly, he would be able to get a share of the energy stones, so why not? Tan Lin breathed a sigh of relief and also got out of the MCV to help. Li Liang hesitated for a moment and finally got out of the MCV. Suchin glanced around, and after finding no danger, he began to pick up the fragments. Picked up, Doomsday Mall, *1, 310, fragments are not full, cannot be used. Picked up, Bread Tree Seed, *1, 11, fragments are full, can be used. Picked up, Enchanted Sword, *1, 13, fragments are not full, can be used. Picked up, Supersonic War Boots, X1, 11, full of fragments, can be used. Picked up, Intelligent War Chariot, *1, 710. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. Suchin heard 8 strange noises in succession in his mind, and he obtained 8 things. However, he could only use Breadfruit Tree Seed and Rapid Combat Boots. The shape of the Bread Tree Seed was almost the same as the Hard Fruit Seed. After being planted, it would grow into a 2-meter-tall plant in a very short time. Moreover, it would produce 10 breadfruit the size of watermelons. What was even more amazing was that its growth cycle was only 24 hours. In other words, after plucking the fruit, it would bear fruit again within a day. In order to survive in this apocalyptic world, other than avoiding zombies, food was also very important. With this breadfruit tree seed in his hand, Suchin would never have to worry about food in the future. Rapid War Boots was a pair of purple shoes that could increase one's speed. It could increase one's speed by 2 times, and it was a life-saving item. As for the remaining 6 fragments, none of them were complete yet. Among them, one was Doomsday Mall, and he also obtained a weapon fragment, Enchanted Sword. The remaining 4 fragments were Intelligent War Chariot fragments. Adding the 3 fragments he obtained before, he now had 7 fragments. After picking up the fragments, Suchin also began to dig for energy stones. 10 minutes later, all the energy stones were dug out. There were a total of 57 stones. Since almost all the zombie wolves were killed by Suchin, he took 40 stones, Wu Yang took 8, and Tan Lin and the other 2 took 3 each. Back in the MCV, Suchin filled all the 40 energy stones he obtained with the level 1 pulse pistol. "Suchin, where did you get that thing in your hand?" Wu Yang asked. He had seen the power of the pulse pistol with his own eyes. If he could get one, not only would he be able to survive in this apocalyptic world, but he would also be able to kill everyone. Chapter 26. I picked it up. The corner of Suchin's mouth twitched, revealing a meaningful smile. This time he didn't lie, the pulse pistol was indeed obtained by picking up fragments. As for whether Wu Yang believed it or not, that was none of his business. Wu Yang's face was full of astonishment, his heart was in turmoil. Picked it up? Was this for real? Can you tell me where you picked it up? I also want to pick it up. I also want to be strong. I also want to kill everyone. On the other side, Chao Ran and Li Liang were rushing to repair the MCV. In his previous life, the structure of the car was very complicated. The power came from gasoline, diesel, electricity, and so on. The MCV was very different, the power relied on energy stones, and the structure was relatively simple, so it was much easier to repair. "Suchin, I'll give you all my energy stones." Tan Lin gave her energy stones to Suchin. Although the energy stones were very precious, she felt that they were useless in her hands, so it was better to give them to Suchin. Okay. Suchin nodded and didn't refuse. Although they weren't married, they had long regarded each other as their other half, so it didn't matter who had the energy stones. Moreover, if he refused, Tan Lin might have other thoughts. Sure enough, seeing that Suchin didn't refuse, Tan Lin's face showed a bright smile. Li Liang, how long will it take to repair it? Wu Yang asked anxiously. When they were killing the zombie wolves, they made too much noise, and if more zombies were attracted and the MCV couldn't be driven, they would be in danger. About 5 minutes. Li Liang replied. That's good, but you have to hurry. Wu Yang was slightly relieved. When Su Chen was filling the pulse pistol with energy stones, he vaguely heard some light footsteps. And as time went by, the footsteps became clearer and more frequent. There are zombies coming. Su Chen frowned and turned to look outside the MCV. Outside the carriage, under the black sky, starlight sprinkled down sparsely. With the help of the weak light, Su Chen quickly saw many ferocious and terrifying faces. They were all zombies. Moreover, their numbers had reached an astonishing level. There were over 1,000 of them that could be seen. Zombie horde. Wu Yang also discovered the existence of zombies, and his face completely changed. The so-called zombie tide was formed when the number of zombies reached a certain level. The minimum standard was 10,000. Moreover, 10,000 zombies could only be considered a small zombie tide. Some zombie hordes even numbered in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Millions of zombies were known as the super zombie wave. Wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass would survive. Even a large gathering place like King Kong City would be razed to the ground in an instant if it encountered a super zombie tide. What should we do? Wu Yang's mouth trembled. Even if he had gone through countless hardships and seen many big scenes, when faced with a zombie tide, he still panicked and lost his mind. Chao Ran and Li Liang didn't have time to repair the MCV. Hearing the dense footsteps and howls outside, their faces became extremely ugly. It's over. We're dead for sure. Li Liang collapsed on the ground and began to cry. Shut up. Su Chen stepped forward and kicked him and he fainted. Zombies' hearing was very sensitive, and Li Liang's crying was likely to attract the zombies' attention. Chapter 27. Su Chen, it's useless. Even if we don't make any noise when the zombies rush over, they will crush the MCV. We won't be able to escape death, Wu Yang whispered. Su Chen naturally understood this and his thoughts were running fast at this moment. The zombies are coming. Seeing that the zombies were less than 10 meters away from the MCV, Chao Ran trembled and reminded him. In the face of such a large group of zombies, it was too late to abandon the MCV and escape. The reason why the zombie tide was so scary was that, in addition to the number of zombies, there were also high-level zombies. The strength of high-level zombies was not below that of evolvers, and their speed was even faster. Su Chen had the rapid boots, so it was not a problem for him to escape, but for the others, it was impossible for them to outrun high-level zombies. I'll go out and lure the zombies away. You guys hide in the MCV and don't make any noise, Su Chen put on their rapid boots, and said in a low voice. Although it was dangerous, he had full confidence in it. First of all, the rapid boots could greatly increase his speed and the zombies could not catch up with him. Secondly, the pulse pistol could continuously kill zombies and he was both a telekinesis user and an evolver. No matter how many zombies there were, they could not stop him. No. Tan Lin's face changed dramatically and she immediately refused. There were so many zombies outside, how could she let Su Chen take the risk? Don't worry, the zombies can't do anything to me. Su Chen smiled and comforted her and then said, after I lure the zombies away, you guys fix the MCV and go to King Kong City immediately. After getting rid of the zombies, I will go to King Kong City to find you guys. After that, Su Chen rushed out of the MCV without waiting for the others to speak. At that time, the zombies were less than 5 meters away from the MCV, and Su Chen's sudden appearance naturally attracted their attention. In the eyes of zombies, humans were not only prey but also food. Seeing that there was food in front of them, all the zombies roared excitedly. The roars were continuous, and it was earth-shattering, echoing in the vast plain. Wu Yang and the others on the MCV were trembling with fear, and they did not even dare to breathe. Call your sister. Su Chen, however, was not afraid. He raised his hand and shot out a fireball. Amidst the violent explosion, the nearest zombie was blown into two. Su Chen's action completely enraged the zombies. They madly rushed towards Su Chen. One of the zombies had a particularly strong body and was much faster than the other zombies. In just a few steps, it was already in front of Su Chen. Is a level 1 zombie that awesome? Su Chen smiled contemptuously and raised his hand to fire a shot. The level 1 zombie was shot in the head. It took 2 steps forward and fell at Su Chen's feet. Then, a red beam of light shone from the corpse. Fragment. Su Chen's expression changed and he grabbed it. Picked up, healing potion, shard X111. Shards full ready to use. In Su Chen's hand, there was a glass bottle filled with some green liquid. In his mind there was also some information about the healing potion. Simply put, the healing potion was used to treat injuries. After putting the healing potion into the storage bag, Su Chen shot another round of fireballs and wind blades. After killing several zombies he ran back. In order to lead all the zombies away, Su Chen did not burst out at full speed. Every time he opened up a distance he would stop and kill a group of zombies. In this way all the zombies were attracted by Su Chen. There was also a very strange scene on the plain. The zombies were like a wave, chasing after Su Chen with all their might, but they couldn't catch up to him. Every time a zombie got close to Su Chen, it would be mercilessly shot to death. Chapter 28. After a long time, when the MCV fell into silence again, Tan Lin looked at Wu Yang and asked worriedly, "Captain Wu, will Su Chen be okay?" Facing thousands of zombies alone, he would need the speed of a level 3 evolver to escape. Wu Yang thought that Su Chen was dead for sure, but he was surprised to find that Su Chen's speed was too fast, almost as fast as a level 3 evolver. Not to mention ordinary zombies, even level 1 or level 2 zombies would not be able to catch up with him. In addition, Su Chen was strong and had a powerful weapon, so it was absolutely possible for him to escape. Don't worry, with Su Chen's strength and speed, the zombies will not be able to catch up with him, Wu Yang said seriously. Tan Lin felt relieved when she heard Wu Yang's firm tone. Chao Ran, go and fix the car. We have to leave here as soon as possible, Wu Yang ordered. Li Liang had been kicked unconscious by Su Chen, and there were no signs of him waking up. The task of fixing the car fell on Chao Ran. Captain Wu, are we not going to wait for Su Chen? Tan Lin frowned. Chao Ran was also stunned. In their opinion, Su Chen was willing to take the risk to save them. Now that the zombies had left, it would be too unkind of them to ignore them. Su Chen asked us to go to King Kong City and wait for him. We will do as he says, Wu Yang explained. Now he admired Su Chen very much and trusted him very much. When Su Chen said that he would kill 80 zombies, he thought that Su Chen was crazy, but Su Chen did it easily. Later, when Su Chen killed the zombie wolves, he also thought that Su Chen could not do it, but Su Chen took out a weapon and killed the zombie wolves as easily as killing ants. Before Su Chen left, he said that he would lead the zombies away, and he did it. Through these three things, Wu Yang could be sure that no matter what decision Su Chen made, it was not without reason. He had absolute confidence in it. It could be said that every word that Su Chen said was still fresh in his mind. Since Su Chen had ordered them to go to King Kong City, there was nothing to hesitate about. They just had to do it. When the sky was bright, Su Chen had led the zombie army for hundreds of miles and arrived at the edge of a mountain range. During this time he kept releasing all kinds of spells, including fireballs, wind blades, thunder, and ice cones. With the help of the pulse pistol, he killed at least hundreds of zombies. He also took the opportunity to obtain 10 fragments. 2 fragments of Intelligent Chariot, 3 fragments of Apple Tree Seeds, 2 fragments of Hard Fruit Seeds, 2 fragments of Antiviral Potion, and 1 fragment of Enchanted Saber. Of course, there were more than 10 fragments, but because there were too many zombies he could not pick them up. After a few hours of tossing and turning, Su Chen was also exhausted. Moreover, the energy stones in the pulse pistol were used up, and his magic power was almost depleted. He did not want to continue fighting with the zombies. With the extreme speed of the rapid war boots, Su Chen quickly got rid of the zombies and entered the vast mountain range. Seeing Su Chen disappear from their sight, the zombies were furious, but they could only roar a few times to vent their anger. On the other side, Su Chen climbed to the top of a small mountain and looked at the zombie army behind him. After losing sight of Su Chen, the tens of thousands of zombies slowly dispersed. Seeing this, Su Chen's heart was filled with pride. He fought against tens of thousands of zombies alone, and he was unharmed. He even killed hundreds of zombies. Such a feat was unprecedented, and there might not be anyone who could do it in the future. Chapter 29. After a while, Su Chen came to the foot of the mountain, found a place to sit down, and muttered to himself, Tan Lin and the others should have left, right? Attracting the zombie tide away helped Tan Lin and the others get out of the crisis, and also bought a lot of time. He believed that with Wu Yang's decisiveness, this time should be on the way to King Kong City. Thinking of this, Su Chen was relieved. Then he hurriedly ate something, and when he was about to take a nap, he saw a 14 or 15 years old handsome young man walking towards him. "Big brother, this place is very dangerous, you can't sleep here." The young man saw Su Chen's sleepy look and reminded him. "Dangerous?" Su Chen was surprised and looked at the young man with interest and chuckled. "Since it's dangerous, why did you dare to come here alone?" Before, he had already observed the surroundings and did not find the existence of danger, so he did not know why the young man said so. The young man explained, "There are often zombies wandering around here. If you fall asleep you will be in danger. I often hang around here. As long as there are zombies I will be prepared in advance." Su Chen suddenly realized and asked, "Where is this place? Is there a safe place nearby?" After a night of tossing and turning, he just wanted to find a place to have a good sleep. "This is the Huangza mountain range," the young man replied and then scratched his head. "Why don't you come back with me? But my house is not big, you will have to leave after resting for a while." "The Huangza mountain range," Su Chen muttered. The Huangza mountain range was vast and there were many mutated beasts in the depths, and some humans lived in the periphery, forming a small gathering place. He had heard of this before. "Thank you very much." Su Chen thanked and squeezed out a smile on his tired face. "My name is Su Chen, what's your name?" Now that he was physically and mentally exhausted, and there was no suitable place to rest, he planned to go back with the young man. "Hello Chingo. My name is Yang Hao," Yang Hao replied with a smile. Su Chen was slightly lost in thought. Ever since he had transmigrated to this world, he had never seen such a pure smile. At this moment he felt as if he had returned to his previous life, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. "Chingu, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Su Chen in a daze, Yang Hao asked curiously. "It's nothing." Su Chen came back to his senses and coughed lightly. "Let's go." Then under Yang Hao's lead the two of them chatted as they walked. After half an hour they entered a valley surrounded by mountains. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He nodded slightly. "The environment is not bad. It feels like a paradise." The area in the valley was not very large, only a few hundred square meters. There were many crops planted in the open space. At the foot of the mountain there were more than 30 stone caves. The entrances of the caves were blocked by wooden fences. At first Su Chen did not know what these stone caves were for. After listening to Yang Hao's explanation he understood. It turned out that these stone caves were human residences. Each stone cave represented a family. "Chingu, this is my home. I'll take you in to have a look." Yang Hao pointed at a stone cave. Following Yang Hao into the stone cave, Su Chen looked around and secretly shook his head. This stone cave was at most 10 square meters. There were only 2 rough wooden beds and a few pots and pans. Other than that there was nothing else. It was more appropriate to describe it as a bare house. Compared to Su Chen's shabby bungalow in Tianan, it was much more shabby. "Big brother Chen, my sister went out. You should take the time to rest. Otherwise when she comes back she might not agree to let you stay here," Yang Hao said. Su Chen nodded. He laid on a wooden bed and closed his eyes. Although he was sleepy he did not dare to fall asleep. After all, people in the post-apocalyptic world were sinister. Even if he felt that Yang Hao was not bad he did not dare to be careless. After 2 hours of being half asleep, a tall, beautiful woman with long black hair walked into the stone cave. She looked less than 20 years old, around 18 or 19. Chapter 30. "Sister, you are back." Yang Hao greeted her. The woman nodded her head and suddenly noticed an unfamiliar man lying on the bed. She frowned and pointed at Su Chen and asked, "Who is he?" Yang Hao explained, "His name is Su Chen. He is a friend I met on the road. He seemed to be too tired so I brought him home to let him rest for a while." Su Chen, who heard the noise, also sat up at this time. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and when he saw the woman's appearance, he was startled and involuntarily said, "Dilly Reba? You also transmigrated?" The woman in front of him, whether it was her figure or appearance, was very similar to the female celebrity Dilly Reba from his previous life. He suspected that Dilly Reba had also transmigrated. The woman looked at Su Chen and a trace of anger appeared on her beautiful face. "What nonsense are you talking about? My name is Yang Chen, not Dilly Reba." Su Chen was handsome and gave her a good first impression. However, the way Su Chen looked at her revealed a different meaning, which made her very uncomfortable. "Oh, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else." Su Chen rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. Yang Chen was Yang Hao's sister. She had lived in the Huangza mountain range since she was young. Yang Hao had already told her this on the way back. Therefore Yang Qian only looked like Dilly Reba and was definitely not the real Dilly Reba. Since you are awake, then quickly leave. Yang Qian ordered him to leave. In the post-apocalyptic world, people's hearts were unpredictable. She did not know Su Chen's background. What if Su Chen was a bad person? Then wouldn't the two of them be in trouble? Yang Hao was somewhat unhappy and said in a muffled voice, "Sister, Jianghu just woke up and you are chasing him away without eating. Isn't this too unreasonable?" Although he hadn't known Su Chen for a long time, he felt that Su Chen wasn't a bad person. He couldn't understand why Yang Qian was in such a hurry to chase him away. "I happen to have something to do and need to leave." Su Chen found an excuse and smiled embarrassedly. It was normal to be vigilant in this post-apocalyptic world, and he did not feel that Yang Qian's actions were wrong. However, before he left, he still had to leave something behind for the other party. After all, he had rested here for a few hours. He could just treat it as his accommodation fee. There was a large amount of food stored in the storage bag as well as some energy stones. Just as Su Chen was taking them out, the wooden fence at the entrance of the cave was suddenly kicked open. Then two arrogant men walked into the cave. The one walking in front was an ugly man in his 20s. His face was filled with pimples of various sizes, and it was comparable to Chen Dong's ugly face. When the ugly man saw Su Chen sitting on the wooden bed, his expression changed. He pointed at Su Chen's nose and shouted angrily, "Kid, who are you? Why are you here?" "It's none of your business." Seeing the other party's ferocious attitude, Su Chen's face sank and he snorted coldly. "What are you talking about? Do you not want to live anymore?" A young man with a crew cut stood beside the ugly man. He glared at Su Chen and was about to rush forward to teach him a lesson. "Lu Wei, he is our friend. What do you want to do?" Yang Qian stood in front of Su Chen. Although she wasn't familiar with Su Chen, she didn't want Su Chen to be bullied. Lu Wei signaled to the youth not to act rashly and sneered, "I don't want to do anything. I'm here to collect protection fees." Yang Qian took out an energy stone and handed it to Lu Wei. "Here, leave my house immediately." Lu Wei pretended to take the energy stone, but he grabbed Yang Qian's hand. Chapter 31. What are you doing? Yang Qian's face turned pale as she retracted her hand and took a few steps back. Lu Wei narrowed his eyes, put his hand on the tip of his nose and sniffed it. With an intoxicated expression, he exclaimed, "How fragrant!" "Shameless." Yang Qian bit her thin lips as a blush appeared on her face. She looked extremely ashamed and resentful. "Lu Wei, we have already paid the protection fee. Why are you still here?" Yang Hao clenched his fists as his face turned red. Obviously, he was furious with Lu Wei's behavior. Lu Wei smiled. "The protection fee has increased. It used to be 1 stone per month, but now it's 2. "What? 2 stones? Yang Qian and Yang Hao's face changed. Zombies were too dangerous for ordinary people like them. Killing 2 or 3 zombies per month was already good enough. After exchanging for food and clothing, paying an energy stone as protection fee was already the limit. Lu Wei was asking for an exorbitant price. Obviously, he was trying to make things difficult for them. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. Living in Tiannan Colony, they also had to pay protection fees, but the fees were not as high as this. Handing over 2 energy stones a month was completely unreasonable. "Lu Wei, don't go too far. The Huangzi mountain range is not your home. Why do you have to pay so much for us?" Yang Hao shouted angrily. Lu Wei's face was cold as he sneered. "My family has the final say in the Huangzi mountain range. If you don't pay the protection fee, don't even think about living here." Yang Qian gritted her teeth. "We don't have any more energy stones. We owe you this time and will pay you back next month." Although she was unwilling, facing a bully like Lu Wei, she had no choice but to compromise. Lu Wei licked his lips as his eyes were filled with a layer of hot light. He said softly, "Yang Qian, why do you have to do this? As long as you agree to be my woman, not only will you not have to pay protection fees, you can also live a good life." Before Lu Wei could finish, he was interrupted by Yang Qian. "Shut up. I'd rather die than be your woman." Lu Wei was a notorious lecher in the desolate Lake Mountain range. The number of women who had been harmed by him was unknown. How could Yang Qian be his woman? "Brother Wei, this little girl doesn't know what's good for her. Why don't we just do it the hard way?" The youth with the crew cut suggested. Lu Wei didn't say anything, but his eyes were rolling around. "If you dare to do this, my father will not let you go. Don't forget that he is a level 1 evolver." Yang Hao noticed that Lu Wei was planning something, so he quickly said, Hearing this, Lu Wei's expression changed. The father of the Yang siblings, Yang Lingtian, was indeed a level 1 evolver, but he had disappeared from the Wolf Valley half a year ago. Lu Wei had long coveted Yang Lingtian, but he didn't make a move because he was afraid of Yang Lingtian. He wasn't sure if Yang Lingtian had died in the Wolf Valley or not. But then he remembered that his father was also a level 1 evolver and had many subordinates. Even if Yang Lingtian was still alive, there was nothing to be afraid of. Don't use Yang Lingtian to scare me. If you don't pay the protection fees today, your sister can only be my woman. Lu Wei threatened. A toad wants to eat a swan's meat? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Su Chen chuckled, got up and walked forward. Yang Qian was stunned for a moment, but when she came back to her senses, she gave Su Chen a look. Su Chen, this is none of your business. She was touched that Su Chen was willing to stand up for her, but she was more worried. With Lu Wei's ruthless way of doing things, Su Chen might lose his life. What did you say I am? Lu Wei's mouth trembled and his eyes were filled with bloodlust. In the Huangzi mountain range he was the local tyrant. Who dared to criticize his appearance? This strange man in front of him dared to insult him in front of his face. Are you deaf? I said you are a toad. Su Chen didn't mince his words. Then he explained with a smile, with your appearance, calling you a toad is already very respectful of you. Chapter 32. Lu Wei's chest heaved up and down as his face contorted. He gritted his teeth and roared, kill him. Kill him for me. The youth with the crew cut had a cruel look on his face as he rushed towards Su Chen and threw a punch at him. Ah! Yang Qian screamed in fright as if she couldn't bear to see Su Chen being beaten down. She closed her eyes. Su Chen's eyes flashed coldly as he kicked out. Accompanied by a miserable howl, the man with the crew cut was sent flying out of the stone cave. Blood splattered in the air. As a level 1 evolver, Su Chen was superior to his opponent in terms of speed and strength. The youth with the crew cut did not know Su Chen's strength and took the initiative to attack him. He was just asking to be humiliated. Jianghu is so strong? Yang Hao's eyes were wide open as he looked at Lu Wei in disbelief. The youth with the crew cut was Lu Wei's #1 fighter. How could he be sent flying with a kick? Even though he saw it with his own eyes, Yang Hao wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. What's going on? Hearing Yang Hao's murmur, Yang Qian opened her eyes. When she saw the youth with the crew cut lying on the ground like a dead dog while Su Chen was unharmed, she was stunned. Kit! How dare you hit my men? Lu Wei trembled as he looked at the youth with the crew cut who was lying on the ground. He was so angry that his mouth was trembling. Not only did Su Chen humiliate him, but he also taught his men a lesson. This was intolerable. At this moment he swore to himself that he must kill Su Chen today to vent his anger. Su Chen smiled as he walked towards Lu Wei and slapped him without warning. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap resounded in the cave. Lu Wei spun around on the spot after being hit. Half of his face was swollen. His originally ugly face now looked like a pig's head. Witnessing this scene, Yang Qian and Yang Hao opened their mouths wide. Their minds were in a mess. Not only did Su Chen teach the crew cut youth a lesson, he even beat up Lu Wei. This time he was in big trouble. You hit me? I am Lu Wei. My father is Lu Shirong. How dare you hit me? Lu Wei covered his face as if he had been beaten silly. His words were incoherent. Scram. If you dare to blabber again, I'll kill you. Su Chen glared at him with murderous intent. Intimidated by Su Chen's imposing manner, Lu Wei trembled in fear and obediently shut his mouth. Then he slipped away without looking back. Just you wait, I won't let you get away with this. Lu Wei left behind a threat as he ran far away. Su Chen couldn't be bothered and sat back down on the wooden bed. After this incident he did not plan to leave. Yang Qian looked at the calm Su Chen and sighed, You hit Lu Wei. His father will definitely come for revenge. You better run for your life. Lu Shirong was a level 1 evolver and the strongest person in the Huangzi mountain range. Even her father was no match for him. Although Su Chen was strong in her opinion, he was not an evolver. He was definitely not a match for Lu Shirong. Staying here would only lead to his death. Jianghu, my sister is right. You better run. Yang Hao agreed. What will you do if I leave? Su Chen rubbed his nose. Of course he would not leave. The reason he let Lu Wei go was to lure the people behind him. If he did not remove the roots, they would grow again. Only by eliminating them all could he be at ease. They don't dare to touch us. You, on the other hand, will die if you don't leave now. Yang Qian was anxious. Su Qin had offended Lu Wei because of them. She could not watch Su Qin die. Is Lu Shirong a level 1 evolver? Su Qin was still unmoved. Chapter 33. He is a level 1 evolver. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Yang Qian did not know why Su Qin was so fearless. She was angry and anxious at the same time. Su Qin nodded and took out the pulse pistol from his storage pouch and started to fill it with energy stones. He had killed level 1 evolvers before, and he had killed even more level 1 zombies. Therefore he did not take Lu Shirong seriously. However, he was still a little tired, so he was too lazy to fight. Using the pulse pistol would save him a lot of trouble. Jianghu, what is that in your hand? Yang Hao asked curiously when he saw Su Qin had a new toy in his hand. It is a very powerful weapon. It is enough to kill a level 1 evolver. Su Qin smiled. Is it that powerful? Yang Hao's eyes lit up. Yang Qian's expression changed as she looked at the pulse pistol. Seeing that the pistol was neither fish nor fowl, she snorted and said, "Don't brag. You might not have seen the power of a level 1 evolver. You will regret it later." Su Qin rubbed his nose and did not explain further. Who the hell dared to hit my son? Come out and die. At this time, a man's angry roar came from outside the cave. Lu Shirong is here. Yang Qian's face was pale. Li Shirong had come personally, so Su Qin could not escape even if he wanted to. Once he fell into Lu Shirong's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. You guys stay here and don't go out, Su Qin said and walked out of the cave. Stepping out of the cave, Su Qin narrowed his eyes and looked around. He saw more than a dozen fierce-looking men with weapons in their hands. Lu Wei was also among them. Because Lu Wei and his men came aggressively, they made a lot of noise and attracted a lot of attention. Many people from the other caves poked their heads out to look in this direction. Some of them even gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and whispered to each other. What's going on? Why is Lu Shirong here? I heard that an outsider hit Lu Wei. Li Shirong must be here for revenge. Is that guy stupid? He even dared to hit Lu Wei. He's dead for sure. Brat, let's see how arrogant you are this time. Lu Wei glared at Su Qin and threatened. He then turned to a bald man beside him and said, Father, this is the brat who hit me. The bald man looked to be in his 50s and was about 1.9 meters tall. His entire body was covered with bulging muscles, and his face was unusually ferocious. He glanced at Su Qin and coldly shouted, Boy kneel. You are Lu Shirong, right? Su Qin first gave an irrelevant answer, then his eyes turned cold. Kneel my ass. Who do you think you are? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a clap of thunder that instantly caused a commotion in the surroundings. This guy is so arrogant. You even dare to scold Lu Shirong? An outsider who hasn't seen the world. But his end will definitely be miserable. The spectators all agreed that Su Qin would definitely die, and with Lu Shirong's brutality, even if he died he would be tortured. Father, quickly kill him. Lu Wei roared with a ferocious face. In front of his own father, Su Qin dared to be so arrogant, and he really couldn't stand it anymore. More than a dozen of his men were also rubbing their hands and their eyes were cold. They were just waiting for Lu Shirong's order, and then they would pounce on Su Qin and tear him to pieces. Wait a moment. Lu Shirong motioned his men not to rush into action, and his eyes fell back on Su Qin. Su Qin's face was full of confidence from the beginning to the end, which made Lu Wei mutter, Is this guy hiding his strength? From the information brought back by Lu Wei, he judged that Su Qin's strength was not weak, but he had not reached the level of an evolver. However, seeing that Su Qin was so young, and yet so calm in the face of chaos, this made him suspicious. To be able to dominate the Huangzi Mountains for so many years, not only was he strong, but he also had the ability to observe people's expressions. His intuition told him that the young man in front of him was not simple. Chapter 34. Kid, where did you come from? To be safe, Lu Shirong decided to figure out Su Qin's background first. You don't need to know. Su Qin's mouth curled up into a strange curve. The moment that pulse pistol was aimed at Lu Shirong, he pulled the trigger. A gunshot reverberated through the valley. Not good. Lu Shirong instinctively felt a sense of danger and put his hand in front of him to block. A streak of fire instantly pierced through his palm and then hit his chest, creating a huge bloody hole. Gulp! Lu Shirong felt that all his strength had been sucked out. His throat moved a few times and he finally fell to the ground. Even though he was dead, his eyes were still wide open, filled with unwillingness and regret. It was obvious that he had died with his eyes wide open. The moment Lu Shirong fell, the entire valley fell into a strange silence. Lu Shirong is dead. Even though the spectators had witnessed Lu Shirong's death with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. A level 1 evolver, one of the strongest in the Huangza mountain range, was killed so easily? Was this not too much? Am I dreaming? Some people pinched their thighs, thinking that they were still dreaming. Dad, you can't die. Hurry up and get up. Lu Wei screamed in despair and threw himself onto Lu Shirong's body. Boss was killed, the rest of the men were all stunned and they were all terrified. Lu Shirong's death deeply affected them, and their mental defenses collapsed at this moment. Run. After exchanging glances with each other, someone shouted, and the crowd dispersed in a hubbub. Su Chen's strength was beyond everyone's expectation. Killing a level 1 evolver was as easy as chopping vegetables. Ordinary people like them were even less than ants in Su Chen's eyes. If they did not run, how could they save their lives? Do you think you can run? Su Chen sneered. His goal was to catch all of them in one fell swoop, so how could he let them escape? With the speed buff of the rapid combat boots, Su Chen chased after him like a whirlwind. Accompanied by a dozen screams, a dozen bodies fell to the ground. Oh my god. He is also an evolver. Too strong. Too invincible. That was too cruel. The spectators witnessed the scene of Su Chen killing more than a dozen people like a crane. Their hearts were in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. On the other side, Lu Wei wanted to run as well, but due to excessive fear, his legs were cramping and he could not move even half a step. Su Chen slowly walked forward, the sword in his hand exuding a dazzling cold light. Don't come here. Lu Wei was so scared that he trembled and fell to the ground. Go and accompany your old man. Su Chen teased. Well, I beg you don't kill me. Seeing Su Chen approaching him like a god of death, Lu Wei broke down and knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Su Chen was not moved and he swung his knife down, and a large head rolled on the ground. When Yang Qian and her brother heard the screams, they ran out of the cave and witnessed the scene of Su Chen killing Lu Wei. He killed Lu Wei. Yang Qian covered her mouth and her face was full of shock. Sister, Lu Shirong is also dead. Yang Hao pulled Yang Qian's clothes and pointed at Lu Shirong's body, and said in a trembling voice. Chapter 35. Ah! Yang Qian exclaimed. When she saw Lu Shirong's body, she was stunned. At first, she thought that Su Chen was just boasting. She never thought that Su Chen really had the ability to kill a level 1 evolver. For a moment, he was pleasantly surprised and looked at Su Chen with a complicated expression. Well, the trouble has been solved. Come in, I have something to ask you. Su Chen greeted Yang Qian and walked back into the cave. Yang Qian and Yang Hao looked at each other and followed behind Su Chen. Su Chen, how did you kill Lu Shirong? Is it really that strange weapon? Yang Qian asked as soon as they entered the cave. She wanted to check the pulse pistol again, but she found that it was no longer with Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and did not explain. He asked, I heard that your father was trapped in the Wolf Valley. Is there a lot of mutant wolves in the Wolf Valley? There are only 3 mutant wolves in the Wolf Valley, but they are all level 1 mutant beasts. They are very powerful. Yang Hao explained. 3 mutant wolves? Su Chen muttered and his eyes lit up. Under normal circumstances, mutant beasts were stronger than evolvers of the same level. Of course, an evolver and a telekinesis master like him was an exception. The reason why he wanted to find out the whereabouts of the mutant wolves was because he had a bottle of pet potion. If he could capture a mutant wolf, his strength would increase by a lot. Why did your father enter the Wolf Valley? Su Chen was curious. Since he knew there were 3 mutant wolves in the Wolf Valley, why did he take the risk? Yang Qian did not hide anything and said, there is a kind of fruit in the Wolf Valley called the blue fruit. After consuming it, there is a high chance of becoming a telekinesis master. My father entered the Wolf Valley because of the blue fruit. There is such a good thing? Su Chen's eyes lit up. It was extremely difficult to become a spirit reader, even more difficult than becoming a magic reader. In the Tianan gathering base, there were more than a dozen evolvers, but only one was a magic psychic. As for a spirit psychic, there was not a single one. If the blue fruit really had the effect of making people a spirit reader, then its value was immeasurable. Su Chen could increase his strength by picking up the fragments. He might not be able to use the blue fruit, but Tan Lin could. Moreover, even if he didn't use it, he could sell it outside and make a fortune. Su Chen, you can't be thinking about the blue underworld fruit, right? Su Chen's sudden inquiry about the Wolf Valley made Yang Qian a little suspicious. Sort of. Su Chen nodded. His original purpose was to rescue the mutated wolf. If Yang Lingtian was still alive, he would also rescue him. After learning about the existence of the blue fruit in the Wolf Valley, he was even more determined to go to the Wolf Valley. There are 3 mutated wolves in the Wolf Valley. My father entered the Wolf Valley half a year ago, and there has been no news from him since. Don't be rash. Yang Qian said worriedly. Although Su Chen had the ability to kill a level 1 evolver, mutated wolves were stronger than evolvers. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. Yang Qian did not think that Su Chen could defeat 3 mutated wolves. I won't go for now, Su Chen replied. Dealing with 3 level 1 mutated wolves would only take 3 shots. Even if he did not use the pulse pistol, his own strength was more than enough. The reason why he did not go was because he wanted to tame all 3 mutated wolves. However, he only had 1 bottle of pet potion. He wanted to collect all 3 bottles of pet potion before leaving. That's good. Yang Qian sighed in relief. Chapter 36. Is there anything to eat? Su Chen asked. From last night until now, he only had something to eat in the morning, so he was indeed a bit hungry. Although there was enough food in the storage bag, he still wanted to see the food here as it was his first time in the Huangzi mountain range. Yes, I'll go get it. Yang Hao quickly brought a bowl of black stuff and placed it in front of Su Chen. Su Chen took a bite and secretly shook his head. The thing in the bowl was not only sticky but also bitter and hard to swallow. Jianghu, how does it taste? Yang Hao looked at it and unconsciously swallowed his saliva. It's passable. Su Chen said perfunctorily, then asked, Why aren't you guys eating? We're not hungry. Yang Hao scratched his head and smiled, but his stomach failed to live up to his expectations and started to growl. In fact, he was already starving, but the only thing he could eat at home was that bowl of paste. Su Chen laughed, put down the bowl in his hand and took out 3 cans from the storage bag. Try this. Jianghu, what is this? Where did you take it from? Seeing Su Chen take out 3 tin cans from a palm-sized bag like magic, Yang Hao was surprised. Because he lived in the Huangzi mountain range since he was young, he had never seen canned food. This is canned food and it's also canned braised meat. Su Chen said and opened the 3 cans one by one. A strong smell of meat soon floated in the cave. Meat. It's all meat. Yang Hao's eyes lit up and saliva flowed out. Since Yang Lingtian was trapped in the Wolf Valley, they didn't know what to eat next, let alone meat. Su Chen smiled and gave Yang Hao and his brother 1 each. Thank you, Jianghu. Yang Hao took the canned food and ate heartily. His mouth was full of oil. Su Chen, this thing is too expensive. I can't eat it. Yang Qian returned the can to Su Chen. Canned meat, for example, might not be available even with energy stones. It could be said that it was exceptionally precious, and she was too embarrassed to ask for it. Su Chen gave it back and smiled faintly. Don't worry, eat it. I have plenty. In order to reassure Yang Qian, he took out 7 or 8 cans of food from his storage bag. So many. Yang Hao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yang Qian was also surprised. Firstly, she didn't expect Su Chen to have so many cans. Secondly, she was very interested in the bag in Su Chen's hand. She clearly saw that the bag was only the size of a palm. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be able to hold so many cans. Su Chen, can your bag hold so many things? Yang Qian curiously asked. Su Chen took out the cans in front of them. He didn't want to hide anything and explained, this is a storage space. There are 10 cubic meters of space inside. There is such a magical thing in the world. Yang Qian slightly opened her mouth. She had never heard of storage space before. Today she learned something new. Su Chen urged, hurry up and eat. After eating, I have something to ask you. Seeing that Su Chen still had so many cans in stock, Yang Qian didn't refuse anymore. Su Chen finished 2 cans and wiped his mouth. Where are the zombies around here? If he wanted to get 3 bottles of pet potion, he had to keep hunting zombies and get the fragments from them. In addition, he still needed 1 fragment of the intelligent chariot. If he could get enough, he could save a lot of time when he went to King Kong City. Jianghu, do you want to kill zombies? Yang Hao ate 3 cans in a row, burped and asked. Su Chen nodded and said, I do want to kill zombies. Because killing zombies can quickly increase my strength. Yang Hao said, oh, and replied, 20 miles from here there is a large mine. There are a lot of zombies there. We usually go there to kill zombies. Chapter 37. How many zombies are there? Suchin asked quickly. Around 10,000 of them, Jianghu said in a natural manner. So many? How dare you hunt them? Suchin was surprised. Over 10,000 zombies had formed a small-scale zombie horde. Not to mention Jianghu, even a level 2 evolver might not be able to survive if they encountered such a horde. Jianghu knew that Suchin had misunderstood, so he explained, not all the zombies will come out. Occasionally a few will come out. At most there will be 20 or 30 zombies. Suchin understood and nodded. That's it for today. Tomorrow you will take me to hunt zombies. Okay, Chingo. Jianghu agreed. Although hunting zombies was dangerous, in order to survive they had killed a few in recent days, so they had some experience. Coupled with a powerhouse like Suchin, the danger was greatly reduced. Jianghu, are there people living in the caves outside? Suchin glanced around the cave and suddenly remembered that he had no place to stay. Yes. Jianghu responded and then looked at Yang Qian. He seemed to be asking, why don't we let Jianghu live here? Yang Qian bit her lips and thought for a while. In the end she nodded. Her idea was simple. Suchin had killed Lu Shirong and his son. It could be said that he had helped them a lot. She couldn't let Suchin sleep outside, right? Of course, once she agreed she would be under a lot of pressure. After all, she was a big girl and Suchin living in the same cave. It was inevitable that people would gossip about her. Jianghu didn't think too much about it. He was overjoyed and said, Jianghu, my sister agreed. You can stay at my house. Suchin was stunned and turned to look at Yang Qian. He still remembered that Yang Qian had asked him to leave. How could she change her mind in such a short time? Yang Qian's face turned red. When she found that Suchin was looking at her, she quickly turned her head. She didn't dare to look at Suchin. Forget it, I will go outside and dig one. Suchin rubbed his nose. The space in the cave was limited. It was not convenient for one more person to live in it. Hearing this, Yang Qian's face was complicated. She seemed to be relieved, but there was also a trace of disappointment. Big brother Qian, it's not that easy to dig out a cave. Those rocks are very hard. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month to dig out a cave. Jianghu reminded with a frown. Digging a cave was a big project for others, but for Suchin it was a piece of cake. He had a super electric drill in his storage bag, which was a divine tool for digging holes. It's just a small matter. Suchin winked at Jianghu. As he walked out, he said, help me choose a good place. Jianghu didn't know what was going on. He shook his head and followed. After walking around the valley, Suchin finally chose a place not far from Jianghu's cave. The stone wall here was very smooth and flat. It was very suitable for digging a cave. Jianghu, change your position. The stones here are much harder than other places. If you really want to dig, you may not be able to dig it out in a month. Jianghu sighed. Suchin realized that no wonder there was no cave here. It was because the stones were too hard. I won't change. Here it is. Suchin smiled and took out the super electric drill from the storage bag. Then, under Jianghu's surprised gaze, he began to install the energy stone. Jianghu, what is that in your hand? Seeing another strange thing in Suchin's hand, Jianghu's eyes widened. A special tool for digging holes. Suchin chuckled and placed the super electric drill on the stone wall. He pressed the switch and it began to drill. Under the impact of the drill, the hard stone wall shattered like a piece of paper. Oh my God! Jianghu was stunned. Chapter 38. In just an hour, a cave about 10 square meters in size was dug out. The area was not very big, but it was enough for one person to live in. After that, with the help of Jianghu, a simple wooden door and a wooden bed were made. Suchin finally had his own home in the Huangzi mountain range. After dinner, Suchin laid on the wooden bed. Tanlin's figure appeared in his mind. Although it was only a day, his heart still missed Tanlin very much. Don't worry, I will go to King Kong City to find you soon. Suchin squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. His plan was to stay in the Huangzi mountain range for 3 days. In these 3 days, in addition to hunting zombies, the blue fruit in the Wolf Valley was also necessary. Once the 3 days were up, he would immediately leave for King Kong City. The next morning, Suchin went to hunt zombies under the guidance of Yang Qian and Yang Qian. After more than an hour, the three of them entered a sparse forest. A few hundred meters away from the small forest, there was a giant mine pit, and they could vaguely hear the roars of zombies. How do you usually hunt zombies? After waiting for a while in the small forest, there was no sign of zombies. Su Chen was a little impatient. "Brother Chen, you have to be patient when hunting zombies." Yang Hao pointed to a place in front of them and continued, "We dug a trap in front of us. If a lone zombie appears, we will have the opportunity to lead it into the trap and then kill it." Su Chen nodded. Although Yang Hao's method was a little clumsy, it was relatively safe for ordinary people like them. However, he did not want to passively wait. He needed to kill a large number of zombies, only then would he be able to get more fragments. "Is there a way to lead some of the zombies out of the mine pit?" Su Chen asked. "It can be done, but the number of zombies drawn out is uncontrollable. Once there are too many, it will be dangerous." Yang Hao's face changed slightly. Yang Qian understood the meaning of Su Chen's words and hurriedly advised, "Su Chen, don't think about attracting zombies. Someone had done this before, but hundreds of them were drawn out at once. They were torn to shreds and many people were implicated." Hearing this, Su Chen disagreed. Not to mention 100 zombies, even a small zombie tide of tens of thousands couldn't do anything to him. It was just that Yang Qian and Yang Hao were too weak. He was worried that they would be in danger, so he decided to wait and see what would happen. If the zombies didn't appear or if there were too few of them, he might as well let Yang Qian and Wang Yao leave, and he would attract the zombies by himself. After another half an hour, a zombie finally came out of the mine, but it was only one. No matter how small an ant was, it was still meat. Su Chen rushed up with his saber. But before he could run a few steps, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and threw a stone at the zombie. The zombie was attacked and crazily rushed toward the figure. Su Chen saw clearly that the figure was a thin little boy and he looked younger than Yang Hao. The little boy saw the zombie chasing him, and he was so scared that he turned around and ran. When he was about to run into the small forest, he suddenly stopped. When the zombie was 3 meters away from the little boy, it suddenly fell into a pit. Then 4 or 5 men with weapons rushed out of the small forest and attacked the zombies in the pit. Soon the zombies were killed. Seeing this, Su Chen shook his head and returned to the small forest. "Yang Hao, are there a lot of people hunting zombies here?" Su Chen asked. Yang Hao nodded. "There are several groups nearby." "With so many people, how many zombies can you kill in a day?" Su Chen frowned. "They have been here for more than an hour, and so far only one zombie has appeared. Moreover, there were a lot of people hunting zombies here and it was not enough to share." Chapter 39. Yang Hao smiled bitterly. "Jianghu, we are not evolvers. It would be good if we could kill 3 or 4 zombies in a month." 3 or 4 zombies meant 3 or 4 energy stones. After deducting the protection fee, the remaining energy stones could be exchanged for food and barely fill their stomachs. Yang Hao and the others were satisfied with this result. But for Su Chen, not to mention 3 or 4 zombies in a month, even 30 or 40 zombies in a day would be too little. "It seems that I can only use the tactic of attracting zombies." Su Chen secretly made a decision in his heart. According to Yang Hao, waiting passively would result in nothing. And he only had 3 days. Time was tight and he could not afford to waste even a second. There are zombies coming out and it is a large group. At this time Yang Hao suddenly reminded. Su Chen's eyes brightened and he turned his head to look ahead. He saw a group of about 30 zombies. "You guys wait here, I will go and kill the zombies." Su Chen said, raised his sword and rushed out again. "Su Chen, don't mess around." Yang Qian tried to stop Su Chen, but she could not stop him. In desperation, she fiercely stomped her feet. "Jianghu is too crazy." Yang Hao swallowed his saliva. 30 zombies, even a level 1 evolver would have to stay away from them. Su Chen's behavior was too impulsive in his eyes. In the distance, several groups of people who were hunting zombies saw Su Chen's crazy behavior and exclaimed, "Where did this crazy man come from? He dares to fight with 30 zombies? Does he want to die? Who cares, his brain must be damaged. He can't blame others if he wants to die." While everyone was discussing, Su Chen had already rushed to the front of the group of zombies. He waved his sword and a cold light flashed and 5 zombies were beheaded. One of the zombies' body lit up with a black light. Su Chen was a little excited that he could get a fragment at the beginning. But he was not in a hurry to pick it up. There were still more than 20 zombies and it would not be too late to kill them all. The death of their companions made the remaining zombies furious, and they fiercely attacked Su Chen. The number of zombies Su Chen had killed added up to hundreds, and his experience was incomparably rich. A mere 20 or so zombies couldn't pose any threat to him. He didn't even need to use spells or the pulse pistol. He could easily kill the Reaper zombies with just the machete in his hand. Pucci. Su Qin kept swinging his sword and every slash killed at least 2 zombies. Those zombies didn't even have the chance to get close to Su Qin, let alone bite him. They died on the spot. Soon, under Su's merciless harvesting, all 30 zombies were killed. 6 fragments. Su Qin squinted his eyes, and when he saw the 6 light beams, a smile appeared on his face. Damn. He's too strong. He must be an evolved human. Since when did we have such a powerful person in Huangzi mountain range? 30 zombies. Even a level 1 evolved human would not be so strong, right? The zombie hunters in the distance could not stay calm after seeing Su Qin kill 30 zombies in an instant. Jianghu is so strong. Yang Hao was dumbfounded. Su Qin killed all the zombies effortlessly, showing his incomparable strength, which made his heart unable to calm down for a long time. So, he's actually so powerful. Yang Qian, who was at the side, also had a look of shock on her face. At first, she thought that Su Qin could kill Lu Shirong mainly because of the pulse pistol. But after seeing Su Qin kill 30 zombies with only 1 sword, she completely recognized Su Qin's strength. Chapter 40. Su Qin sighed and waved towards the forest where Yang Hao was. After killing all the zombies, all that was left was to pick up the fragments and dig for energy stones. He wanted Yang Hao and Yang Qian to come over and help. He could also give them some energy stones. Sister, Jianghu is calling us, let's go over quickly, Yang Hao shouted excitedly from the forest and ran towards Su Qin. Yang Qian hesitated for a moment and followed behind Yang Hao. Su Qin looked at the fragments again. Out of the 6 fragments, 4 were black and 2 were yellow. After picking up so many fragments, he had a general understanding of what the different colored fragments represented. The black fragments should be used when enough was gathered, such as the Doomsday Shopping Center and the ungraded Gatling gun. The yellow fragments represented seeds and could be used directly. Thinking that he still needed 1 more intelligent chariot fragment to make up the number, Su Qin's heart moved as he grabbed a black fragment. Picked up, Doomsday Shopping Center, *1, Forge 10, fragments not full cannot be used. The first black fragment was the Doomsday Shopping Center fragment. Including the previous fragments, there were already 4, but there was still a long way to go. Su Qin was slightly disappointed. Then he reached for the second black fragment. Picked up, Enchanted Divine Sword, *1, 3, fragments full can be used. Use. Su Qin's expression changed and said without hesitation. As soon as he said that, a black battle sword appeared in his hand. Its appearance was similar to the sword in his hand, and it looked ordinary. However, the feedback in his mind made him very excited. The main characteristic of the Enchanted Divine Sword was that it could increase magic power. In other words, when using the Enchanted Divine Sword to chop, not only could it exert the strength of an evolver, but it could also increase the magic power of a psychic. With 1 chop, the combination of strength and magic power was perfect. Who could block it? Among the same level, it was almost invincible. Awesome. Su Qin clenched his fist and almost laughed out loud. With the Enchanted Divine Sword in his hand, his strength had increased by a lot. Then he put the Enchanted Divine Sword into his storage bag and Su Qin continued to pick up the other fragments. The remaining 2 black fragments were Level 1 Mechanical Soldier fragments. There were 3 fragments in total and they could not be used for the time being. The 2 yellow fragments were hard fruit seeds, and Su Qin threw them into his storage bag. After picking up all the fragments, Yang Hao and Yang Qian came closer. Brother Qin, aren't you too amazing? Looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground, Yang Hao's heart trembled. Just so. Su Qin smiled. So what if there were 30 zombies? He had faced tens of thousands of zombies head-on, so in his eyes, killing 30 zombies was not worth mentioning. So you are not only a level 1 evolver, but you are even stronger than the average level 1 evolver. Yang Qian looked at Su Qin in a daze, her eyes flashing with a strange light. Su Qin rubbed his nose and felt that Yang Qian was looking at him strangely, so he changed the topic. Hurry up and dig for the energy stones. Okay. Yang Hao rolled up his sleeves and took out a dagger. Just as Su Qin and the other 2 were chatting and laughing while digging for energy stones, 3 men walked towards them. When they saw the zombie corpses on the ground, their eyes shone with greed. Chapter 41. "Big brother, what should we do?" A one-eyed man among the three clicked his tongue and looked at a muscular man with a fierce-looking face beside him as he asked. The muscular man narrowed his eyes and seemed to be lost in thought. "Big brother, there are so many energy stones, aren't you envious?" A skinny man beside him echoed. "To be able to kill so many zombies, there must be an evolver among them." The muscular man's eyes fell on Su Chen and the other two. He licked his lips and laughed. "But us three brothers are not to be trifled with, let's dig for the energy stones. Big brother is wise." The one-eyed man and the skinny man looked at each other and smiled, then ran towards the nearest zombie. Jianghu suddenly saw people coming to snatch the energy stones. He suddenly stood up and shouted at the muscular man and the other two. "What the hell are you doing?" There was an unwritten rule in the Huangza Mountains, that is, whoever killed the zombies, the energy stones would belong to him. These three men appeared to snatch the energy stones, obviously breaking the rule. Jianghu was very angry about this. Su Chen heard the noise and stood up. When he saw the muscular man and the other two continuously digging out a few energy stones, his eyes gradually narrowed and muttered, "They actually dare to steal from me. Little bastard. What are you shouting for?" The one-eyed man stopped his hand movement, stared at Jianghu and said coldly, "If you dare to disturb me again, I will kill you. Just a little kid, why are you talking nonsense with him? If you dare to say one more word, we will kill you." The skinny man spat. Jianghu was too young, plus his skinny body, obviously he was not a powerful person, so they did not put him in their eyes. Damn. Jianghu was very angry, his face turned red. "We killed the zombies, what right do you have to snatch?" Although Yang Qian was also very angry, but she was more worried about Jianghu, so she pulled him behind her. "You can kill so many zombies? You overestimate yourself." The burly man sneered disdainfully and his face darkened. "Since you're young and don't know any better, scram now. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. You bandits." Jianghu roared at the top of his voice and said angrily, "I didn't kill the zombies. It was Brother Qin who killed them. The energy stone belongs to Brother Qin. You think he did it just because you say so? I'll still say that I killed him." The man with a bamboo pole laughed wantonly. "Yes, all the zombies here were killed by us brothers. If you don't want to die, then scram." One-eyed dragon said arrogantly. The sturdy man didn't speak, his eyes moving back and forth on Su Chen's body. In his eyes, Su Chen was also very young and had a good appearance. He was like an elegant young master and did not look like a powerful character. However, he faintly felt that Su Chen's body was emitting a murderous aura, which gave him a very dangerous feeling. Su Chen walked forward and glanced at them coldly. He said sternly, "Leave the energy stones and I'll spare your lives." As soon as he said that, the three men's faces became ugly. They were all level 1 evolutionaries. Even if Su Chen was stronger than the average level 1 evolutionaries, how could he be so arrogant? "Boy, you're very arrogant. Do you know who we are? How dare you talk to us like that? Do you want to die?" The man's face trembled as he snorted coldly. Although they were a little afraid of Su Chen's words were too arrogant. He didn't treat them as human beings. If they were scared by Su Chen, how could they survive in the future? "I don't care who you are. Hand over the energy stones or die." Su Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He had already raised the pulse pistol in his hand. Even if he didn't know how strong they were, in his opinion, even if they were 3 level 1 evolutionaries, he could still kill them all with his current strength. However, to save time, he decided to use the pulse pistol. After all, it was only a matter of 3 energy stones. Chapter 42. Arrogant. The skinny man was furious as he rushed towards Su Chen with a mace. "You're still wet behind the ears, go to hell." One-eyed dragon grinned, holding a dagger, and attacked Su Chen from the left and right with the skinny man. The burly man stood in place and looked on coldly. In his opinion, the skinny man and the one-eyed man were more than enough to deal with Su Chen alone. Su Chen narrowed his eyes as he slowly raised his arm. Following 2 gunshots, the skinny man and the one-eyed man's head exploded with blood. Their forward momentum came to an abrupt halt as they fell straight to the ground. What kind of weapon is this? Witnessing this scene, the muscular man was scared out of his wits as his body turned cold. He had never seen such a powerful weapon before. It could kill 2 level 1 evolvers with just a wave of the hand. Even a level 2 evolver could not do this. At this moment he knew that he had kicked an iron plate. The young man opposite him had such a terrifying weapon, killing him would be a piece of cake. But if he wanted to live, he could not use force. "Little brother, don't do it, I have something to say." Seeing that Su Chen's gaze had landed on him, the muscular man's face changed drastically as he quickly said, "Let's hear it." Su Chen slowly walked forward with a smile on his face. The three of them were evolvers, and in the Huangzi mountain range, there were no other evolvers besides himself. Where did these three people come from? Su Chen was not in a hurry to attack as he wanted to find out where they came from. Looking at Su Chen's harmless face, the muscular man was even more scared. Unknowingly, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "I come from Shiren Colony. My name is Zhou Guang. My uncle is the deputy leader of Shiren Colony. If you kill me, my uncle will avenge me." The muscular man gritted his teeth and said. In order to survive, he could only reveal his identity to make Su Chen wary. "Shiren's colony," Su Chen muttered. He had heard of Shiren's colony before. It was bigger than Tiannan's colony and it was much stronger. There were more than 20 evolvers and psychics in total. The strongest of them all was their leader, a level 2 mage. "Since you're from Shiren's colony, what are you doing in the Huangzi mountain range?" Su Chen asked. Shiren's gathering place was at least 300 to 400 miles away from the desolate Lake Mountain range. For him to come all the way here, it was obvious that he had a purpose. "We're here for the indigo fruit." Zhou Guang revealed everything, not daring to hide anything. He was afraid that if he didn't tell the truth, he would anger Su Chen and bring a fatal disaster upon himself. "So it's for the indigo fruit," Su Chen muttered. Consuming the indigo fruit had a certain chance of becoming a telekinesis master. It was reasonable that such a treasure would attract the attention of others. "Little brother, what happened before was a misunderstanding. I'm willing to compensate you. Please let me go." Seeing that Su Chen's expression had softened, Zhou Guang smiled and tried to please him. In order to express his apology, he took out a few energy stones and handed them to Su Chen. "You're quite the troublemaker." Su Chen nodded. As he put the pulse pistol into his storage pouch, he suddenly swung his blade. "You?" Zhou Guang was furious. He didn't expect Su Chen to suddenly attack. It was too late for him to dodge. He could only watch as the blade came down on his head. Chapter 43. Kacha. The blade was deeply embedded in Zhou Guang's head. Su Chen pulled back his sword and Zhou Guang fell to the ground. His eyes were still wide open as if he had died with a grievance. Originally, with his strength, even if he was not Su Chen's match, he could still contend with him for a while. However, his mind was distracted by Su Chen's power. Coupled with the fact that Su Chen had launched a sneak attack, his life was ended in one strike. Su Chen turned his eyes and glanced at Zhou Guang's body. A sneer flashed across the corner of his mouth. In the post-apocalyptic world, being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. He and Zhou Guang could be considered to have sowed a grudge. He absolutely would not let the tiger return to the mountain. As for Zhou Guang's threat, he did not take it to heart. Shiren's colony did not know that he was the one who killed Zhou Guang. Even if they knew, what could they do? They were only level 1 and 2 evolvers and psychics. He could kill as many as they came. "Continue to dig for energy stones," Su Chen said to Yang Hao and Yang Qian after solving the problem. "Got it, Qinggu," Yang Hao replied and squatted down to get busy. His hands were not slow, but his heart was not calm. If it was not for Su Chen, he might not even be able to keep his life, let alone dig for energy stones. Thinking back to the time when he was bullied by Lu Wei, he realized that if he wanted to live a stable life in the post-apocalyptic world, he had to become stronger. Su Chen and the other two worked together and quickly dug out 30 energy stones. In addition to the ones found on Zhou Guang and the other two, there were a total of 39 energy stones. Su Chen took 30, and the remaining 9 were given to Yang Qian and Yang Hao. "Thank you, Qinggu," Yang Hao said with a smile. Obtaining 9 energy stones in one go was something that he didn't even dare to imagine. Even when Yang Lingtian was still alive, he hadn't obtained so many in one go. "Su Chen, we don't need that much." Yang Qian felt a little embarrassed. The zombies here were all killed by Su Chen, and they only helped to dig up some energy stones. Su Chen gave them too much. "Don't worry, just take it," Su Chen said indifferently. As his strength continued to increase, killing zombies also became easier. With 9 energy stones, he only needed to kill 9 ordinary zombies. It was as easy as lifting his hand. "Qinggu, do you still want to continue hunting zombies?" Yang Hao asked. From his point of view, Su Chen had already killed 30 zombies and obtained 30 energy stones. The harvest was huge and he could go back and rest today. "Of course, and this time I also want to attract some zombies." Su Chen's eyes glanced at the distant mine and said lightly. Hearing this, Yang Qian and Yang Hao's face changed. Su Chen, don't mess around. Yang Qian hurriedly dissuaded. Indeed, Su Chen's strength was strong, but there were tens of thousands of zombies in the pit, and there were also high-level zombies. If too many zombies were attracted, they would fall into eternal damnation. Jianghu, why don't we continue to wait for zombies to come out? Yang Hao also thought that Su Chen was too impulsive and suggested. No need. Su Chen's tone was firm. Later you guys hide well. If too many zombies come out, immediately leave here. But Yang Qian still wanted to persuade, but Su Chen had already jogged toward the mine. Sister, what should we do? Seeing that Su Chen really went to attract zombies, Yang Hao's voice trembled. Listen to him. Yang Qian helplessly sighed and then returned to the small forest with Yang Hao. Chapter 44. The zombie hunters in the distance were shocked when they saw Su Chen running toward the pit. This guy is really crazy. He's going to attract zombies. Who cares? He's strong. No matter how strong he is, he can't court death, right? It's best if he dies. Then the energy stones on him will belong to us. Su Chen's action once again caused a commotion among the zombie hunters. Some people even gloated, thinking that Su Chen would definitely die this time, and they could take the opportunity to get some benefits. On the other side, when Su Chen was about to run to the edge of the pit, he slowed down and released his divine sense. There were tens of thousands of zombies in the mineshaft. If they were not careful, they might fail miserably. For safety's sake, Su Chen lay on the ground and slowly crawled to the edge of the pit. Then he poked his head out and looked at the bottom of the pit. The area of the pit was not very big, but it was very deep. It was bottomless and there was no end in sight. The bottom was dark and he did not know where it led to. On the stone walls around the pit, there was a wide road in a spiral shape, extending from the top to the bottom of the pit. It was crowded with zombies, and there were close to 10,000 of them as far as the eye could see. If there were zombies at the bottom of the pit, the number must have reached a terrifying level. Su Chen took a deep breath and calmed down. Then he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the zombie in front of him. Bah! The stone accurately hit the zombie's head. Woo-woo! The zombie that was hit was instantly enraged. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and the surrounding zombies also roared angrily. When they found Su Chen standing at the edge of the pit, they rushed up crazily. Su Chen's purpose had been achieved. He turned around and ran. He ran more than a mile before he stopped. Behind him, a group of ferocious-looking zombies rushed out of the mine. 10, 20, 30, their numbers continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 of them and they were heading towards 200. Jianghu has attracted the zombies, but there are too many of them. In the woods, Yang Hao saw the tide of zombies rushing towards Su Chen, and his face became very ugly. Yang Qian bit her lips tightly, her face as pale as snow, her eyes filled with worry. Only a level 3 evolver could fight against 200 zombies, but Su Chen was only a level 1 evolver, so it was impossible for him to fight against them. Jianghu, run. Seeing that not only did Su Chen not run, but he also stopped and assumed a fighting stance, Yang Hao's heart was burning with anxiety. When the zombie hunters saw so many zombies running out at once, they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. None of them continued to watch and all of them ran away. Su Chen knew that if he only relied on brute force to kill so many zombies, he would not be able to kill all of them. Therefore he did not hesitate to take out the pulse pistol. The energy stones that he had obtained before were all filled up. In addition to the previous ones, there were more than 50 energy stones in total. When the zombies were about 30 meters away, Su Chen pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, the zombie at the front fell to the ground. The other zombies turned a blind eye to the death of their companions, and all of them rushed towards Su Chen crazily. Su Chen kept pulling the trigger. After more than 10 shots, the zombies on the ground had already fallen, and there were a few beams of light among them. Seeing the fragments, Su Chen was excited, and the speed at which he pulled the trigger increased. Chapter 45. Bang bang. Gunshots pierced through the sky and zombies died on the spot. When Su Chen was in the middle of killing, he suddenly noticed that a zombie that was shot only slightly shook, and then rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Level 2 zombie. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. One must know that the pulse pistol could kill ordinary zombies and level 1 zombies like cutting vegetables, but the zombie that rushed over was not killed. Its strength was definitely not comparable to a level 1 zombie. In addition, its speed was also extremely fast, obviously faster than other zombies, so it could be determined that it was a level 2 zombie. Su Chen had never fought with a level 2 zombie before, and without knowing its strength, he did not dare to be careless and quickly activated the rapid war boots. When the 2 streaks of purple light wrapped around his feet, he quickly dodged to the side with a tap of his foot. The level 2 zombie didn't expect Su Chen's speed to be so fast, and it missed. At this time, Su Chen held the chopping knife with both hands, and aimed at the level 2 zombie's head and fiercely chopped down. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard. The chopping knife accurately hit the level 2 zombie's head, but it did not chop it into pieces as expected. Instead, the chopping knife broke into 2 from the middle. F***ck. Feeling a sharp pain in his hand, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and at the same time he pulled out the knife and quickly retreated. The level 2 zombie's physical strength was actually able to break the chopping knife. This was something he did not expect. The level 2 zombie suffered a heavy blow, and a bloody wound appeared on its forehead. Black blood flowed out from the wound and flowed all over its face, making it look even more ferocious and terrifying. Woo! The level 2 zombie let out a painful roar, grimacing in pain, and once again rushed towards Su Chen. Feeling a fishy smell coming towards him, Su Chen sneered, and reached out his hand to take out the enchanted knife from the storage bag. After injecting wind magic into it, he held the knife and slashed out horizontally. Buzz buzz. The enchanted magic saber let out a trembling sound, and the whole saber changed rapidly. In an instant, it became more than 3 meters long, and its surface was surrounded by a layer of gray light. The level 2 zombie that had rushed over was cut into 2 like a piece of paper the moment it came into contact with the blade. The moment it fell, 2 beams of light, 1 gold and 1 red, lit up on its body. There are actually 2 fragments. And there's even a golden one. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. He still remembered that the first fragment he had picked up was a golden fragment. He, on the other hand, had become an evolver and a psychic. If it were a shard of another color, he wouldn't be in a hurry to pick it up. However, the golden shard had the potential to increase his strength again, so he was a little impatient. Su Chen rushed forward and grabbed the golden shard. A familiar strange sound rang out in his mind. Picked up, level 2 all attributes, fragment *1, 1, 1, the fragment is full, can be used. In an instant, Su Chen felt that his body had been improved again. His body was much stronger and there was a huge amount of power in his body. At the same time, an image appeared in his mind. Host, Su Chen Evolver level 2 psychic, psychic level 2 psychic level 2 all elemental psychic, haha. Su Chen laughed wildly. I am a level 2 evolver, a level 2 psychic and a level 2 psychic. Who dares to fight with me? Although Su Chen had only increased by 1 level, his strength had increased exponentially. In addition, when a psychic reached level 2, their psychic power could extend up to 20 meters, and it could also be used as an invisible force to attack or defend. It could be said that it was both offensive and defensive. Chapter 46. Su Chen collected his thoughts and grabbed the red shard before the rest of the zombies rushed over. Picked up, full attribute mana recovery potion, *1, 1, 1, the shards are full, ready to use. Su Chen did not hesitate and a glass bottle appeared in his hand. It was filled with a transparent liquid. At the same time, some information appeared in his mind. Full attribute mana recovery potion. After consumption, can restore magic power to its peak state in an extremely short period of time. Good stuff. Su Chen smiled and carefully put the full attribute mana recovery potion into his storage bag. At this time, more than a dozen zombies had rushed in front of him. Looking at the ferocious and terrifying faces, Su Chen did not show any fear. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in his narrowed eyes. In other people's eyes, zombies were like tigers, but in his eyes, they were all energy stones and fragments. Good timing. Su Chen laughed wantonly. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward and swept out his sword. A gray wave of air surged out from the blade. Wherever it passed, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. None of the zombies that came in contact with the gray wave were intact, and none of them could survive. After entering level 2, the power of the enchanted sword had also increased. With 1 slash, more than 20 zombies were killed. However, although the power of the enchanted sword was unparalleled. It also consumed a lot of magic power. In order to preserve his strength, Su Qin did not use this killing move anymore, and instead he used his spiritual power. He focused his mind, and his spiritual power overflowed from his mind, turning into an invisible fist, and hammered the zombies that rushed past. Bang bang. In a series of explosions, the heads of the zombies were smashed. Because the spiritual power was invisible and colorless, the zombies did not understand how they died. After understanding the power of the spiritual power and the strangeness of killing people invisibly, Su Qin did not use his spiritual power anymore, and started to study magic attacks. He condensed a fireball in his palm and threw it out. The fireball whistled and fell into the group of zombies. With a loud roar, it blew up a dozen zombies on the spot. It could be said that after entering level 2, the size of the fireball didn't change much. It was still the size of a fist, but the color was much darker, and its power had increased greatly. Then Su Qin used several other types of spells such as icicles, wind blades and thunderstorm, one after another, and carried out an all-around indiscriminate slaughter of the zombies. For a moment in front of Su Qin, flames soared into the sky, thunder roared and the wind whistled. It was a scene of destruction. As time passed, the number of zombies that had died in Su Qin's hands had exceeded 100. Su Qin, on the other hand, was still standing on the same spot. He was able to kill countless zombies with just his spells, making it difficult for the zombies to get close to him. Yang Hao and Yang Qian, who were in the distant forest, were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. "Sister, I'm not seeing things right? Is Jianghu using spells to attack?" Yang Hao swallowed his saliva and asked in a daze. "I think so," Yang Qian replied. Her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. But Jianghu used a lot of spells. Could he be an all-around psychic? Thinking of this, Yang Hao was even more shocked. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Ah." Yang Qian reacted with a dull expression. After Yang Hao's reminder, she suddenly realized that Su Qin did use a lot of spells such as wind blades, fireballs and so on. Then Yang Qian and Yang Hao looked at each other. Their mouths were wide open. Oh my god. Not only was Su Qin an evolved human, but he was also a psychic and an all-around psychic. Facing a monster like Su Qin, how could the zombies survive? Chapter 47. On the other side, Su Qin became more and more energetic as he killed. When he felt that it was not enough, he simply gave up on using spells and picked up the enchanted divine sword to engage in close combat with the zombies. 10 minutes later, the remaining zombies all fell under the butcher's knife. Su Qin heaved a sigh of relief and glanced around. Soon, more than 20 dazzling beams of light appeared in his line of sight, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. More than 20 fragments, he had never obtained so many fragments at once before. Just as he was about to pick them up, a group of zombies rushed out of the mine pit, and there were close to 100 of them. Su Qin could guess that it must be because he had made too much of a commotion using spells and attracted the zombies. Facing hundreds of zombies, if it were anyone else they would have long fled for their lives. However, for Su Qin it was just a matter of 10 minutes. Before the zombies rushed over, Su Qin did not stay idle and began to pick up the fragments. As the fragments were scattered, it was impossible to pick up all of them in a short period of time, so he picked up the black fragments first. Among the fragments that had appeared so far, the gold fragments were the most valuable, followed by the black fragments. This had been verified by the enchanted divine sword. Moreover, there was only one more, intelligent chariot fragment, to be collected, so Su Qin was looking forward to it. Then he grabbed toward the first black fragment. Picked up, Doomsday Mall Fragment X1, 4/10. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. The first fragment was not a intelligent chariot fragment, so Su Qin was not too disappointed. This was because he saw clearly that there were still 9 black fragments, and the probability of a intelligent chariot being dropped was still very high. Su Qin grabbed toward the second black fragment. Picked up, Level 1 Mechanical Soldier, Fragment X1, 2/10. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. The third fragment was also a Level 1 Mechanical Soldier fragment. The fourth fragment was still the same. The seventh and eighth fragments were all Level 1 Mechanical Soldier fragments without exception. At this moment, Su Qin was a little uneasy. After picking up 8 Level 1 Mechanical Soldier fragments consecutively, he had already collected 9 fragments. He only needed one more to complete it. Don't tell me the last one is the same? Su Qin grabbed the last black fragment excitedly. Picked up, Level 1 Mechanical Soldier. Fragment *1, 1010. Fragments are full, ready to be used. Use it. Su Chen did not expect that he would be able to gather enough Level 1 Mechanical Soldiers, instead of intelligent chariots. The moment he said use, a 2-meter-tall robot made of silver metal appeared beside him. Furthermore, it had a silver spear on its back and a shiny silver scimitar in its hand. It looks a bit awesome. Su Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. Just from its appearance, the Level 1 Mechanical Soldier, shone with a silver light, looked majestic and looked especially cool. After that, Su Chen followed the instructions he received and took out a Level 1 energy stone from his storage bag and embedded it in the chest of the Mechanical Soldier. In order to activate the Level 1 Mechanical Soldier, an energy stone had to be installed. Furthermore, normal energy stones did not meet the requirements. Only a Level 1 energy stone was qualified. Activated, please give the order, Master. A silver light flashed in the eyes of the Mechanical Soldier, as it looked at Su Chen in a very human-like manner. It can speak. Su Chen's expression changed. He pointed at the zombies that were charging toward him and ordered, "Kill them." Chapter 48. Yes, Master. The Mechanical Soldier received the order, swung the machete in its hand, turned around and rushed toward the zombies. When he ran, he was like a ferocious beast, stomping on the ground with every step he took. Su Chen stood where he was and observed carefully. The Mechanical Soldier was something made from 10 black pieces. Logically speaking, it should have very strong combat power. However, whether that was the case or not, he still needed to see its performance to make a judgment. In an instant, the Mechanical Soldier rushed into the zombie crowd, swinging its machete and slashing, killing. Normal zombies were killed with 1 strike. If it encountered a Level 1 zombie, it could easily kill it with 2 or 3 strikes. This guy is strong enough. Su Chen nodded slightly, showing a satisfied look on his face. The Mechanical Soldier's fighting style was very fierce. It could be said that it had no defense at all, and it only used its killing moves from beginning to end. Even if there were zombies biting on its body, it would not care. At first, Su Chen was still a little worried that the Mechanical Soldier would be damaged. However, when he saw a zombie biting the Mechanical Soldier's shoulder, and even its teeth were broken, he was completely relieved. The Mechanical Soldier was made of metal, so normal zombies and even Level 1 zombies could not do much damage to it. Su Chen also judged that although the Mechanical Soldier's strength was not as strong as his, it was still quite scary. Even if it encountered a Level 2 zombie, it could still fight. After watching for a while, Su Chen began to pick up the other fragments since he had nothing to do. After picking up a universal oven and a breadfruit tree seed, Kirin suddenly remembered something and quickly ran forward. There were almost 100 zombies. If he killed them, he would definitely get a lot of fragments. Therefore, he did not plan to let the Mechanical Soldier do it. If he killed all the zombies and did not get a single fragment, it would be a big loss. Su Chen had just run closer when he suddenly saw a zombie fall under the Mechanical Soldier's machete, and a light beam lit up on its body. He was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. Clearly, Mechanical Soldiers could also drop fragments from killing zombies. Then, when he encountered zombies in the future, he could use the Mechanical Soldier to help him kill more zombies and obtain more fragments. Not bad, Su Chen laughed, picked up the enchanted sword and rushed into the zombie crowd. Because he was worried that zombies would be attracted, he didn't use any magic this time. After all, he had killed enough zombies today, and the harvest was enough to satisfy him, so there was no need to continue killing. Su Chen and the Mechanical Soldier teamed up and killed everything in their path. The zombies fell in droves and were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. At the same time, 9 beams of light lit up on the zombie corpses. Seeing that there were 9 more fragments, Su Chen could not help but laugh. He then waved his hand in the direction of the small forest. There were nearly 300 zombies. If he were to dig out the energy stones by himself, he didn't know how long it would take. Therefore, he had to ask Yang Hao and Yang Chen to come over and help. Little Tai, pay attention to the nearby movements. If there are zombies near, kill them immediately, Su Chen ordered the Mechanical Soldier, and began to pick up the fragments. The reason why he called it Little Tai was that he felt that the name was more intimate, and it also fit the Mechanical Soldier's body. After all, it was made of metal. Yes, Master. The Mechanical Soldier responded and looked around vigilantly. Su Chen glanced at the 9 fragments and his eyelids suddenly twitched. He said softly, "Colorful fragments." Chapter 49. 5 meters away from Su Chen, there was a colorful shard that was emitting a beautiful light. Su Chen had picked up quite a number of shards, but they were all monochromatic. This was the first time he had seen a colorful shard. Out of curiosity, the first shard he picked up was this colorful shard. Picked up, upgrade gem, shard *111, shards full ready to use. As soon as he finished speaking, a hexagonal green gem appeared in Su Chen's hand. It was like a piece of high-quality jade, green and without any impurities. After receiving the feedback, he was even more excited. Upgrade gem was simply used to level up. Mechanical soldier, pulse pistol, and even the storage bag could all be used to level up. Level 1 mechanical soldier would become Level 2 mechanical soldier after leveling up. Level 1 pulse pistol would become Level 2 pulse pistol after leveling up. After the storage bag leveled up, the original 10 cubic meters of space would be expanded to 20 cubic meters. Good stuff. Su Chen stared at the upgrade gem and was very excited. Originally, after obtaining the level 2 all attributes shard and collecting the level 1 mechanical soldier shards, he felt that his harvest was already quite rich. However, after knowing the use of the upgrade gem, he was still a little uneasy. Imagine, after the level 1 mechanical soldier leveled up, its strength would be able to compete with a level 3 zombie. When the level 1 pulse pistol became level 2, it would be able to easily kill a level 2 zombie. It could be said that no matter which one he leveled up, Su Chen's strength would greatly increase. In addition, there were also great benefits to leveling up the storage bag. 10 cubic meters of space did not seem small, but as more and more zombies were killed, the number of good items dropped would also increase. 10 cubic meters of space was a little stretched. Which one should I level up? Su Chen was a little conflicted. The upgrade gem was awesome, but there was only one. He could not decide at the moment, so he simply put it in the storage bag. It would not be too late to use it when he made up his mind. At this time, Yang Qian and Yang Hao had already run over excitedly. When this mechanical soldier saw a stranger approaching, it immediately blocked in front of Su Chen. It was ordered to kill any zombies it saw, but it did not know how to treat humans. Adhering to the principle of loyalty, he immediately protected Su Chen. Jianghu, what is this metal guy? Yang Hao's eyes widened as he kept looking at the mechanical soldier with a face full of surprise. It's called Little Iron. Su Chen curled his lips and said with a smile, "It's a robot and can be considered as my personal bodyguard." What's a robot? Yang Hao was a little confused. A mechanical was a name he had never heard of it before. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "It can be considered a puppet with intelligence." A puppet, a puppet. A mechanical was not a mechanical puppet's Zhao. Su Chen added the adjective, intelligent, in front of his words. Puppet. Yang Hao muttered. He had heard of puppets before, but he had never heard of such a strange and powerful puppet like the mechanical soldier. Moreover, he immediately realized that Su Chen was an evolver and a Dharma psychic master. Now he even had such a powerful puppet. God. How many trump cards does Su Chen have? How strong is he? Yang Hao's heart was in turmoil, and he could not calm down for a long time. Chapter 50. Yang Qian glanced at the mechanical soldier and then turned to Su Chen. She asked, "Su Chen, are you also a psychic?" Beside him, Yang Hao added, "An all-elemental Dharma psychic?" Su Chen smiled and did not comment. Other than being an evolver and a psychic, he was also a divine psychic, but there was no need to say it out loud. Looking at Su Chen's expression, Yang Qian was sure that Su Chen was indeed an all-round psychic. She sighed in her heart, to have such achievements at such a young age, what a rare man. Let's hurry up and dig for energy stones, Su Chen said. Yang Qian and Yang Hao came back to their senses and did not think too much about it. They began to dig. There were more than 300 energy stones to be dug out, and it was enough to keep them busy. Su Chen was not in a hurry to dig out the energy stones. There were still fragments waiting to be picked up. After spending 5 minutes, Su Chen finished picking up the fragments. The remaining fragments were mostly potions, seeds and the like. The only thing that piqued Su Chen's interest was the level 1 pulse pistol, and the level 1 constitution potion. Level 1 pulse pistol. Killing zombies below level 2 was easy, fast, and effortless. He was quite happy to be able to get another one. The level 1 constitution potion was not simple. After taking it, one could become a level 1 evolver in a short time. It was very difficult to become an evolver. For example, in the original Tianan colony, there were only 10 evolvers out of 10,000 people. However, the level 1 constitution potion could easily turn someone into an evolver. It was obvious how valuable it was. Suchin even thought that if he put it on the market, it would definitely cause a sensation and countless people would go crazy to buy it. Of course, he would not sell such a precious item. After a while, Suchin also began to dig for energy stones, especially those from the level 1 zombies. Compared to ordinary energy stones, level 1 energy stones were slightly larger and brighter in color. Most importantly, the energy contained within them was denser. Suchin now had an additional, level 1 mechanical soldier, and its power source was a level 1 energy stone. Therefore, he had to collect all the level 1 energy stones and leave them for the level 1 mechanical soldiers. An hour later, all the energy stones were finally dug out. Looking at the pile of shining energy stones in the storage bag, Suchin was satisfied and didn't want to continue hunting zombies. Then he put the level 1 mechanical soldier into his storage bag and rushed back to the valley with Yang Qian. As soon as they returned to the valley, Suchin began to distribute the energy stones. He gave Yang Qian and Yang Hao 20 ordinary energy stones each. As for himself, he still had 260 common energy stones, 20 level 1 energy stones, and 1 level 2 energy stone. Yang Hao looked at the 20 energy stones in his hand and smiled like a fool. Suchin, thank you. Yang Qian expressed her heartfelt gratitude. 20 energy stones was something that she could only dream of in the past. You're welcome. Suchin smiled and then chatted for a while before returning to the cave. Sitting on the wooden bed, Suchin opened the storage bag and began to count the things inside. Canned food took up more than half of the storage bag. There were more other kinds of things and each of them was expensive. It was no exaggeration to say that Suchin's family was so rich that it was richer than some small colonies. Chapter 51. Glancing inside the storage bag, Suchin's eyes first fell on the glass bottles filled with various potions. There were 5 types of potions: antivirus potion, healing potion, level 1 constitution potion, full attribute mana potion, and pet potion. Among them, there were 7 bottles of antivirus potion, followed by 3 bottles of pet potion. There was only 1 bottle of each of the remaining potions. Suchin sorted out the different types of potions and started to deal with the energy stones. Considering that there might be an emergency, he filled the pulse pistols with normal energy stones and installed more than 100 of them in each pistol. The remaining 20 level 1 energy stones were installed on the mechanical soldiers. With 20 of them, the mechanical soldiers would not have to worry about energy for a long time. As for the only level 2 energy stone, since he did not need it for the time being, he put it together with the upgrade gem. Then he started to organize the seeds again. The number and types of seeds were more than the potions. Suchin currently has hard fruit seed, bread tree seed, apple tree seed, banana tree seed, strawberry seed, watermelon seed. After sorting out the seeds, Suchin took out a breadfruit seed. The information he had received was that after the breadfruit seed was planted, it would grow and bear fruit in a very short period of time, and it would only take 24 hours to bear fruit. Since he had nothing to do, Suchin decided to verify the authenticity of the information. Then he dug a pile of soil from outside and buried the breadfruit seed. He watered it and stood aside to observe. After a few breaths, a magical scene played out. A small green sapling broke out of the soil and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 10 minutes, it grew into a 2-meter-tall plant. Its trunk was as thick as a thigh, straight and well-proportioned. On top of it was an umbrella-shaped tree crown. The wide leaves were green and exuded vitality. Just as Suchin was marveling at the sight, he noticed bowl-sized flowers blooming under the canopy. There were a total of 10 flowers, and they were clustered together in a colorful cluster. Are they going to bear fruit? Suchin stared at the flowers. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw the flowers wither and fall to the ground at the same time, replaced by yellow fruits that were the same color as bread. At first, the fruit was only the size of a thumb, but in the blink of an eye, it grew to the size of an apple and continued to grow until it reached the size of a watermelon. Looking at the strangely shaped fruits, Suchin muttered, "Is this bread or fruit?" After calming himself down, he casually plucked one and took a bite. Not bad. Suchin praised. The fruit in his hand not only had the aroma of bread, but also the unique sweetness of fruit. It was very sweet and delicious. Suchin hadn't eaten bread for a long time, so he started to gobble it up. After eating one breadfruit seed, he still felt that it wasn't enough, so he ate 2 more before stopping. After eating his fill, Suchin picked all the remaining fruits and put them into his storage bag. The breadfruit tree's fruiting period was 24 hours. If he didn't pick it in time, it would be a waste. After that, Suchin took out the newly obtained universal oven and studied it. Chapter 52. From the outside, the universal oven was just a normal barbecue rack. The only difference was that there was a control panel on the side. The control panel had a wide range of uses. Not only could it control the heat, but it could also change the taste of the barbecue. Simply put, there was no need to add any seasonings. As long as you pressed the button, the barbecue would have a slight spicy or original flavor. Interesting. Suchin narrowed his eyes. It had been a long time since he had barbecued meat, so he was craving it. He even thought about hunting a mutant beast tomorrow for a barbecue. However, mutant beasts were not easy to kill. Plus, he still had 3 bottles of pet potion. If he encountered a mutant beast, he would first take it as his spirit pet to increase his strength. After putting the universal oven into his storage bag, Suchin laid on the wooden bed and muttered, "Looks like I have to change my plan." Originally, he planned to stay in the Huangza Mountains for 3 days and then rush to King Kong City. He didn't expect that today's harvest would far exceed his expectations. There was no need to waste another day. The only pity was that after killing so many zombies, he didn't get a single intelligent chariot fragment. In this case, he could only walk to King Kong City. Tomorrow I will go to the Wolf Valley and the day after tomorrow to King Kong City. Suchin made up his mind. He slowly closed his eyes and began to rest. The next morning, Suchin woke up early. After a night of rest, his face was refreshed. After hurriedly finishing his breakfast, he went to Yanghu's cave and explained the purpose of his visit. "Suchin, you really want to go to the Wolf Valley?" Yang Chen looked at Suchin in a daze. Although Suchin's main purpose was to get the blue fruit, he could also rescue her father. "Yes." Suchin nodded. His handsome face revealed a confident smile. With his current strength and trump cards, the trip to the Wolf Valley would not be a problem. Thinking about Suchin's terrifying ability to kill more than 300 zombies, Yang Chen didn't say anything more. "Jianghu, shall I go with you?" Yanghu suggested. The Wolf Valley was over 50 miles away from here. Suchin had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the place, so he wanted to act as a guide for Suchin. "No need, I alone am enough." Suchin refused. For him, it would take at most half a day to cover a distance of 50 miles. Besides, Yanghu was too weak. He didn't want to bring a burden with him. "After I leave, don't go out to hunt zombies." Suchin reminded them before he left after asking about the specific location of the Wolf Valley. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yang Chen and Yanghu, he left alone. "Sister, if father is trapped in the Wolf Valley with my understanding of Jianghu, he will definitely rescue father." When Suchin's figure disappeared from sight, Yanghu slowly said, "How many days have you known him?" Yang Chen whispered. In her heart, she was wondering what kind of person Suchin was. Suchin looked cold and ruthless. Those who provoked him did not have a good ending. They were all killed. But he knew how to repay kindness. Yanghu only let him rest at home for a few hours and he killed Lu Shirong and his son, helping them out of danger. Then he took them to hunt zombies and gave them a lot of energy stones. And this time it was very likely that he would be able to rescue their father. Really an unfathomable guy. Unconsciously, Yang Chen had an indescribable feeling towards Suchin. Chapter 53. The Huangza mountain range was vast, and there were many mutated beasts. Most of them lived in the depths of the Huangza mountain range, and only a few of them went to the outskirts. The Wolf Valley was located in the depths. After half a day, Suchin finally found the location of the Wolf Valley. His journey was not smooth sailing, and he was attacked by a level 1 mutated beast that looked like a wild boar. Considering that he only had 3 bottles of pet potion on him, and that he had to leave them for the 3 mutated wolves, he killed it. He kept the corpse in his storage bag, saving it for future barbecue. After killing the mutated beast, He unexpectedly obtained a fragment of mana recovery potion. At first, Su Chen thought that only zombies would drop fragments, but he did not expect that killing mutated beasts would drop fragments as well, and this made him very excited. From the outside, the Wolf Valley did not look special. It was surrounded by mountains and each mountain peak reached the clouds. Climbing in from the mountains was harder than climbing to the sky. And there was only one way to enter the Wolf Valley. In between two of the mountains, there was a very narrow gap, and this was the only way to enter the Wolf Valley. Su Chen stood in place and looked for a while, then took out a pulse pistol and slowly walked along the gap. After walking for about 50 meters, the front suddenly opened up. Su Chen stepped out of the gap, and the first thing that came into his sight was a giant tree that was as tall as a 10-story building. At the top of the giant tree was a dense canopy that covered the sky, and almost covered the entire sky of the Wolf Valley. In addition, below the giant tree, there were 3 large mutated wolves, each of them more than 3 meters long. The colors of their fur were different as well. They were red, green, and white respectively. The moment Su Chen stepped into the Wolf Valley, the 3 mutated wolves got up from the ground with a whoosh. They bared their fangs and looked at Su Chen with murderous eyes. They should be the 3 mutated wolves in the Wolf Valley. Su Chen's eyes flickered. After putting the pulse pistol into the storage bag, he walked straight to the 3 mutant wolves. Woo-woo! When the 3 mutated wolves saw that Su Chen did not run, and even dared to walk towards them, they roared angrily and made an attacking posture. They look fierce, I wonder how strong they are. Su Chen did not care and continued to walk forward. But at this time, on a thick branch of the giant tree, stood a middle-aged man with messy hair. When he saw Su Chen's action, he hurriedly called out, "Little brother, run, those are 3 level 1 mutated wolves." Hearing this, Su Chen looked up. After seeing the middle-aged man's face clearly, his heart moved slightly. Although the man had messy hair on his face, his facial features were clearly seen by Su Chen's eyes. It could be said that the middle-aged man's appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Yang Hao. "Uncle, are you Yang Lingtian?" Su Chen asked loudly. "I am Yang Lingtian, do you know me?" Yang Lingtian replied, but his face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Be careful." At this time, the 3 mutated wolves suddenly attacked. Their attack style was different from other mutated beasts, and they did not rush forward to engage in close combat, but instead used spells to attack. The red mutated wolf spat out a fireball. The green mutated wolf spat out a green vine. The white mutated wolf spat out a silver icicle. The fire, wood, and ice spells all flew towards Su Chen. "It's over." Yang Lingtian, who was on the giant tree, sighed. From his point of view, Su Chen would not be able to dodge the 3 mutated wolves' spells at the same time, and only death awaited him. Chapter 54. It knows spells too. Su Chen was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. Generally speaking, mutated beasts rarely use spells. However, once they had spells, their abilities would be like his, crushing opponents of the same level. It was even possible for them to kill opponents of a higher level. Su Chen had already planned to tame these 3 mutated wolves. Of course, he wanted them to be as strong as possible. In the face of the incoming attack, Su Chen casually waved his hand, and a gray wind blade flew out. In an instant, it collided with the fireball, vines, and icicles. It easily sliced them apart. Then it flew towards the green mutated wolf. The green mutated wolf obviously did not expect Su Chen to be not only a psychic, but also release such a powerful wind blade. It was too late for it to dodge now. It could only watch as the wind blade slashed its body. Then it was sent flying. There was a long and narrow wound on its body. The flesh inside was white and fresh blood was flowing out. Fortunately, the 3 spells from before had offset part of the wind blade's power. Otherwise it would have died on the spot. He's actually a magic psychic and a level 2 magic psychic at that. Yang Lingtian, who was on top of the giant tree, cried out in shock. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. He originally thought that Su Chen was dead for sure. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was a Dharma psychic master, and his strength was abnormally strong. Not only did he destroy 3 spells with a casual attack, but he also severely injured one of the mutated wolves. There was no doubt that someone with such terrifying abilities must be a level 2 psychic. When the remaining 2 mutated wolves saw their comrade fall to the ground, they were instantly enraged. The white mutated wolf howled and stopped using spells to attack Su Chen. It moved its feet and leaped towards Su Chen in a few leaps. The red mutated wolf circled around from the side and used a sneak attack. You guys are quite smart. I'm starting to like you guys. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and a strange smile appeared on his face. The two mutated wolves knew that they were no match for the two of them even if they used spells, so they chose to engage in close combat. It seemed that they were quite intelligent. This made him even more determined to take the three mutated wolves as his spiritual pets. Not good. Yang Lingtian's expression changed abruptly as he cried out in alarm. The two mutated wolves chose to engage in close combat, which was very disadvantageous for the psychic. The reason why Dharma psychics were so powerful was that they could launch long-range attacks and make their opponents tired. On the other hand, a magic psychic's close combat ability was almost zero. Once an opponent got close to them, they were destined to die. Hurry up and cast your spell techniques to stop them. Yang Lingtian was extremely anxious. He could clearly see that Su Chen didn't release any spells, nor did he choose to dodge. Instead, he just stood there in a daze as if he had been scared silly. At this time, the white mutated wolf had already arrived in front of Su Chen. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Su Chen's head. It's over. Yang Lingtian was certain that Su Chen wouldn't be able to survive this time. Just as he was about to close his eyes and couldn't bear to see Su Chen's miserable end, Su Chen made his move. And once he made his move, it was as fast as lightning. Su Chen grabbed the white mutated wolf's neck and a vigorous force spread out from his hand. The mutated wolf struggled non-stop as if it was about to die. His two eyeballs were rolled back. What's going on? Yang Lingtian was dumbfounded. Su Chen was afraid that he would accidentally choke the mutated wolf to death, so he directly threw it to the ground. There was a loud bang. The white mutated wolf came into close contact with the ground. Under the impact of the huge impact, a shallow dent appeared under its body. The huge wolf's mouth was foaming and its body was twitching non-stop. Chapter 55. Evolver. He's also an evolver. Yang Lingtian's head buzzed as he witnessed the scene. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. At this moment he suddenly realized something. No wonder Su Chen didn't dodge or use any spells. He was also an evolver. Moreover, he was a level 2 evolver. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to crush a level 1 mutant wolf so easily. Thinking that Su Chen was a level 2 evolver and a level 2 magician, Yang Lingtian's heart was in turmoil. His breathing became abnormally heavy. After Su Chen finished dealing with the white mutant wolf, he turned around and looked at the red mutant wolf. The red mutant wolf originally planned to sneak attack, but it didn't expect Su Chen to be so strong. It immediately stopped. When Su Chen's gaze fell on it, the red mutant wolf trembled and whimpered softly, slowly retreating. Can you run away? Su Chen mocked as he walked towards the red mutant wolf. He knew very well that the red mutant wolf was afraid. However, he didn't plan to let it go so easily. In order to tame all of them, besides using the pet potion, he also needed to instill a deep fear in the mutant wolves. Only by using both methods could they become more loyal. When the red mutant wolf saw the evil smile on Su Chen's face, it was scared and turned around to escape. However, could it escape from Su Chen? The answer was obvious. Su Chen was already faster as a level 2 evolver, and with their rapid war boots, his speed was as fast as lightning. Before the red mutant wolf could run a few steps, Su Chen caught up with it. Then it fell to the ground heavily just like the white mutated wolf. After subduing the 3 mutant wolves, Su Chen took out the pet potion, and fed them one by one. After taking the pet potion, the 3 mutated wolves were like 3 pugs, crawling at Su Chen's feet, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. If this scene was seen by people who didn't understand the situation, they would definitely think that the 3 mutated wolves were Su Chen's 3 dogs and would never think that they were mutated wolves. Yang Lingtian had witnessed the entire process, but even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still felt deeply incredulous. One had to know that mutant beasts were extremely ferocious. Even if one wanted to tame them, it would be extremely difficult. How could there be someone like Su Chen, who was able to tame 3 mutated wolves after drinking a bottle of potion? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced around. Seeing that the 3 mutated wolves were very docile, he felt relieved. Then he shouted towards the giant tree, "Uncle, there's no danger. Come down." Yang Lingtian hesitated for a moment before climbing down from the tree. When he came to Su Chen's side, he fixed his eyes on Su Chen and sized him up. When he saw that Su Chen was not even 20 years old, his eyelids suddenly jumped and he asked, Little brother, how old are you this year? 17, Suchin didn't hide and said bluntly. Hiss. Yang Lingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was extremely shocked. A 17-year-old level 2 evolutionary. A 17-year-old level 2 psychic. Yang Lingtian couldn't imagine how high Su Chen's future achievements would be. My name is Su Chen. I'm Yang Hao's friend. Seeing that Yang Lingtian was in a daze, Su Chen rubbed his nose and introduced himself. Ah. Yang Lingtian recovered and said in surprise, You're Yang Hao's friend? Yang Lingtian was a little excited that his son had such a strong friend. In order to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, if he could have the help of a strong person like Su Chen, it would undoubtedly increase his chances of survival. Chapter 56. We are indeed friends. Su Chen nodded and looked at the giant tree asking, Uncle, does the blue fruit grow on this tree? Other than this giant tree there was nothing else in the Wolf Valley. If there really was a blue fruit it could only grow on this giant tree. The blue fruits are all with me for in total. You can have them all. Yang Lingtian said as he took out 4 light blue fruits and handed them to Su Chen. If it wasn't for Su Chen's help, he would have been trapped here for the rest of his life. To him, Su Chen was equivalent to saving his life, so it was natural for him to give away all the blue fruits. I'll take 2. Su Chen smiled as he took 2 and looked at them. The blue fruit wasn't big, only the size of a longan fruit. Its surface was embellished with a faint blue light and there was a fragrance that was intoxicating. The reason why Su Chen wanted 2 was mainly for Tan Lin. The blue fruit had a high chance of turning a person into a spirit reader, so 2 was enough. You really only want 2? Yang Lingtian asked uncertainly. After all, the blue fruit was a top-grade spiritual material that could only be found by chance. Even if he didn't use it himself, it would be worth a fortune on the market. Could Su Chen resist this temptation? The blue fruit was good, but only to others. Su Chen didn't really care about it. He relied on picking up fragments to increase his strength. If it wasn't for Tan Lin he probably wouldn't have even taken a single one. Uncle, don't worry about it. Su Chen promised and said, Let's go back. Now that he had the blue fruit and tamed 3 mutated wolves he had achieved his goal. There was no need to stay here any longer. Okay, let's go back now. Yang Lingtian replied excitedly. After being trapped in the Wolf Valley for more than half a year, he was constantly worried about Yang Chen and Yang Hao. Now he just wanted to go back as soon as possible and reunite with his 2 children. Little Green, you lead the way. Su Chen ordered the green mutated wolf. The green mutated wolf was severely injured by his wind blade, but after taking the healing potion, its wounds had already healed and it was now full of energy. After receiving Su Chen's order, Little Green made a very human-like sound as if it understood Su Chen's words and ran to the front to lead the way. Yang Lingtian, who was next to him, was stunned. He secretly thought that Su Chen was really a strange person. Not only was his strength extraordinary, but his method of taming mutated beasts were miraculous. When the sky gradually darkened, Su Chen and Yang Lingtian returned to the valley. Yang Lingtian's family reunited and cried tears of joy. Su Chen, thank you. Yang Qian walked in front of Su Chen with tears in her beautiful eyes and sincerely expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. Su Chen laughed and said, Come to my cave, I'll treat you to barbecue. Since he had killed a mutant wild boar, the almighty oven could finally come in handy. Yang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard that there was barbecue. Then Su Chen took out the wild boar, processed it briefly and began to barbecue it. Soon, the cave was filled with the rich aroma of the meat. Chingu, I don't think it's spicy enough, can it be spicier? Yang Hao asked while eating. No problem. Su Chen turned the switch and increased the spiciness level a little. Yang Chen can't eat spicy food? No problem, we have 5 spices. Yang Lingtian wanted to eat slightly spicy food, it was a piece of cake, all he had to do was turn the switch. The function of the omnipotent oven was utilized to the extreme. The meat was perfect in color, aroma, and taste, and it could even be adjusted. Yang Lingtian and the other 2 were amazed. Chapter 57. The 3 mutated wolves at the side looked at Su Chen's group of 4 chatting and laughing as they ate the barbecued meat. Looking at the pitiful looks of the mutated wolves, Su Chen could not help but laugh. He then took out some barbecued meat and gave it to them. 4 people and 3 mutated wolves, their appetite was astonishing. 1 wild boar was obviously not enough, so Su Chen took out some breadfruits. Just as everyone was eating with relish, a mournful scream suddenly came from outside the cave, followed by a commotion and exclamation. What's going on? Su Chen's eyelids twitched, and he threw away the barbecued meat in his hand and rushed out of the cave. Yang Lingtian and the other two's faces also changed, and they all followed behind Su Chen. At this time, the valley was in chaos, and the people who originally lived here were all running for their lives. The ones chasing after them were 8 bear-like mutated beasts that were about 3 meters tall and as big as a small mountain. These bear-like mutated beasts were extremely strong and ferocious. Every time a human fell into their hands, they would be torn in half. Level 1 Raging Rock Bear. Yang Lingtian recognized the beasts at a glance, and his face became extremely serious. Although the Raging Rock Bear was only level 1, their skin was thick and their strength was great. Their actual combat power was not below a level 2 evolver. Moreover, there were 8 of them. Even a level 2 evolver would have to face them. Jianghu, let's run. Seeing the humans being torn to shreds one by one, Yang Hao's heart was filled with fear, and his little face turned pale. Su Chen, we can't afford to provoke the Raging Rock Bear, let's quickly retreat. Yang Lingtian suggested. Although he knew that Su Chen's strength was abnormally strong, he did not think that Su Chen would be a match for 8 level 1 Raging Rock Bears. Run? Why should we run? Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently. The Raging Rock Bear was a terrifying beast in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it was just a pile of barbecued meat and energy stones. Moreover, it might even drop fragments. Not to mention not running away, he wouldn't let any of these 8 Raging Rock Bears go. Su Chen, you're not thinking of killing them, are you? Yang Lingtian's expression changed slightly. Then he clenched his fists and vowed, if you don't want to leave, we'll fight them. Considering that Su Chen was a level 2 evolver and a level 2 psychic as well as having 3 mutant wolf soul pets, they had a chance of defeating the Raging Rock Bear. Of course, this decision was also very risky. If they weren't a match for him, they would all be buried here. All of you hide in the cave. I'll do it myself. Su Chen smiled faintly, then rushed towards the nearest Raging Rock Bear. Killing mutant beasts had a chance of dropping fragments. If Yang Lingtian joined in and didn't drop fragments, then he would suffer a great loss. All of you go into the cave. I'll go help Su Chen. Yang Lingtian pushed Yang Chen and Yang Hao into the cave. Just as he was about to go out to help, he was stopped by Yang Chen. Dad, listen to Su Chen. Yang Chen looked at Yang Lingtian and said firmly, since Su Chen said so, then he has full confidence. Don't go out and cause trouble for him. When she first met Su Chen, she also felt that Su Chen was bragging. However, after getting to know him, she realized that no matter what Su Chen said, he always did it. From killing Lu Shirong to killing more than 300 zombies alone, it all proved this point. Therefore, she was full of confidence in Su Chen. She also believed that as long as Su Chen said he could do it, he would do it. There was no doubt about this point. You trust him that much? Yang Lingtian was slightly stunned and muttered in his heart, is Su Chen really that strong? He can even kill 8 level 1 Raging Rock Bears? A smile appeared on Yang Chen's beautiful face as she nodded heavily. Chapter 58. Outside the cave, when the Raging Rock Bear saw that a human had taken the initiative to come to its door, it excitedly pounded its chest a few times and then threw a punch at Su Chen. Before the punch arrived, a strong gust of wind blew at Su Chen's face, causing his clothes to flutter. Interesting, you actually want to fight me head-on. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. He released his mental energy and wrapped it around his fist, adding a layer of defense to it and then threw a punch at the bear. In an instant, the two fists, one big and one small, collided fiercely. Kacha! Along with the crisp sound of bones breaking, the Raging Rock Bear's huge fist broke inch by inch, and even its thick arm broke into several pieces. With one blow, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Su Chen was like a god descending from the heavens, unstoppable. While crushing the Raging Rock Bear's fist, he took advantage of the situation and threw another punch, hitting the Raging Rock Bear right in the middle of its head. There was a loud bang. The Raging Rock Bear's head exploded, and blood splattered all over the sky. Damn. He's too strong. Yang Lingtian, who was in the cave, saw this scene and could not help but shiver. 2 punches, just 2 punches, and a Raging Rock Bear that was comparable to a level 2 evolver was killed. At this moment he had a new understanding of Su Chen's strength. Yang Chen's gaze never left Su Chen, and when she saw the Raging Rock Bear fall, a strange light flashed in her eyes. At the same time, her face was slightly flushed, and her heart seemed to be beating wildly. Since ancient times, heroes loved beauties, but beauties would also look at heroes differently. Su Chen was so brave and he was no different from a hero. Coupled with his handsome appearance, it could be said that he was a rare man in the world. Unknowingly, Yang Qian's heart had a ripple. Jianghu is awesome. Witnessing Su Chen's invincible might, Yang Hao's expression shook, and he clenched his fists in excitement. On the other side, Su Chen killed another raging rock bear in the blink of an eye, and it even dropped a black fragment. However, he didn't have the time to pick it up because he was targeted by the 3 raging rock bears. The raging rock bears seemed to be quite intelligent. After seeing how strong Su Chen was, they didn't attack one by one. Instead, they attacked together, wanting to surround and kill Su Chen. Su Chen was still fearless. When the 3 furious rock bears rushed up, a black saber suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the enchanted magic saber. After injecting wind element magic power into it, the enchanted godly saber became more than 3 meters long and gray light gathered on the blade. Su Chen gripped the hilt of his saber and swept it forward. A gray arc appeared in midair, as if it could even shatter the void. The 3 raging rock bears that rushed up were cut into 2 on the spot as if they were made of paper and fell to the ground. Hiss. Yang Lingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was once again shocked by Su Chen's powerful attack. Awesome! Yang Hao exclaimed. Other than awesome, he didn't know how to describe Su Chen's strength. After killing 5 raging rock bears in a row, there were only 3 left in the valley. When the 3 raging rock bears saw their companions die one after another, they didn't care about chasing other humans. After looking at each other, they actually scattered and fled. Although they were bloodthirsty, they knew fear when facing a strong person like Su Chen who could crush them. Chapter 59. He had just killed 5 raging rock bears and only obtained 1 shard. Su Chen was quite dissatisfied. How could he let the 3 raging rock bears escape? He instantly activated the rapid war boots, and Su Chen's speed soared to the extreme. He was even faster than a level 3 evolver, and he chased after them like a flash of lightning. Poo pew pew. After 3 slashes, the 3 raging rock bears died on the spot, and one of them lit up with a colorful light. Colorful shard. Su Chen was indescribably excited and grabbed it. The last time he picked up the colorful shard, it had dropped a upgrade gem, and it was very useful. Because there were too many things to upgrade, he could not decide which to upgrade first, so he was not willing to use it. And the colorful shard in front of him could very well be a upgrade gem, which made him overjoyed. Sure enough, just as Su Chen expected, when his finger touched the colorful shard, a strange sound echoed in his mind. Picked up, upgrade gem, shard *111, the shard is full, can be used. Seeing the emerald-like gem in his hand, Su Chen smiled. What is Su Chen doing? Seeing Su Chen standing there and smiling foolishly, Yang Lingtian was deeply puzzled. Jianghu is always like this. It will be fine in a while, Yang Hao said casually. Su Chen would often appear like this when he picked up the shards. Yang Hao had seen it a few times, so he was not surprised. The moment he obtained the upgrade gem, Su Chen used it to upgrade his storage bag. Because the 8 raging rock bears' bodies needed to be stored, the original 10 cubic meters of space was obviously not enough. After upgrading his storage bag, Su Chen waved his hand toward the cave and walked toward the black shard. Jianghu called us to dig for energy stones. Yang Hao was very familiar with Su Chen's action and ran out of the cave excitedly. Yang Qian and Yang Lingtian looked at each other and followed. Su Chen walked to the black shard and grabbed it. Picked up, intelligent chariot, shard *11010, the shard is full, can be used. Su Chen was excited again. He did not expect it to be a intelligent chariot shard. In this way, the intelligent war chariot was also gathered. Use. In Su Chen's hand appeared a 20-centimeter-long car model that looked like a caravan. It looked very exquisite. 10 fragments, and that's all you got? Su Chen's face darkened and he was a little unhappy. But at that moment, some information about the intelligent chariot appeared in his mind. After reading it, Su Chen's expression became a lot more strange. The information said that the intelligent chariot was an upgraded chariot. It could be enlarged or shrunk and was equipped with many functions such as attack, defense, investigation, and so on. All in all, the intelligent chariot was very powerful. It was extremely powerful. Did I not understand? Su Chen was suspicious, but he did not have the time to study it. After putting the intelligent chariot into his storage bag, he started digging for energy stones. With the help of Yang Hao and the others, 8 level 1 energy stones were dug out quickly. As the level 1 energy stones were the energy to power the mechanical soldiers, Su Chen kept all of them and did not distribute them. Yang Lingtian and the others did not have any objections. Later, Su Chen put the bodies of the 8 raging rock bears into his storage bag, which shocked Yang Lingtian. Chapter 60. Su Chen looked around and did not find any other mutated beasts. He then asked Yang Lingtian and the other two, "Did mutated beasts come here before?" Normally, mutated beasts lived in the depths of the Huangzi Mountains and rarely came out. Even if they came out, there would be at most 1 or 2. It was rare to see 8 level 1 mutated beasts all at once. Moreover, Su Chen could vaguely hear roars and screams coming from afar. This meant that the other human settlements were also attacked by mutated beasts. Mutated beasts would not come here for no reason, and there are so many of them. Yang Lingtian muttered. His face suddenly changed. In this situation, it is very likely that the mutated beasts have rioted and formed a beast tide. Hearing this, Yang Qian and Yang Hao's faces changed at the same time. Beast tide, Su Chen muttered. His face sank slightly. A beast tide was similar to a zombie tide. They were formed when the number of beasts reached a certain level. However, compared to a zombie tide, a beast tide was more terrifying. Mutated beasts were generally much stronger than zombies. Moreover, most of the mutated beasts were high-leveled. Once they gathered together, the destructive power was unimaginable. "Su Chen, we have to leave this place quickly," Yang Lingtian said with a serious expression. The raging rock bear was only the vanguard of the mutated beast army. Once the main force came, they would not be able to survive. "Okay," Su Chen agreed. He originally wanted to leave here tomorrow and go to King Kong City. There was nothing wrong with leaving now. "Okay, let's pack up and leave immediately," Yang Lingtian replied. He then brought Yang Qian and Yang Hao back to the cave to pack up. Su Chen also returned to his cave. There were very few things he could pack. It was just the universal oven, and some roasted pork. As for the bread tree, he did not know if it could survive if he dug it out. He planned to leave it in the cave. Maybe one day he could come back here again. After packing up his things, Su Chen walked around the cave for a while before walking out. Yang Lingtian and the other two also finished packing up. Soon they met up with Su Chen. However, Su Chen discovered that there were more than a dozen people following them. He had seen a few of them before. They were all residents of this valley. Originally, there were more than 100 people in the valley. After being slaughtered by the raging rock bear, only a dozen or so people were lucky enough to escape with their lives. "Su Chen, they want to leave with us," Yang Qian explained. After witnessing Su Chen's strength, those people knew that if they wanted to live, the only way was to follow Su Chen. No. Su Chen flatly refused. In an environment like the apocalypse, having more people did not necessarily equate to having more power. If they were all evolvers, it would be easier to deal with them. However, they were all ordinary people and had no combat power. Not only would they not be of any help, but they would also attract the attention of zombies and mutant beasts. It would also bring unnecessary trouble to him. Moreover, people's hearts were unpredictable. Su Chen had not interacted with them before. How would he know who they were? Why? A young man seemed to be angry. However, he seemed to be afraid of Su Chen's strength. He suppressed his anger and said, "You are so strong. Why can't you keep me by your side?" "Yes, please help us. We promise we won't cause you any trouble." Another man chimed in. "What does my strength have to do with you?" Su Chen sneered. These people obviously thought of him as their savior. However, they were not related to him. He had no obligation to save them. Yang Qian had been with these people for a long time. She could not bear it. She wanted to persuade them, but she thought of Su Chen's way of doing things. She was worried that she would say something wrong to anger Su Chen and cause Su Chen to be disgusted. Thus, she remained silent. Chapter 61. In this post-apocalyptic world, humans are weak. We should help each other. You are so strong, why are you so cruel to us? An old man with white hair could not help but question Su Chen. The little boy next to him rolled his eyes and said to Yang Qian, "Sister Yang Qian, why don't you say something for us? We have lived in the same valley for many years." "That's right. Yang Hao, you should say something too." Yang Lingtian, you are also a level 1 evolver, do you want to watch us die? The others also echoed, but most of them were complaining. It was as if they died it would be Yang Qian's fault. Shut up. Su Qian roared. He glanced at them and said coldly, I will say it again, I am not a savior. Your life and death have nothing to do with me. Don't follow us, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Under the pressure of Su Qian's powerful aura, the dozen or so people were scared witless, and all of them obediently shut their mouths. Let's go. Su Qian retracted his gaze and called out. Yang Lingtian and the other two nodded and silently followed behind Su Qian. None of the dozen or so people dared to follow him because of fear. Just when Su Qian and his group walked more than 20 meters away, a rather beautiful young woman in revealing clothes caught up with them and shouted, Handsome, wait a minute, I have something to say. Su Qian stopped and turned to look at the woman. His face suddenly sank. Do you want to die? The young woman was startled, but she quickly regained her composure. A charming smile appeared on her face as she giggled. Handsome, although I'm not as beautiful as Yang Qian, I can still be considered a beauty. Moreover, I have more experience than Yang Qian. You can keep me by your side. After saying this, the woman winked at Su Qian. Her meaning was self-evident. Shameless. Yang Hao gritted his teeth in anger. The woman in front of him was called Tong Fei. She was a famous slut in the desolate Lake Mountain range and had seduced countless men. Moreover, he was clearly aware that Tong Fei's meaningful words were nothing more than an attempt to tempt Su Qian. The reason why he was so angry was because in his heart, Su Qian and his sister were a match made in heaven. He was also his intended brother-in-law. Tong Fei, this shameless bitch, actually ran out to snatch a man from his sister. How could he not be angry? After hearing this, Yang Qian's face turned sullen, but she did not say anything. Instead, she turned her gaze to Su Qian. Only Su Qian himself could decide whether to agree to Tong Fei's request. Of course, in her heart, she really hoped that Su Qian would refuse. Su Qian glanced at Tong Fei, a look of disgust appeared on his face and he sneered, I have no interest in a self-degrading bitch like you. Get lost. He clearly remembered that at that time, there was a seductive female mercenary in the Blue Ocean gathering place. She also tried to tempt him like Tong Fei but was killed by him in the end. If Tong Fei did not know what was good for her and continued to pester him, he would have killed her without mercy. You. Tong Fei's mouth trembled and her chest rose and fell. Being humiliated by Su Qian in front of her made her angry. However, after meeting Su Qian's sharp eyes, the anger in her heart suddenly dissipated and turned into deep fear. Tong Fei, Jianghu has spoken. Why aren't you getting lost? Yang Hao spat, his heart was extremely satisfied. Yang Qian sighed lightly, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Chapter 62. Let's go. Su Qian ignored them and continued to walk out of the valley. Looking at the figures of Su Qian and the others gradually disappearing, the dozen people were at a loss. At this moment, there were dense roars of wild beasts around the valley. It was obvious that a large number of mutated beasts were approaching. The mutated beasts are coming. What should we do? Someone began to shout in panic. The old man gritted his teeth. Let's go, we'll catch up with them. But that guy won't let us follow. The little boy next to the old man said worriedly. There's only one way out of the valley. What can he do? The old man smiled gloomily and then said, remember, once a mutated beast comes, we'll get close to them. We can't live, but we can't let them have an easy time. Yes, we can't let them have an easy time. Even if we die, we'll drag them with us. The old man's suggestion attracted a lot of response. Tong Fei, who was at the front, had an uncertain expression. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, she was the first to chase after Su Qian and the others. On the other side, Su Qian and the others had already walked out of the valley and came to a plain. Su Qian, where are we going now? Yang Lingtian looked around and asked Su Qian. He had been living in the Huangzi mountain range since he was young. Now that he was leaving, he didn't know where to go. Let's find a safe place to stay first. Su Qian replied. His original intention was to rush to King Kong City, but considering that the two places were thousands of miles apart, he didn't know how many days it would take to walk. He wanted to understand the intelligent chariot first. Okay. Yang Lingtian nodded in response. Someone's coming. Su Qian suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. He turned his head and saw a woman rushing toward them. Reckless. After seeing the woman's appearance, Su Qian's face darkened. The woman who ran over was none other than Tong Fei. Moreover, there were more than 10 people following behind her. Needless to say, they must be the group of people from the valley. Did you really take my words for granted? Su Chen sneered and condensed a wind blade in his palm. As long as Tong Fei and the others dared to approach, he would kill them. However, before he could make a move, the roars of several beasts came from the direction of the valley. Dense footsteps and the roars of zombies came from all directions. Zombies and mutant beasts are coming together? Su Chen's expression froze. The appearance of zombies and mutant beasts at the same time caught him off guard. If it was a zombie tide or a beast tide, no one would be able to survive except for him. There are a lot of zombies nearby. Could it be a zombie tide? As the roars of the zombies became clearer and denser, Yang Qian's expression changed. The mutant beasts are coming. Yang Hao pointed to the back and exclaimed. Su Chen looked back and saw dozens of mutant beasts. Their speed was extremely fast and they quickly caught up with the group of people in the valley. Mournful screams echoed in the plains. Save me! Tong Fei panicked and shouted for help while running. Behind her, there were 3 ferocious mutant beasts following closely. Save or not? Yang Lingtian looked at Su Chen. Save my ass, Su Chen said angrily. For a shameless person like Tong Fei, he had already restrained himself by not killing her. Now that she dared to come and seek death, Su Chen would not be polite anymore. Chapter 63. Su Chen waved his hand and a gray wind blade flew out of his hand. On the other side, Tong Fei was about to reach Su Chen and the others. She thought she was safe. But at this moment, a gray light flashed in front of her eyes. Before she could react, her head was separated from her body. She didn't even know how she died. After the gray wind blade cut off Tong Fei's head, it continued to fly forward and soon killed the 3 mutated beasts on the spot. Witnessing Su Chen's ruthlessness, Yang Lingtian couldn't help but shiver, but he didn't dare to say anything. Good. Yang Hao cursed. Everyone go under the boulder. Su Chen was a little anxious. After the group of people in the valley was killed, the mutated beasts chased after them. The number of mutated beasts had increased to hundreds. More and more zombies gathered around them, faintly surrounding them. If they continued to stay here, they would be attacked from both sides. Then they would really be in danger. Fortunately, there was a boulder shaped like a goose egg more than 100 meters away from them. It was like a small mountain lying across the plain. As long as he got there, he would have a way. After listening to Su Chen's words, Yang Lingtian didn't hesitate and rushed forward with his sword. The 3 of you go and help. Su Chen ordered the 3 mutated wolves. Woo woo! The 3 mutated wolves roared and rushed forward. Su Chen took out the mechanical soldier from his storage bag and ordered it to protect Yang Qian and Yang Hao. He stayed behind and kept releasing spells to kill the mutated beasts. When the battle started, the wind and clouds surged. Countless zombies and mutated beasts surrounded them from all directions. Su Chen was like a killing machine, constantly taking the lives of the mutant beasts. In less than a minute, dozens of mutant beasts had died in his hands. But at this time he had a deep doubt in his heart. Zombies and mutant beasts were obviously different species. Logically speaking, they should be fighting each other. However, he found that the zombies and mutant beasts seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. They were clearly separated from each other and were attacking them. Unable to figure out what was going on, Su Chen didn't think too much about it and focused on killing the enemy. Just as they were about to reach the bottom of the boulder, a huge zombie suddenly rushed out in front of them. In addition, this zombie was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yang Lingtian. Level 2 zombie. Yang Lingtian was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow. When the level 2 zombie got close to him, he slashed out with his sword. Unexpectedly, the level 2 zombie didn't dodge at all. Instead, it took the blow with its strong body. Gotcha. The sword in Yang Lingtian's hand slashed on the level 2 zombie's chest, but it only left a shallow scar. It didn't cause a fatal injury to the level 2 zombie. The level 2 zombie took the opportunity to bite Yang Lingtian's shoulder and tore off a large piece of flesh. Ah! Yang Lingtian roared in pain and lifted his foot to kick the level 2 zombie away. He staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Dad! Yang Qian and Yang Hao saw Yang Lingtian injured and fell to the ground. Their faces were extremely pale. At this time, the level 2 zombie once again rushed toward Yang Lingtian. The moment Yang Lingtian fell to the ground, he lost the ability to fight and also lost the ability to move. Seeing that he was about to die on the spot, Su Chen made his move. A spiritual power spread out and wrapped around the level 2 zombie in an instant. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. The level 2 zombie stopped in midair as if it was bound by an invisible force. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't move at all. Chapter 64. Su Chen rushed forward and chopped off the head of the level 2 zombie. At the same time, a black light flashed from the body of the level 2 zombie. He didn't pick it up and immediately checked on Yang Lingtian's injuries. Speaking of which, Yang Lingtian's injuries weren't serious. He only lost a piece of flesh on his shoulder. However, the poison of a level 2 zombie was very strong. It had not even been half a minute since Yang Lingtian was bitten. His face was already pitch black and covered with dense black threads. This was a sign that he was about to become a zombie. Su Chen, kill me quickly. Yang Lingtian clenched his teeth and begged Su Chen. After being poisoned, especially by a level 2 zombie, one would definitely turn into a zombie. This was something he was very clear about. So even if he died, he didn't want to become a walking corpse. Dad, don't die. Yang Hao and Yang Qian ran forward and saw Yang Lingtian's miserable appearance and wailed. Don't worry, you won't die and you won't become a zombie. Su Chen smiled and comforted them. Then he quickly took out a bottle of antivirus potion and healing potion. Su Chen, can you save my dad? Yang Qian stopped crying and looked at Su Chen in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were bright. She understood Su Chen. As long as Su Chen said he could do it, there was nothing he couldn't do. At this moment, her heart was full of hope. Su Chen nodded and put the 2 bottles of potion in Yang Qian's hand and said, drink it all. After saying that, he turned and killed the zombies and mutated beasts that were rushing over. Yang Qian didn't hesitate and quickly poured the 2 bottles of potion into Yang Lingtian's mouth. Because the number of zombies and mutated beasts was too much, Su Chen was forced to use his killing move. Wind magic power was injected into the enchanted divine saber, and with a sweep of the saber, a large area was swept away. With just a few slashes, over 100 zombies and mutant beasts had died. This harvesting speed could only be described as terrifying. Even a level 3 evolver or a level 3 psychic would not be able to achieve such an effect. However, the zombies and mutant beasts were not afraid. No matter how many of them died, they continued to charge forward. The situation was still very unfavorable for Su Chen. On the other side, after Yang Lingtian consumed 2 bottles of medicine, the black hair on his face quickly receded, and the wound on his shoulder healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths he was full of energy and vigor. I didn't turn into a zombie. Yang Lingtian stood up and laughed wildly. Great, it's all thanks to Chen Gu. Yang Hao was also very happy and he was very grateful to Su Chen. Without a doubt, if it wasn't for Su Chen's help, Yang Lingtian would have turned into a zombie. Yang Qian saw that Yang Lingtian had recovered, and his mental state was very good. She was relieved and then she turned to look at Su Chen. In her beautiful eyes, a heroic figure was killing zombies and mutated beasts in all directions. Gradually, only Su Chen's figure was left in her eyes. Su Chen's every move was affecting her heart. Sister, let's go quickly. Yang Hao saw his sister standing there in a daze and hurriedly urged her. Yang Qian came back to her senses and her face was slightly hot. She withdrew her gaze and followed behind Yang Lingtian. The mechanical soldier strictly followed Su Chen's orders and carried out close protection for Yang Hao and Yang Qian. As long as there were zombies or mutated beasts that rushed over, they would fall under its scimitar. In this way Yang Qian and Yang Hao were safe and sound. Chapter 65. After an intense battle, Yang Lingtian and the others finally reached the bottom of the giant rock. However, they did not understand why Su Chen wanted them to come here. Even with the giant rock behind them, they still could not escape being surrounded. Are we supposed to climb up? Yang Lingtian had this thought in his mind, but he quickly rejected it. The surface of the giant rock was too smooth and there was no way they could climb up. Since he did not understand what was going on, he decided not to think about it and started to fight with the zombies with his sword. At this time, Su Chen had also arrived. In a short period of time, he had killed more than 200 zombies and mutated beasts, and more than 10 fragments had dropped. Due to the large number of zombies and mutated beasts, he could not pick them up. Instead, he picked up the black fragment that had dropped from the level 2 zombie he had killed earlier. This black fragment was a fragment of the ungraded Gatling gun. Together with the 2 fragments that he had previously obtained, he had enough. The ungraded Gatling gun was silver-white in color, and its appearance was similar to the Gatling gun in his previous life. The usage method was the same as the level 1 pulse pistol, which required the use of energy stones to convert into bullets. However, compared to the level 1 pulse pistol, its advantages were obvious. Other than being able to fire continuously, it could also be filled with energy stones of various levels. For example, the level 1 pulse pistol could only be filled with level 1 energy stones, and the zombies that it could kill could only be level 1 zombies. The ungraded Gatling gun did not have this limitation and could be filled with level 2 energy stones, level 3 energy stones, and even higher leveled ones. Correspondingly, the level of zombies that could be killed would also be increased. However, Suchin only had 1 level 2 energy stone on him, and he did not have any other energy stones. The level 1 energy stones were all installed on the mechanical soldier, and the remaining normal energy stones were filled into the 2 pulse pistols. Therefore, even if the ungraded Gatling gun was powerful, it would not be useful for the time being. After putting the ungraded Gatling gun into his storage bag, Suchin met up with Yang Lingtian and the others. "Suchin, what should we do next?" Yang Lingtian asked anxiously. He had already noticed that the number of zombies and mutated beasts that were coming towards them had reached an astonishing number. It was very likely that it was a small wave of zombies and beasts. The current situation was extremely critical. Under the heavy pressure, he panicked and lost his sense of propriety. He did not know what to do and could only place his hopes on Suchin. Suchin squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Don't worry. No matter how many zombies and mutant beasts there are, they can't do anything to us." Hearing this, Yang Chen and Yang Hao's eyes lit up. They did not doubt Suchin's words at all. On the other hand, Yang Lingtian was a little confused. He really did not understand why Suchin's face did not have the slightest trace of fear. Instead, his eyes became more and more determined, and there was even a hint of excitement. Is there really a way? Yang Lingtian did not have much contact with Suchin, so he could not completely trust Suchin's words. Suchin did not explain anything. He took out the only bottle of level 1 vitality potion from his storage bag and put it in Yang Hao's hand. "Drink it." Consuming the level 1 vitality potion would allow one to become a level 1 evolver in a very short time. Originally, he had planned to leave it for Tan Lin, but the situation was dire, so he could only give it to Yang Hao. Yang Hao had absolute trust in Suchin, so he opened his mouth and swallowed it without thinking. Chapter 66. Oh my God. After drinking the level 1 constitution potion, for a while, Yang Hao's eyes widened and he shouted excitedly. At this moment he could clearly feel that his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. His body was becoming stronger and stronger, and a powerful force was being nurtured in his body. What's going on? Yang Lingtian and Yang Chen, who did not understand the situation, looked at Yang Hao. Haha. Yang Hao laughed and looked at Suchin and said gratefully, "Brother-in-law? Jianghu, thank you." Because he was too excited, he spoke incoherently and directly called Suchin brother-in-law. Of course, in his heart, he had long regarded Suchin as his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Suchin rubbed his nose and looked at Yang Chen. The moment her eyes met with Suchin's, Yang Chen lowered her head, and her beautiful face was as red as a ripe apple. "Yang Hao, what's going on?" Yang Lingtian still did not understand and asked again. "Dad, I think I've become an evolver," Yang Hao said with a trembling voice. After becoming an evolver, the most obvious change was the sharp increase in the body strength and speed. Yang Hao could feel the changes in his body deeply, and he began to suspect that he was really an evolver. "What?" Yang Lingtian exclaimed, and his expression was a little dull. Yang Chen also raised her head at this time and was also surprised. "Jianghu, am I an evolver?" Yang Hao was not too sure and asked Suchin. Suchin smiled and replied with certainty, "You are indeed a level 1 evolver." "Awesome." Yang Hao was extremely excited. He raised his arms and shouted, "I'm an evolver." Yang Lingtian's mouth was wide open and his heart was in turmoil. I really became an evolver? He knew how difficult it was to become an evolver. Even with his good talent, he had to cultivate several times to become a level 1 evolver. He also knew that Yang Hao's talent was limited, or rather, he had no talent for cultivation. He was afraid that he would never become an evolver. However, after taking a bottle of potion given by Su Qin, he miraculously became an evolver. There was such a miraculous thing in the world? It wasn't that Yang Lingtian didn't believe it, but it was too unbelievable. It was completely beyond the scope of his understanding. Yang Qian looked at Su Qin in a daze, and at the same time, her heart was filled with emotion. Is there anything in this world that you can't do? You are an evolver now, so you should help me do something, Su Qin said as he took out that super electric drill from his storage bag and put it in Yang Hao's hand. Jianghu, just tell me what to do. Yang Hao puffed out his chest and said loudly. Su Qin patted Yang Hao's shoulder and pointed to the boulder behind him. Dig a hole on it. It doesn't have to be too big, just 2 meters square will do. His original plan was to dig a hole on the boulder and hide inside. That way they only needed to guard the entrance. If they could not guard the entrance, he still had a lot of hard fruit seeds. He could plant a few of them and completely seal the entrance. No matter how many zombies and mutant beasts there were, they could not hurt them. Understood. Yang Hao took out the super electric drill, aimed at the boulder and pressed the switch. He had seen Su Qin use it before, so he knew how to use it. Chapter 67. Yang Lingtian now understood what Su Qin wanted to do. At this moment he was full of admiration for Su Qin. It could be said that with Su Qin, the 3 mutant wolves and the powerful puppet, it was very likely that they could guard the entrance of the cave. Yang Lingtian's confidence suddenly increased, and he joined the battle with Su Qin. As the battle continued, more and more zombies and mutant beasts died, but most of them were killed by Su Qin alone. The number of fragments that were dropped also increased, reaching at least 30 pieces. However, Su Qin did not have the opportunity to pick them up, which made him very eager. Jianghu, the cave is ready. Yang Hao was so tired that his forehead was full of sweat, but he did not bother to wipe it off. The moment the cave was finished, he reported to Su Qin. Su Qin glanced back and saw that there was a cave about 2 meters deep and 1 meter high on the boulder. Uncle, you 3 guard the entrance of the cave. Su Qin ordered, and he took out a pulse pistol and handed it to Yang Qian. Yang Qian was just an ordinary weak woman and she did not have any fighting ability, but with the pulse pistol she could also kill zombies, which would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure. Su Qin, you should keep it. Yang Qian did not immediately accept it. She had seen the power of the pulse pistol when Su Qin killed Lu Shirong, who was a level 1 evolutionary, with 1 shot. She was very happy that Su Qin gave her such a powerful weapon. However, she thought that Su Qin would be in danger all the time, and it would be safer to have a powerful weapon to protect himself, so she did not want it. Take it, I have another one in my hand. Su Qin stuffed the pulse pistol into Yang Qian's hands and took out another one. Seeing that Su Qin really had another one, Yang Qian did not refuse. When Yang Qian and the others entered the cave, Su Qin took out the remaining upgrade gem. He raised the level of the mechanical soldier to level 2 and installed the only level 2 energy core in it. Originally he wanted to use the upgrade gem on the pulse pistol, because when the pulse pistol reached level 2, it could easily kill level 2 zombie wolves. However, he remembered that the pulse pistol needed a level 2 energy gem and he only had one. Even if it was upgraded, it would not be of much use, so he used it on the mechanical soldier. Thus a level 2 mechanical soldier's function was actually not inferior to the pulse pistol. With his metal body he didn't need to defend himself at all. Zombies below level 3 were no match for him. After upgrading the mechanical soldier, Su Qin called the 3 mutated wolves over and ordered them, Xiaobai, the 3 of you and Xiao Tai work together to protect me. Su Qin was ready to pick up the fragments, and it was inevitable that he would be distracted during the process, so he needed someone to protect him. Yes, master. A mechanical soldier replied loudly. Well, the 3 mutated wolves also responded at the same time. Okay, let's begin. After saying that, Su Qin began to pick up the fragments, and he grabbed the nearest purple fragment with one hand. Picked up, Ancient Thunder God Fragment X1, 110. Fragments not full cannot be used. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of Ancient Thunder fragment, and he did not know what it was used for. Without thinking too much, he continued to grab the second fragment. Picked up, Doomsday Maul Fragment X1, 510. Fragments not full cannot be used. The third fragment. Picked up, Exploding Fruit Fragment X1, 11. Fragments full can be used. When he said use, A palm-sized seed appeared in Su Chen's hand. He had seen a lot of things like seeds and did not pay much attention to them at first. However, when he received the feedback, he suddenly moved. Chapter 68. The planting method of the exploding fruit seed was the same as the breadfruit seed. After planting it, it would grow in a very short period of time. However, its fruiting period was much longer, requiring a month. The number of fruits it would produce was 10 at a time. Its fruits were not for eating but for killing enemies. This was because the fruit itself had explosive power, just like the grenades in his previous life. This was what Su Chen valued the most. After putting away the exploding fruit seed, Su Chen continued to pick up the other fragments. At the same time, Yang Lingtian and the other two were also in the midst of a fierce battle with the zombies. Although Yang Qian was just an ordinary person, after obtaining the pulse pistol, the number of zombies she killed had already surpassed Yang Lingtian. Every time she pulled the trigger, a zombie would die on the spot. Unknowingly, she had already killed 40 to 50 zombies in a row. Yang Lingtian was shocked. He had never seen such a powerful weapon. Killing normal zombies was as easy as killing ants. Killing level 1 zombies was also done with a single shot. Little Qian, where did you get the weapon in your hand? Yang Lingtian asked. Su Chen gave it to me. After knowing that it was Su Chen's, Yang Lingtian was relieved. Not only was Su Chen powerful, but he also had countless mysterious and strange things on him. He could cook all kinds of barbecue, puppets, and potions that could cure zombie poison and injuries. It could be said that each of his items had subverted his knowledge. On the other side, Su Chen was still picking up fragments. There were many items that had appeared for the first time. For example, planting dimension, golden scale arm, desert sand fire, space teleporter, and so on. However, these fragments required 10 fragments to be used. He did not know what they were used for. After picking up all the fragments, Su Chen took the opportunity to dig out some level 1 and 2 energy stones. Only then did he bring the 3 mutated wolves and mechanical soldier back to the cave. Su Chen, should we take turns guarding the entrance? Yang Lingtian suggested. The zombies and mutant beasts outside were endless. Who knew how long it would take to kill them all? If they couldn't properly distribute their energy, even if they weren't killed, they would die of exhaustion. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Su Chen said casually, when the zombies and mutant beasts gather, leave them to me. You guys take the opportunity to dig up some energy stones. After the previous battle, he found that the number of zombies and mutated beasts was more than 10,000, but there were not many high-level ones. The highest was only level 2 and there were very few of them. As long as there weren't any zombies or mutated beasts above level 3, they wouldn't be able to threaten him. Meanwhile, he could kill zombies without fear and obtain a large number of fragments. If Yang Lingtian and the others took turns to kill the zombies, the fragments wouldn't drop from the zombies they killed. This was undoubtedly a huge loss for him. At this moment, Su Chen had already decided that he would kill the rest of the zombies. The others would only be responsible for defending and digging for energy stones. Can you handle it alone? Yang Lingtian asked doubtfully. Although he recognized Su Chen's ability facing 10,000 zombies and mutated beasts, could one person kill them all? Dad, if Jianghu says he can, then he definitely can, Yang Hao said with certainty. Ever since he knew Su Chen, he hadn't found anything that Su Chen couldn't do. Therefore, he believed in Su Chen's words without a doubt. Don't worry. Su Chen smiled and then asked the 3 mutated wolves and the mechanical soldiers to return to the cave. He took the enchanted sword and walked out. Looking at the tide of zombies and mutated beasts outside the cave, Su Chen didn't show any fear. Instead, he was excited. The zombies and mutated beasts that others would avoid were piles of energy stones and fragments in his eyes. Chapter 69. Su Chen infused the wind magic into the enchanted sword and swung it horizontally. The zombies and mutant beasts gathered at the entrance of the cave were immediately cut down, and 3 fragments were dropped. With the fragments dropping, Su Chen was even more motivated. Slash after slash, he kept reaping the lives of the zombies and mutant beasts. When the wind magic was completely used up, the number of zombies and mutant beasts that died had reached over 200, and more than 10 fragments had dropped. Too strong. Yang Lingtian was extremely shocked. Other people killed the zombies one by one, but Su Chen killed them one by one. Every slash of the sword killed at least a few dozen zombies. At this rate he might really be able to kill all the zombies and mutant beasts outside. After killing over 200 zombies, Su Chen did not stop. He continued to infuse the fire magic into the enchanted sword. With a slash of the sword, a fire dragon roared out, and the surroundings suddenly became scorching hot. Once the normal zombies came into contact with the fire dragon, they would be burned to ashes, and the level 1 zombies would also be burned to death. It could be said that after infusing the fire magic, the enchanted sword's lethality was not as strong as the wind magic, but the deterrent effect was stronger. Fire magic. Su Chen is also a fire magic reader? Yang Lingtian's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He already knew that Su Chen was a magic reader, but he had only seen Su Chen use wind magic. Dad, Chen Gu not only knows wind magic and fire magic, but he is also a magic reader. Yang Hao blinked at Yang Lingtian. Magic reader of all elements. Yang Lingtian only felt a rumble in his brain, and then he fell into a deep stupor. Su Chen used up the fire magic and released the lightning magic. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, the zombies and mutant beasts were similarly slaughtered to death. Thunder element sorcery. Seeing that Su Chen had used the third sorcery, Yang Lingtian gulped. After exhausting the wind, fire and lightning magic, the total number of zombies and mutant beasts killed was close to 400, and more than 30 fragments had dropped. After a round of killing, there were no longer any zombies or mutant beasts around Su Chen. Although there were still zombies and mutant beasts coming from afar, it would still take some time for them to reach Su Chen. Su Chen also temporarily stopped hunting. Firstly, he wanted to seize the opportunity to pick up some fragments and energy stones. Secondly, compared to the wind, fire and lightning element magic, the destructive power of the other elements' magic was limited and could not achieve the effect of killing a large number of people. After that, Su Chen began to act according to his original plan. Yang Lingtian and the other two dug out energy stones. The 3 mutant wolves and the mechanical soldier were in charge of covering, and he himself was picking up fragments. He grabbed one of the black shards and a strange sound echoed in his mind. Picked up, Big Dipper Star Fragment, Fragment X1, 2-10. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. Then he grabbed the second fragment. Picked up, Space Transporter, Fragment X1, 2-10. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. The third fragment, the fourth fragment, the 11th fragment. After picking up 11 fragments in a row, a large number of zombies and mutant beasts came close. The 3 mutant wolves and the mechanical soldier desperately tried to stop them. Su Chen did not make a move, but sped up the speed of picking up fragments. When all the fragments were picked up, he led everyone back into the cave. After a short rest, Su Chen drank a bottle of mana recovery potion, rushed out of the cave with his sword and started the massacre. After that, he picked up fragments and dug out energy stones. After doing this 3 times, Su Chen had collected 150 fragments, and the number of zombies and mutant beasts that had died in his hands was in the thousands. Chapter 70. Yang Lingtian looked at the thick layer of zombies and mutated beast corpses outside the cave and sighed in his heart. Su Chen's strength is really unfathomable, so terrifying. Yang Qian and Yang Hao were relatively calm. They had seen the scene of Su Chen killing zombies, so they were somewhat mentally prepared. At this time, Su Chen could not hold on any longer. He still had a bottle of mana recovery potion on him. His magic power could be restored to its peak state at any time, but the key was that his physical strength could not keep up. After continuously killing for so long, even if his body was made of iron, he still needed to rest. As for the 3 mutated wolves and Yang Lingtian, they were also panting from exhaustion. Among the people present, only the mechanical soldier was still lively because it consumed energy stones. As long as there were enough energy stones, it could in principle continue to fight. Su Chen, do you still want to continue killing? Yang Lingtian asked while panting. Su Chen pondered for a moment and replied, kill one more time, then I'll block the cave entrance and we'll have a good rest. The reason why he insisted on killing again was because the number of Doomsday Maul, Space Converter, and Wild God Thunder had reached 9, and he only needed 1 more to use. If he could not gather 1 or 2, he would not be satisfied. Okay, then kill one more time. Yang Lingtian gritted his teeth. Get ready. Su Chen ordered and took out the ungraded Gatling gun. As there was only 1 mana recovery potion left, he planned to keep it as a backup. The ungraded Gatling gun was already filled with more than 200 energy stones, enough to kill 200 zombies. It was completely enough. After that, Su Chen rushed out of the cave, holding the ungraded Gatling gun in both hands and madly firing. 222. Da-da-da. The zombies and mutated beasts were shot into sieves in the blink of an eye, falling down in groups. Seeing this scene, Yang Lingtian was once again stunned. Even if he had already expected that the weapon in Su Chen's hands was not simple, but after seeing its powerful power, he was still shocked. Su Chen finished firing in one breath and hurriedly said, "Let's go." Yang Hao and the others were already prepared. At this time they all rushed out and started digging for energy stones. Su Chen put the ungraded Gatling gun into the storage bag and glanced at it. His eyes suddenly lit up. Colored shard. 7 or 8 meters away from him, a colorful beam of light was shining. It was dazzling. The colored shards dropped, upgrade gems, and their value was second only to the gold shards. The moment he saw the colorful shard, he rushed it. Picked up, upgrade gem, *111. Shards full, ready to use. Used. Then Su picked it its shards, picked up the other shards, and continued picking up the other shards. They didn't kill a lot of zombies this time, but they still got more than a dozen fragments. This made him more satisfied. Otherwise, if there were too few shards, he would have to kill more before stopping. The second shard was the exploding fruit seed. The third shard was the serene pool divine wood that appeared for the first time. He needed to collect 10 shards before he could use it. The fourth shard was also new. It was called the ancient godfiend body, and the number of shards needed was a terrifying 100. The fifth shard dropped the space transportation device, and he had collected all the shards. What appeared in Su Chen's hand was a half-square disc with some buttons on it. The feedback was that after the energy stone was installed on the space transportation device, it could be used to teleport within a radius of 100 meters. Simply put, things outside could be moved to the disc, and things placed on the disc could also be teleported outside. The maximum distance was 100 meters, and one energy stone could be used for 10 teleportations. Chapter 71. In addition, the message also mentioned that the teleportation device could not teleport anything higher than level 2. Su Chen understood that if he wanted to teleport zombies, the highest he could teleport was level 2 zombies. Zombies above level 3 would not be able to be teleported. After putting away the teleportation device, Su Chen continued to pick up the fragments. The rest of the fragments were mostly seeds. Until the last one, there was a fragment of the ancient thunder god. With this, he had collected 10 fragments of the ancient thunder god, and could use them. When Su Chen said use, he was surprised to find that his hands were empty. After receiving the message, he understood what was going on. The ancient thunder god was a type of lightning-type item. It could also be considered a lightning-type secret technique. When he obtained it, it had automatically merged with his lightning-type magic. In other words, the next time Su Chen used the ancient thunder god, it would contain the power of the ancient thunder god. "I wonder if this thing is powerful?" Su Chen murmured. His gaze drifted as he looked at the zombies and mutated beasts that were flying towards him. Immediately, a fist-sized thunder ball condensed in his palm. What was different from before was that there was a bolt of black lightning swimming within the lightning ball, emitting a terrifying lightning power. Su Chen suddenly moved. He raised his hand and shot out the thunder ball. It flew into the group of zombies. In the next moment there was a loud rumbling sound. The ground tremored violently, and a net of lightning appeared in front of them. Dense lightning bolts were wreaking havoc in all directions. Under the coverage of the lightning bolts, the ordinary zombies and mutated beasts were directly turned into dust. The powerful level 1 zombies and mutated beasts were also cut into a pile of minced meat. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of zombies and mutated beasts were killed. When the smoke dissipated, in front of Su Chen were broken limbs. There was not a single intact zombie or mutated beast. Su Chen opened his mouth wide. After a long time he shouted excitedly, "Damn! That's just too awesome." Before this, he had some expectations for the violent thunder technique that was fused with the divine thunder of the wilderness, but he never thought that its power would be so strong. Killing hundreds of zombies with one strike, its power was several times stronger than the enchanted sword, infused with magic power. Su Chen even believed that the current violent thunder technique was enough to kill level 3 zombies. Even level 4 zombies would suffer some pain if they encountered it. At this point he could be considered to have truly possessed a powerful life-saving trump card. Oh my god. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Lingtian and the others were dumbstruck. They even stopped what they were doing and forgot to dig for energy stones. When had they ever seen such a terrifying lightning spell? Was this really a spell cast by a level 2 psychic? Even a level 3 magician's explosive thunder spell wouldn't have such power, right? Monster. Yang Lingtian came back to his senses and let out a long sigh. Su Chen was already an all-elemental magic caster, and the spells he released were far superior to those of his peers. Was there any justice in this world? Could there be a way out for those single-elemental magic casters? If other magic casters knew about this, wouldn't they die of jealousy? Su Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He began to pick up the fragments again. Killing hundreds of zombies and mutated beasts, and 7 fragments were dropped. He naturally wouldn't let them go. Picked up, hard fruit seed fragment *111, the fragments are full, can be used. The first 5 fragments weren't very valuable, and they could be used directly. Su Chen put them all into his storage bag. However, the last 2 fragments brought him quite a surprise. One of them was a colorful fragment, and the one that dropped was an upgrade gem. The other was a level 1 pulse cannon fragment, and he needed to collect 3 fragments to use it. Chapter 72. After picking up the fragments, Su Chen, the 3 mutated wolves, and the mechanical soldiers worked together to block the attacks of the zombies and mutated beasts, giving Yang Lingtian and the other 2 more time to dig for the energy stones. Half an hour later, the attacks of the zombies were getting stronger and stronger, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The 3 mutated wolves were also injured, but fortunately they were all injured by the mutated beasts. If they were bitten by the zombies, it would be troublesome because Su Chen only had 2 bottles of antivirus potion left, and he could only save 2 mutated wolves at most. During this time, Yang Lingtian and the other 2 had dug out a lot of energy stones. Adding the ones they had dug out before, the number had reached more than 1,000. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this harvest, so he called everyone back to the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, Su Chen quickly planted 2 hard fruit seeds. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, the 2 seeds quickly grew into 2 oval-shaped nuts, tightly blocking the entrance of the cave. The zombies outside the cave desperately hit the nuts, but they could not move them at all. These 2 nuts seemed to be one with the ground, and they were indestructible. It was difficult to destroy them with normal methods. Su Chen had also tested it with his own hands. Without using any spells or weapons, he still couldn't do anything to the 2 nuts. At this point he was finally relieved. As long as there were no zombies above level 3 outside, they could not break this defense. Then Su Chen called everyone to take a rest. Yang Hao sat on the ground and panted a few times. He asked Su Chen, "Xinggu, I'm hungry. You have any food?" Su Chen smiled. He knew that Yang Hao was thinking about barbecued meat, so he took out the universal oven and the remaining barbecued pork. After a fierce battle, everyone was hungry, especially the 3 mutated wolves, whose appetite was even more shocking. Su Chen was afraid that there would not be enough food, so he took out a raging rock bear. "Yang Hao, you barbecue the meat. I still have something to take care of," Su Chen said. "Okay." Yang Hao got up and came to Su Chen. He had already positioned himself in the role of Su Chen's underling and listened to Su Chen's words. Even his father Yang Lingtian's words were not as effective as Su Chen's. Yang Chen also came over to help. She felt that she had put in the least effort out of everyone, so she should be the one to do something that was within her capabilities. Moreover, he could have more contact with Su Chen even if it was just a few words. Su Chen did not object and taught them the barbecue method. Then he found a corner alone and took out the intelligent war chariot to study. When he first obtained the intelligent war chariot, he was a little disappointed. However, after receiving the feedback, he was looking forward to the intelligent war chariot. After quickly installing the energy stone on the intelligent war chariot, Su Chen held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, a voice came from the intelligent war chariot. "Master, how may I be of service?" Su Chen's eyes lit up and said softly, "You can talk?" As an upgraded war chariot with the most complete functions in the universe, talking is just child's play. Su Chen's expression was a little strange. Why did he feel that the intelligent war chariot's words were a little arrogant and boastful? He coughed lightly and continued, "What functions do you have?" Defense, attack, enlargement, shrinking, detection. Soaring in the universe, omnipotent. Oh no, I met a war chariot that loves to boast. Su Chen shook his head. The intelligent war chariot's words were somewhat reliable at first, but the latter part was getting more and more ridiculous. Soaring in the universe? You're a war chariot, not a spaceship. You can't boast like that, right? Chapter 73. Well, can you be a little more humble? What you said is too ridiculous. Thinking that the intelligent war vehicle was bragging, Su Chen's face was a little unhappy. Master, I'm not bragging. As long as I evolve to the ultimate form, I can really fly in the universe, the intelligent war vehicle argued. Su Chen frowned slightly and asked, what form are you now? What are your functions? Master, the intelligent war vehicle said, I'm still in the lowest form and my functions are very limited. Tell me more, Su Chen urged. I'm now a level 1 vehicle and I can defend against level 1 attacks. The detection function can reach up to 5 kilometers, and the speed is 60 miles per hour. I can drive automatically, and I have a music system and an air conditioning system. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart moved, and for the first time he paid attention to the intelligent war vehicle. Not to mention the other functions, just the detection function of 5 kilometers was very good. It was important to know that zombies and mutant beasts dominated the Doomsday, and it was very easy to encounter zombies and mutant beasts while walking in the Doomsday. With the detection function he could find the traces of zombies and mutant beasts in advance, and he would be in a very advantageous position. In addition, its defense function was not to be underestimated. Being able to defend against level 1 attacks was something that most of the MCVs couldn't compare to. At least the MCV in Tianan Gathering Place absolutely couldn't resist the attack of a level 1 creature. How big can you become now? How much space can you expand? Su Chen asked. Considering that he was going to King Kong City, it was best to have a means of transportation, and if the intelligent war vehicle could accommodate him after it expanded, that would be the best. The length of the body can be up to 10 meters and the space can be 30 square meters. Su Chen thought that 30 square meters of space was about the size of an ordinary RV, and he said with satisfaction, not bad. Thank you for your praise, Master. The intelligent war vehicle was actually polite to him, and Su Chen felt that it was very interesting. If he was bored in the future, he could chat with the intelligent war vehicle. Of course, he didn't think that he would be bored to that extent. He collected his thoughts and asked again, how can I increase your level? The first upgrade only requires 100 normal energy stones or energy stones, and the main upgrade is the defense. It can withstand the attack of a level 2 creature, the intelligent war chariot explained. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. 100 ordinary energy stones were nothing to him. However, after the intelligent war chariot was upgraded, it could defend against the attacks of level 2 creatures. As far as he knew, a MCV with this kind of defense was extremely rare. Even if there were, they usually only existed in the hands of a few major forces. Su Chen was not in a hurry to level up. It would not be too late for him to do so on the way to King Kong City. How big can you become when you reach your final form? Su Chen continued to ask. After discussing with the intelligent war chariot for a while, he slowly felt that the intelligent war chariot might really be able to soar through the universe once it entered its final form. The size of the final form is uncertain. At most, it can be the size of a small planet. The smallest one would be the size of a city with a population of 1 million. Su Chen gasped. He wasn't sure whether the intelligent war chariot's words were true or not, but he was sure of one thing. If he wanted to upgrade the intelligent war chariot to its final form, the number of energy stones needed must be astronomical. He didn't know if there were so many energy stones or energy stones in the world. Chapter 74. Behind them, Su Chen kept the intelligent chariot in his storage bag. Just as he was about to take out the space transportation device to study, Yang Hao called out to him. Jianghu, the meat is ready. Come and eat. Su Chen was indeed hungry. He decided to eat and drink until he was full, so he walked over. Yang Hao handed over a few skewers of barbecued meat. Su Chen did not stand on ceremony and took them and wolfed them down. Su Chen, this is for you. Yang Qian gave the level 1 pulse pistol to Su Chen. Although she liked this gun very much, she also knew that this gun was definitely not cheap. Now that it was safe, she did not want to keep it. It's for you. Su Chen ate the barbecued meat and said vaguely. With his current strength, the level 1 pulse pistol could not be of much use. Moreover, he still had another one. In addition, Yang Chen was too weak. With a level 1 pulse pistol in hand, it was more or less a life-saving measure. You're really giving it to me? Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised. Her face was even flushed. Su Chen gave such a precious item to her just like that. She could not help but let her imagination run wild. Yes. Su Chen nodded and continued to eat the barbecued meat. Su Chen, thank you. Yang Chen bit her lips and said shyly. Su Chen smiled and did not say anything. After eating more than 10 skewers of barbecued meat, he got up and walked to the side. He took out an apple tree seed from his storage bag and planted it. Although the barbecued meat was delicious, it was somewhat monotonous to eat it all the time. He wanted to get some fruit to relieve the grease. Soon, a 2-meter-tall green plant rose from the ground. This is an apple tree? But how did it bear fruit so quickly? And the fruit is so big? Yang Hao saw 10 red apples on the tree in the blink of an eye and his eyes lit up. The cycle of apple tree seed was the same as bread tree seed. Su Chen was used to it, but it was the first time for the others to see it. Yang Lingtian was completely speechless. He had seen too many miraculous things like this from Su Chen today. He even felt that he might not have seen as much in his entire life as he had seen today. It is indeed an apple tree, and its fruiting period is only 24 hours. Let me try one and see how it tastes. As Su Chen spoke, he plucked one and put it in his mouth to take a bite. Instantly, a sweet and refreshing feeling attacked his taste buds. It was as if he had just eaten an immortal fruit. Not bad. Su Chen nodded and continued to pick the apples. He distributed them to the 3 mutated wolves. Delicious. Yang Hao took a big bite. Once he tasted the flavor, he couldn't stop eating. When all 10 apples were in his stomach, Su Chen clapped his hands and took out the space transportation device from the storage bag. Seeing Su Chen take out another strange thing, Yang Hao and the other 2 were interested. Jianghu, what is this? Yang Hao moved closer to Su Chen and asked. You will know in a while. Su Chen didn't explain. He installed the energy stone on the space transportation device, and then pressed the switch. A white light beam lit up on the disc, and then the light beam trembled slightly. A ferocious-looking female zombie appeared. Zombie? Yang Hao was so scared that his face turned pale and he took a few steps back. Yang Chen also trembled, but she didn't retreat like Yang Hao. Instead, she gritted her teeth and took out the pulse pistol and pointed it at the female zombie. Su Chen didn't want Yang Chen to waste an energy stone. With a wave of his hand, the female zombie's head exploded. It's just an ordinary zombie. Su Chen shook his head. The female zombie didn't drop any fragments after she died. This meant that he could only get an ordinary energy stone. Chapter 75. However, Su Chen immediately realized that the destination of the space transfer device was not fixed. This time it was a normal zombie. Next time, it might be a level 1 zombie or even a level 2 zombie. Moreover, a normal energy stone could be used for 10 teleportations. Teleporting a zombie in and its corpse out could be done 5 times in total, which meant that he could obtain 4 energy stones. Moreover, there was also the possibility of obtaining high-grade energy stones and fragments. It was definitely a profitable trade. After figuring this out, Su Chen's mood improved a lot. After teleporting the female zombie's corpse out, another zombie was teleported in. However, the second zombie was also a normal zombie. After killing it, it did not drop any fragments. Su Chen was not in a hurry. He continued to teleport zombies. The third one was a level 1 mutated beast. After killing it, it dropped a black fragment. Su Chen happily grabbed it. Fragment of the mysterious heavenly mainland map tablet. Picked up. Fragment X113. Fragment not enough, cannot be used. Map. Su Chen muttered. He had been in this world for more than a year. Until now, he had no idea how big this world was or what it was called. Now that he had obtained a fragment of the map, he began to suspect that this world was called the mysterious heavenly mainland. In order to find out the truth sooner, Su Chen continued to teleport zombies. He wanted to collect all the fragments of the mysterious heavenly mainland map tablet as soon as possible. The others were stunned by Su Chen's actions. Staying in the cave, a zombie appeared out of nowhere. This was too inconceivable. However, when they thought about how many magical things Su Chen had with him, they were relieved. In addition, the cave they were in was very safe. There was food and water, and they could kill zombies and dig for energy stones without taking any risks. This gave them a feeling that they could live a very comfortable life in the apocalypse. Jianghu, let me help you kill the zombie. Yang Hao clenched his fists and walked to Su Chen's side. He was now a level 1 evolved person. Killing normal zombies was more than enough for him. In addition, he was shocked by the female zombie. He felt embarrassed and wanted to take the opportunity to prove his ability. Forget it. The zombies that are teleported here might be level 2. You can help me dig for energy stones. Su Chen refused. It was reasonable to let Yang Hao practice. Even if there were level 2 zombies, there would not be any accidents with him watching from the side. Most importantly, the zombies that he killed would not drop fragments. Yang Hao was still waiting for the fragments to increase his strength. Naturally, he did not want Yang Hao to help him. Alright then. Yang Hao was a little bit disappointed. But since it was arranged, he could only do as he was told. Later, Su Chen continued to teleport zombies and kept hunting and picking up fragments. Yang Lingtian and Yang Hao were in charge of digging for energy stones and putting the zombies' bodies back on the space transfer device. Yang Chen had nothing to do. After eating the 2 indigo fruits given by Yang Lingtian, she hid in a corner and started to meditate. As time passed, Su Chen had killed more than 100 zombies. He had obtained more than a dozen fragments. His luck was not bad. Among the fragments, there were 2 fragments of the mysterious Heavenly Continent tablet computer. Together with the previous one, he could use all of them. Su Chen said use without hesitation. A white tablet computer appeared in his hand. Then he arranged the mechanical soldier and the 3 mutant wolves to continue killing zombies. He took the tablet computer and walked to the side. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.